is up. Okay. Whatever. Oh no. No, mute. Shut up. Jeez. Desktop audio. Alright, we're good. So, you may notice in the background, my bed looks different, if you can make it out. It's different for a very good reason. I took off the sheets. They're getting washed right now because we got a new washer and dryer a couple of days ago, and my dad was like fixing the bathroom. I don't know. But yeah, so frick off, bro. That's weird. Anyways, yeah, what we're gonna be doing is, well, shut up. We're gonna be listening to History in the Dark here, and I think I'm just going to, hold on, if I hit play all,
How's the
then I can make that
prawns are delicious.
loop.
I have a shellfish allergy. One prawn,
Yeah.
very good. Did I say chicken wrong?
Ooh, it's that time of year again, and we have to talk about something.
We're gonna be having this in the background, I guess. I don't know.
Ever
Just
wanna
have
hear
that
about
there.
a true,
And
honest
we will be
goodness
playing Derail
disappearing
Valley.
strain? Well, this is History in the Dark, where we talk about
Right
history,
now, my
definite historical
phone
fact about things
is
that actually
kind of
happened.
on the
So we're
charger,
gonna talk
but
about
whatever.
the legendary
The first thing we're going to be
Italian
doing is
ghost.
organizing all of these things, but before that, I had to go figure out the phones. Where are you at? Where are you
Came
at?
out. But if you look throughout other history, you see that the train time traveled, and it appeared in various
Nope.
countries around the world
Okay.
throughout history, and some say to this day, ooh, this is a load of barnacles. Okay, in all seriousness, hi guys, welcome. That story was the first one I found when I started researching disappearing trains. And it is a load of hogwash. I gave you the abridged
Alright,
version.
so
Like,
the first
it's a
thing,
ghost story. There's no.
we ain't doing any of these passenger jobs. Alright, this is a freight run, not passenger run. And actually, you can see it says no fees. I completely blew up, like, the harbor and the frickin' oil well central. I blew those up completely. And I somehow got enough money to pay off all those fees. And actually, I tried to run a train from the military base, which is over here. Where is it? Here it is. I tried to haul a big old military train. As you know, everything that wasn't a shunting job I took from the military base and go hauled it over to, or the harbor military base, and I dumped it over to the military base. And I was gonna make tons of money because military gives you tons of money. Unfortunately, I kind of left my train unattended, and it was like a 2% grade, and my train barreled straight into the military base, and I couldn't set brakes because there was, because I left my train unattended. So we're going to be staying on the train, I think. I know, very bad, but... Alright, separate the logistical. Forest Central? Are you kidding me? We are seriously gonna go to, like, every single industry. Do I want to go to Forest Central, though? Is that a thing I want to do? I did say I did say hauling the harbor, so maybe. I don't know. Let's separate the jobs by, where we're going. Alright, so let's just get rid of all of these, dump all of these on the floor real quick. And then we'll decipher where every single thing is going. Then we'll plan a route.
went off the rails, it usually, won't be
Alright.
pushed very far, depending on what the
Unload
situation
and
is. Either
store,
way,
we don't want to
it's
be
pretty
doing
easy
that. We
to
want to
figure
load
out
and prepare.
exactly
So
where,
load and
what,
prepare.
the how, the who, blah, 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 because of the tracks. But, I did find one
These are going
case
to
of a
Oil
train
Central.
that did
It's a nice run.
vanish and went
Goods
missing
Factory.
for 100 years.
Dunk.
Why? How? I will happily explain this to you.
Mill.
Let's go back in time to about 1910. And we're talking
And
about
yeah, we're
the
doing all the
Pacific
shunting
Railroad.
jobs that are load and
Now, Canadian
prepare.
Pacific, it might be a name
So I can get more
you're familiar
trains,
with
why not?
with trains. CPR
City
has been
Southwest.
a very successful
Food
freight
Factory.
company that has to this
Free
day
drop
continued
offs, we
operations
don't
in the
wanna
northern
do
United
that.
States and southern Canada. They
Machine
still,
Factory.
right now,
Blech,
are
whatever.
Operating trains and have been for a
Unload
century
and
and a half.
why is
So,
it all
with
unload
all
and
that,
store?
Naturally, in that span of time, you're
No.
going to wind up with some weird cases of trains
Double
derailing
steel
or what
mill.
have you. And CPR has plenty, but the one we're going to
Double
focus on
machine
involves
fact.
CPR 694. The
Which
694
now I
was
learned there's a really
D10
easy
steam
route to
locomotive,
Machine
a
Factory.
460
And-
steam train. Well, not
And
necessarily
basically
the
what you
largest
do
kind
is you
of
go
steam engine in
from
history.
wherever,
D10s
you
were
go
known
to the
for
Oil
being
Well
powerful
Central,
for
then you
their
head
size,
this way, you go
extremely
for City
reliable. They were good
Southwest,
trains.
and then
694 was
this
also a
area
fairly new steam
is
engine,
like
only used
100
in the
kilometers per
Still,
hour
by steam
track.
trains,
You can
steam
absolutely
trains can run
speed down here,
forever.
and then you
They're
slow
made
down,
well.
go
This
for the
eventually is going
junction,
to take
and that's
Central
also
for
pretty
the northern part
fast,
of Lake
and you can get to
Superior,
the
the
Machine
largest of the
Factory.
Great Lakes.
Factory
When I say
really
near Lake
easily.
Superior, I mean like really, really as close as you can get spitting distance
So,
to Lake Superior. That's how the rails were. And
If we
some
go
places
this
still
way,
are, which is fine. You can't exactly build a bridge over the Great Lakes. They're far too massive for that to be reasonable.
well, if we're going to the
So you gotta
Food
build rail
Factory, we
around
kind of
to
have to
take
go
trains
down
to
like this
various
route to the
towns and
Machine
places
Factory,
along
because it's
the,
just
you know,
weird
coast of
not
the
to
Great
do that.
Lakes. And the 3 men on board
But,
694
you know.
were engineer Frank Wheatley, fireman E. Clark,
Goods
and brakeman J.
Factory,
McMillan.
deliver
Men
gasoline,
weren't
that would
exactly
give me
new
a
to
lot of
operating
money.
trains. They had been with the company for a decent amount of
Goods
time, and based on their
Factory.
research, were well liked by their communities and families. Now, the
Oh yeah,
actual
Deer Valley
information regarding the
Simulator
crash
is apparently
itself
going
is
to
up
come out
to
in
a lot
like
of
2 days, so
speculation.
that's
So what I'm
fun.
going to tell
A
you is what we
sawmill.
know for sure about what happened
Okay.
to 694.
Oh yeah,
that day.
since I
In the
blew
early
up
morning
the
hours,
Oil
the
Well
train would have
Central,
crossed the Agasawa
this
River
track,
and
this
began to
whole
approach
track
the
and
harbor.
those
They had the cliffs
switches
to their
are
left and the
completely
lake to their right.
useless.
That's how close they would have been
because
to the lake. However, as they came
I-
around
it's
the
like
corner, they were
there's
bearing
an
down on the
1,000
rock slides
ton
on the rails.
freight
The
train of
collided with the
exploded
rocks, sending
tank
the
cars
engine
just
and
chilling
the
on those
boxcars
tracks,
into
so
the lake.
we can't go over there.
McMillan, the brakeman, actually
Which is
managed
a
to
little
jump
bit
from the
stupid,
train
but
trying to
hey.
escape the crash, but unfortunately the impact...
Oh yeah, I don't think we're gonna make like any of these time
survive.
bonuses, I'm
Frank
just
Wheatley and
saying.
E.
But
Clark, the engineer and fireman respectively, both went into the lake with the engine. Frank's body
Alright,
actually
nothing
was
else.
found later, implying he managed
So
to get
there's
out
just
of
the
train
passenger
before
jobs
he
and
sank.
the
E. Clark was
unload and
never
store
found, and neither
shunting
was
jobs,
694.
because we want to
The
load and
locomotive
prepare a
did
train
arrive
and then
in
back into it and then
and they
go have
did
fun.
discover the rock
Although I think
slide
the unload and
significant lack
stores
of a
also
train.
have
It was pretty
like
clear what had happened,
frickin'
but in terms of how,
can get
why, or anything really,
I think they turn
it was
into
impossible to
logistical haul
figure out
jobs after
exactly.
you
Not being able to
do
supply
that.
the families as well as the local community.
I don't
with
know,
any
these
kind
are all
of closure
useless to
regarding
me.
the accident. Foul play was ruled out pretty quickly, but beyond that, they
Nice.
didn't have much to
Okay,
go
no
on.
fees.
Technology back then
We
wouldn't
have
readily
every
available to
license,
local
actually,
authorities
so
to
that's nice.
investigate that deep
And I
into the
currently
lake.
have
It didn't help, but the engine
$60,000.
would've plunged 65 feet down the cliff before even hitting the water. The story became kind of
And,
a legend
yeah.
among the locals. and
Hopefully
certain
I'm gonna
others
have like
regarding
a
it would
million,
remain a
or at
mystery
least
until
like
quite
a
recently,
pretty
where the
decent
train was,
amount,
disputed
maybe like
too,
half a
whether
million
or not it was
after I
intact,
do all
or the
this.
body of E. Clark, which
I don't
at this
know.
point is impossible to find. It's likely
So we're gonna be doing every job from the harbor, then delivering everything. Then we're gonna head back to the Oil Well North. We're gonna pick up every single job going to the harbor. Then we're gonna go head down, back in, and then I guess go to Oil Well Central and then deliver everything to the harbor. So we're gonna be going from the harbor, delivering everything, heading to the Oil Well North, backing into the oil well central, and then basically we're gonna assemble a massive frickin' train, and then haul all of that to the harbor, and then that should make like at least $1 million, because that's a lot of jobs. Because I know the oil well central has like 8 million going to the harbor, so that would make a lot of money.
The thing about diving, and a lot of people don't seem to understand this, is that there's only so much bottom time you could have, depending on the situation.
Alright, let's see.
You can't just jump in and go all
So
the
where
way
should
down
we
and
be
have to let
going
your body
first?
adjust. And then when you get down there, you have to
Alright,
get
so we
yourself
get
up
out of the
to
harbor,
surface, as the
right?
surfacing process can sometimes
I
take
could go
hours, depending on
down
how deep
this
the water
route, which
is.
is really
You have to let your
weird and
body
squiggly.
adjust, otherwise
We
you
could
can
go
make
down
your
this
neck
way.
hurt
We're not
or
worried about the
something
time
die
in this, so it
horribly.
doesn't really matter.
You don't wanna do
We
that.
can go down this
But
way,
Tom
deliver to
Cruise
the sawmill,
necessarily a diver.
and then I guess
Not
we
only
can
did
go
he have
this
sighting
way,
and sonar on his boat, but
and then
he had
back
ROV,
into the
a
forest,
remote-operated
and then
vehicle. ROVs
go
are
forwards
a modern
again, and then go to the
godsend
steel mill.
to underwater investigations. These little guys can stay underwater investigating for way,
Are we
way
going to
longer,
City Southwest?
upping the
Yes, we
bottom
do.
time and allowing people to search properly.
see.
You have to remember, when you're searching the bottom of a lake or an ocean,
Alright.
it's pretty hard to figure out
We have
exactly where
some going to
anything
City
is.
Southwest.
I
So
mean,
what I
it's
want to
always
do is
unmapped
go to the
territory for
harbor,
most part.
right?
You
Go to
have
the
to look
steel
around and
mill,
kinda guess.
goods factory,
As a diver
food
within
factory,
20 minutes or so
and then
of
run
time
to
like
probably
Derek
like
had, finding the
along
engine
this
itself
way.
was a hard task. The fact that he found
Machine
the boxcar
factory, and
was
I
great,
guess it'd go
but now Tom
City
had the
Southwest,
ROV, and
sawmill,
you should know it, in
and then
2016,
obviously skip
Tom
this route.
found
Although that would be really nice to go that way. I can't. Go, we go from the sawmill, we go this way, and then we go up.
For over 100 years. She's in
Or, no,
remarkably
we
good
go
shape
this way,
based off of being
and
underwater
then we
that long.
turn.
Well, the Great Lakes, because they're freshwater,
Then we
tend to
go
be a
this
little
way,
easier on
then we
metal
turn
than
into the
an
forest.
ocean would have been. However, the state of the engine itself in terms of being intact is another
Delivery
thing
to the
that raises
oil
a
well.
lot of questions. She's
Darn it.
kind of in pieces. Certain things are still attached, but
Go to
it's
City
clear that she had a
Southwest,
rough ride on the way down to the bottom.
then
But there are
drop
plenty
in the
of clues to
oil
what
well,
happened to
and
694
back
in
into the
wreckage.
forest.
And one in particular
the
caught
final
my
delivery
attention
could
when
be
I was
in,
doing
like,
my
the
own
sawmill.
investigations of the information we have right now. Another rail fan, I assume.
I don't know, this is the route
can
planning that we gotta
actually
do,
post
so
a pretty
it's gonna
detailed
take a
analysis of
while.
the footage you're seeing right now.
Alright,
One
so,
thing that I
we head from the
noticed
harbor,
is
right?
the
We
automatic
depart,
brake stand for
we
694
go along
is
this
actually
route,
in the
we
release
deliver
position.
to a steel mill,
This implies that the brakes were not applied prior to hitting
then
the
after we go to the
which is an
steel
interesting
mill,
observation.
right?
It implies
The
that
steel
whatever
mill is
occurred
obviously
happened
false.
so quickly, the engineer simply had no time to even attempt to stop. There was no chance of saving this train. Based on the lack of brakes and the overall damage involving the train itself, it implies that the train hit that rock slide extremely hard and likely struck the cliff a few times on its way down. There was a plan
Oops.
initially that if they found it intact enough, they might be able to raise
Right, so
it
we go to
entirely,
the steel mill,
but based
right?
off
We
of
head
her
up there,
being mostly
we
in pieces,
go in the barrel.
that's not something
Then
that
we
anyone's
back,
keen on
we
doing anymore.
we
What
give
they
enough
would like to
space so I
find
can
is
line
either
this
the bell
switch.
or the whistle
We
of
back
694,
in
possibly both. However,
to the
neither are in
forest,
their positions.
and we deliver to the
Nobody knows what
forest.
happened to them at this point. They likely fell off during the fall. I mean,
We
they're
deliver to
probably
the
somewhere in the
forest
debris
next.
field, buried under the
So we go
silt and
steel
sand of
mill,
Lake
back
Superior.
into the forest,
Finding them is
then we
likely to be a
depart
business
back
nightmare,
from the forest,
and
then we
I
back
don't
up
think
again,
to do that.
this
As it
time going
stands,
to the
up until
oil well
this day,
central,
neither one has been
which is
found,
already
but at
lined,
least we
good.
can be happy
Then we go to
knowing that
City
the
Southwest,
694 itself was located.
Then,
Put some of the pieces together and figured out
after
just
we
what happened
back
to
into
the
City
44
Southwest and
souls that
deliver
died
all of
day.
that,
And instead of
then
this
we
being another
run
ghost
this
story,
way,
694 can now be known
go
as the tragic
this
accident
way,
that it actually
down,
was.
deliver to the
With that, until
sawmill.
next time, this is Darkness, and I bid you all a
So we
fond
go City
farewell.
Southwest, back up, go down this
Hey guys,
track,
welcome back to another episode
do
of
the
History in
sawmill
Dark.
job,
I know this is a bit sooner than I usually
and after
upload,
we
but
do
I figured
sawmill, then we highball up
be a bit
this
more
direction,
proactive with
then
this
go
channel.
this
I
way,
like doing
and
these
do
videos.
this
I like
faster
talking about
route,
this stuff.
over
I
to
like
the
learning
machine
things,
factory.
and you know, if I can spread the knowledge
Then-
to other people, hey, why not?
We,
But this particular topic is
then we go
actually the
up this
source
way,
at
go
a,
to the
I
food
just
factory,
subscribed. I don't know if you subscribed. Did you
And then the final route is to the goods
Look at all
factory.
this
Okay, can't stay on there.
Look at all these
Ooh, that's gonna
channel
make a
members.
lot of money.
This kind of content is only
Alright, there you go.
because of them and generous.
I'm
viewers
assuming
like
I'm at
yourself.
least gonna need
Also,
like
it's
a distributed power somewhere and
it'd be
probably
cool.
4 diesels at the front.
I'm gonna say gentlemen, I assume.
So in conclusion, I'm gonna get 6 DE6s and put them all
I
up
don't
front.
assume anything.
Or not all up front,
They're
but
gonna come out and be like, I'm neither. I'll be like, that's fine.
Yeah,
Cool
like
for you,
all-
fam. I don't even
like
care.
4 DE6s at the
This
front and then
person,
2 in the middle for
goes
distributed
by the name
power. And we only have
the
1
Brantford Rail
DE6
Fan.
over here,
And,
so we definitely have to
they
spawn them
posted
in. But
on my
That's
last
fine.
video about CPR 694, and they would like me to discuss another CPR steam engine known as 3512, which was a 280 steam locomotive.
please.
And I had never heard about
And
this.
actually,
This
I
was new to
bought
me, so I had to do a bit of research to
more
figure out exactly
locomotive remotes because I had a lot of money.
engine this was
I
and what
actually
happened
you can get
to her.
multiple, and I think they
and I found
do pair
a
to
story
different
that I don't think is
locomotives,
quite as
so you
mysterious
can have
as
like distributed
694,
power and
but I still
whatever,
think it's worth talking about
and
because
still
it's an
control the
interesting
front
one.
end, but then
And,
also
there might be
control
more
your
information about
distributed
this
power at
engine
the same
in the future,
time.
given
From
what
like
I've learned
the
so far.
from like the
As
back
I
of the
already
train
said,
if you have a
this is another
caboose.
engine
That's nice.
belonging to the
Oh yeah, we're gonna have
Pacific
to
Railway, and this
put
was an
cabooses like in
N2.
between like every single cut of
N2s,
jobs,
could be classed under A,
so I
B,
can
or
have
C.
some nice
I couldn't
range
quite figure out
extension.
exactly which one
Because, you know.
this engine was. 3512. There's so
Alright,
the
so
information about this engine
1,
is
2,
very
3,
scattered.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
But I know it was an N2. N2s, like I already said,
So-
280s. Steam
I
engines.
guess
Again,
in the
fairly
middle
small,
of
but
the
not,
sawmill
not
and
the
City
worst,
Southwest
steam
jobs.
engines ever.
So we
Certainly
will
quite the opposite.
pick up.
They were pretty reliable for their
So
size.
picking up goods factory
but,
first.
towards the end of their
So
life,
pick
some
up
of them started
goods,
being rebuilt
food, machine,
as
sawmill,
282s,
distributed power,
to try to help
City Southwest,
pull
Oilwell
larger
Central,
trains.
Forest Central,
But
Steel
some of
Mill.
them,
And then we'll do
such
the entire
as
run.
512,
So we
were
run
never,
up, we back
remodeled.
in,
But to be fair,
then we
it-
back up
it
again,
kind of,
then we
went
back
away.
up again, then we go forwards
That could happen
and down.
to her. Now,
Then
the
we
actual
take this
date of the
route
incident is a little
around.
dubious, and I figured out why pretty quick. Because some sources say it happened in 1946, some sources say it was in 1947.
Fast row.
However,
air.
the only source to give me an exact date states January 1st, 1947.
So this goes
which
this
means
way,
that
and then that just
this
goes straight to a
happened
steel
on
mill.
New Year's or very close to it, which would explain the differentiating dates involved. So
The problem
say
is I
around
don't
New Year's,
think
1946,
I'll have enough
1947. Either way,
space
this engine was on a barge on
use the
Slogan
loop
Lake.
around
Slogan
in the
Lake is a
goods
lake in
factory, so
British
I'm gonna
Columbia,
have to
one of the
like
deepest
back
lakes
into
out
it. So
there, and barges
Yeah.
were sometimes used
But
by
we're good.
railways to
We're good
move
now,
their
so-
trains. It wasn't always
Yeah, we got a
economical
route.
to build rail around usually smaller bodies of
So,
water.
we gotta pick
just
up,
because of the extra expense
all
of
of
laying
these
the rail
jobs,
around it.
basically.
The Great Lakes are so big.
So we don't need any of
barges,
these, basically.
You know, and there's so many
I'll
stops
figure out
on
where all the cars are.
that
It's fine.
doing a barge on the
We'll
Great
assemble
Lake,
the
unless you
train
moved directly
eventually.
to the opposite lake, it wasn't necessarily reasonable.
Alright.
It made sense just to build around it.
Schooner.
But on a smaller,
And no, we're not
you know,
using steam
regular
choo-choos.
lake like
We're not
Slocan,
using a
a
steam.
barge is
No.
a bit more economical because you
I'm
can stop the
sorry.
train at the coast.
We're not using
You
steam.
can, you know, it can wheel it and its cars on the barge, move it across the lake, and then it goes on its way. And no problem there. Except there was a problem that day. What happened was, some sources say the barge in question was leaking,
Reskin,
which is dubious at best. I can't quite confirm that was the
reskin.
case.
Alright, well, Norfolk Southern up. That's
The
good.
barge that the
Alright,
engine
now I can start
and several
turning
of the
on
cars,
everything,
including
so
a
we
snowplow were on, began
Turn
to
this
list
diesel on.
heavily. Now nobody died
Blech.
during this incident, which is fortunate.
Disgusting.
I can actually kind of joke about it now because there's no deaths, no loss in terms of mourning or anything like that, no mystery here because there were plenty of witnesses to what happened. The barge tilted over, and the engine, along with its tender, caboose, and a snowplow, went into the lake and down to the bottom. Now, beyond the potential leaky barge or the fact that maybe there was some weight distribution problems on the train itself that could have been also part of the problem, there wasn't much in terms of investigation that I'm able to find because
Now we'll
everyone
keep
kind
on
of knew
the
what happened.
independent.
Nobody died. There were no
Slam it
deaths
on,
to worry
frick it.
about. It was just a loss
Alright.
in terms of product and, you know, a train. It was gone. It was a tax write-off.
Oops.
Basically, at that point, you know, which is unfortunate, but you know, it happens. But you know, I think we should just smile, and this is a little
Well,
bit of a
head
happier
engine's being
story.
good
That,
and
you know,
played the
last
correct
one where
engine
3 people
startup.
died. This one,
The
nobody
EMD
died.
startup sound.
But
It sounds
3512
way nicer than
is
the other
still
one.
on the
I
bottom
don't know what it
of
is,
Slocan
but
Lake, and it has been located.
Blech.
I was unable to
Like,
find
that just
any
sounds like a
video
freaking
footage
tractor
of the
starting
wreck
up instead
itself,
of
but
nice
based on the pictures
locomotive
and witness
feed.
accounts that I'm able to turn up, the engine is still in remarkably good condition. Probably because, unlike
Let's see if this one will
694,
be
which
good.
slammed into a rock slide and then probably slammed into the cliffs on its way down into Lake Superior,
Frick
3512
off, bro!
just went straight in the water, and it's a deep lake. It's about 600 feet down, so it would have hit pretty hard. But beyond that, it would be otherwise fairly intact,
Alright, well, we're all
and it
good.
is for the most part. Currently, there's a film crew
Connect this
working with
MU,
witnesses,
and that
as
should
well
be
as,
all of
you know,
the
planning
MU
to go down and
connections
get
as
some
well.
footage of the wreck
Yeah, that's
to do a
MU.
documentary on
Yep,
the
MU.
launch of this
Alright, well,
train,
good.
which I actually
So we picked up all of the
incredibly
MU
intrigued by. I hope
cables.
it turns
So
out
yeah,
well,
there's
and I hope
the
they have great
there's
success.
the
One thing I'm
pile of
super
diesel
excited by
locomotives
is
so
that
far.
they were able to interview the only surviving crew member to this date. By surviving, I mean, you know, not dying of natural causes yet, because this happened
Alright.
in 1997. This gentleman is 97 years old. But his name is Bill Chapman. He was the brakeman on board that day,
Alright.
and they were able to secure an
Now I gotta
interview
go
with
pick
him
up all of the
and
jobs.
discuss what actually
Yeah.
occurred, and I think that would be super interesting. But because they're still working on the actual documentary, they haven't actually disclosed any real details about that interview as it stands right now. The only other thing is that there has been discussion among some rail fans that are able to turn up regarding the potential to raise this particular
Bro,
engine,
what the frick?
because 3512, unlike 694, is in extremely
Alright,
good
goods,
condition.
food,
all things
machine,
considered. Again, it's
saw.
a freshwater lake.
Because we're
It hasn't
going
been down
goods
nearly as long,
last.
and in
which
some
means
of the
you put it
pictures I was able to
false.
find, you could actually still see some
So.
of the letterheads. Like it's in much better shape. But I need to stress at this time how hideously unlikely that is to occur. The reason for this is twofold. But the first one is financially, even if it's in good shape.
Also,
and
we are not
the
making
raising
any of these
goes off
time
without a
minuses
hitch.
at all.
It's in very deep
So,
water.
I don't
This
really
is
care.
going to be an expensive task. You need
Alright,
heavy lift
E7.
equipment.
Get
a
out!
bunch of people
Bro,
with
leave!
certified training to deal
Stupid
with this kind of
bug.
salvage operation. And then, in terms of getting the
Alright,
investment
D5.
in what kind of return could anyone expect, why would we be raising her? And the easiest thing would be, you know, a static display option. But a static display is never going to be worth nearly as much as it's going to
Okay,
cost to bring it
D1.
back up. And running operations
D5.
require years of additional work on top of, you know, just restoring the static
Alright.
display is one thing, but actually getting
There's all the
3512
goods
to run
factory
again,
ones all set up.
that would take so much effort,
it's
and
goods
no
factory,
one would be willing to invest that
it's
kind of money
last,
when there are other examples
food
of
fact.
her type of locomotive still in restored and some in running condition. The other problem is that there
Daniel's
is an
only
issue
2 for that
involving
one, that's
safety.
nice.
Largely because 3512 is intact, there is the concern about her boiler. We don't exactly know what's in her, and there's environmental hazards to consider, whether it be asbestos
Oh
or
my
other substances,
god, bro, leave!
you know, inside this
Food.
train. Because
Right,
the boiler hasn't
D2.
been opened, it's intact. The
D2,
chances of a
okay,
pressure
well,
change
those are
causing
already
a rupture
done, so it's
is
nice.
not impossible. Meaning there's a major safety hazard here for all involved, whether it be
Oops.
just the environment of the lake or
Alright,
the people
we
doing,
need,
you know, bringing the train back up.
Hmm.
So basically what I'm saying is that's not going to happen. 3512 will likely, much like 694, stay exactly where she is. I would love to see, you know, someone bring up a piece of her, perhaps the bell or the whistle, like people usually like to get. But outside of that, I can't imagine the train ever being brought back to the surface whole.
C3 and
It's still an interesting story.
C4,
Believe it or
okay,
not,
does it really
through my
matter
research,
which
I've
way
discovered
we
there are a
put
lot
those?
more trains underwater in places than you think. So if you'd like to hear more about any of those, or any other topics involving trains, or even beyond trains, I love airplanes and boats as well. other such history topics, feel free to let me know in the comments. Thank you so much for watching. Appreciate every single one of you. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Nice, we
share
can
this
fit
video.
every job
Really
before
get
the
me rolling
DP.
down the tracks,
That's
as
nice.
it were.
Sure, but ow.
I just lost like 15 subscribers.
Alright, we can
Joke, but
throw
it
the
was
golden
so worth
shovel
it. Till
into
next
here.
time.
We're gonna get
This is
rid of
Darkness.
all
The
of the
Big
dead
Bond,
weight,
farewell.
and I want,
See Indiana Jones in the Dial of Destiny.
later,
with a free
don't
single
need
movie ticket when you spend
wallet,
$35 at
I'll
Applebee's.
keep, but,
Indiana Jones.
and the wallet map I can chuck into the locomotive.
Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, rated PG-13.
Let's take a
Alright,
step back to
cool.
1985, and our person of interest is a man by the name of Paul Hepler. Paul was out off the coast of New Jersey, and he was just using a magnometer to map the bottom of the ocean. What's a magnometer, you may ask? Well,
Another reason I'm
it's a
getting
compass.
distributed
But
power
basically,
is
it
I'm gonna
measures
use it as
magnetic field.
dead
So
weight
you
unless
can
I actually
use those
need it.
to get a rough
I
estimate
don't know
of
if I will.
terrain. If you know how to read
So
the
if I
data,
actually need it, I'll fire up the DPs and actually run them, but they're just gonna be on the back side of the train just for, you know, dead weight, basically. They're just gonna be another car,
like weird,
basically,
awkward bumps.
because
Just chilling.
I'm worried about fuel. I want to know if I have enough
Necessarily
fuel to even do
super
this,
weird
so,
if you
you know.
assume that, say, well, maybe they're sunken ships or something like
Alright,
that.
goods
No,
factory,
you didn't know what
false
they were.
job,
First
we
because
gotta,
the water out there
you
is
know,
actually very dirty and murky.
get,
But on later dives,
so we're
when
gonna
you
have
actually
to
did some
flip
further
every
investigation,
single
you
one of
realize
these back
they're
by
not
2
boats.
pages, oops.
They're trains sitting upright right next to each other in the middle of the Atlantic. I mean, not in the middle, but off the coast of New Jersey, in the ocean in general. This is not normal. What are these two trains? Well, they're Planet Class 222T models. And if you've never heard of this class of locomotive,
Are
I
you
don't
kidding me?
They weren't produced very long, because by the time they were made, they were actually already obsolete. So not many were made and not many people bought them. Now, in their defense, though, these Planet Class, these little itty-bitty engines were actually extremely strong in terms of their actual power output, their tractive effort for their size. Like, they weren't bad based off of what they were. It's just by the time that they were made, there were already larger, more efficient engines that could pull a great deal more, even though, again, for their size, the Planet Classes weren't, you know, they weren't bad trains at all. But I guess the question is, how exactly did two of these trains get out off the coast of New Jersey under 90 feet of ocean? And the answer to that is actually a total frickin' mystery. No, seriously, I wish I had a real story to tell you here, but investigation has taken place in the origin of these trains. While we know what they are, we don't know where they came from, who brought them here, who purchased them, who manufactured them.
Alright, we're going sufficiently fast. Grade crossing.
There's no record of these particular trains, these specific ones being built, or being lost, or being purchased. There's nothing. They're just here. The running theory is that these were being shipped down the coast from Boston, and at some point a storm occurred, and whether or not the crew
Alright, there you go. That's better track speed. 25 is
or they were
way
simply
nicer.
lost in a wave
What's
by
fun
accident.
is I can do that to go read a sign because there's so many locomotives.
Probably happened when it came to how these trains got built where they are. That's the best theory.
This
But
will
it could be a lot of
produce,
things.
I
They could have been
think,
intentionally dumped just to get rid of
56,000.
them, But that seems weird because why wouldn't you scrap them if that's what you
Yeah,
do?
56,000
Maybe
things
they
attractive
were.
at
Maybe
all.
they were thrown on a giant
Or, like,
catapult. Look,
it can-
any theory makes sense at this
So
point.
these
They're
4
just
diesels
there,
can
sitting
haul
upright on the ocean floor.
56,000
Maybe a few of you are probably noticing what keeps
tons
happening,
of
but it seems like
freight,
a lot of these underwater
basically.
trains are actually sitting upright.
No.
And
Get out of here,
very
bro!
why
Leave!
that keeps
Fucking
happening.
fish!
See, it generally doesn't matter how the train got thrown into the water. As long as it's intact, it probably will wind up sitting on its wheels if it's a well-built train. Why? Well, think about it. Most vehicles, one of the things manufacturers like to avoid is making them top-heavy. This goes for trains too, not just cars or anything really. Because if something's top-heavy, it's more likely to tip over on curves. So trains often had most of their weight lower towards where their wheels sit. So they
Alright, we have attached a false car. These cars will not be delivered until the very end.
The heavier part of a train
we still
would
same
tend to
jobs.
fall downward at a faster rate
Yeah, it's
than the lighter element, resulting
four
in the
flats
train really
and then
wanting
four
to sit
box
upright.
cars.
It doesn't necessarily guarantee it,
Yep,
but that's
we're good.
likely why it seems like a lot of these trains.
Oh yeah,
wind
the
up sitting
buffalo
on their
got
wheels because
yeeted
that's
over
what
here, as you
they're
can see,
built
because I ran a
to
steam
want to
loco
do
into it.
from a physics perspective.
On purpose.
In any
Don't
event,
worry.
no one knows where these
I
trains came from,
intended
no
to
one
run
knows why they're there,
a
but
steam choo-choo
they
into
are
the
very interesting.
thing. It's fine.
Point that a gentleman by the name of Dan Knight is trying to work with the
Alright, well,
Museum of
here's the first bit of train.
actually bring
Yay, this train will stay with us the entire time, basically.
plan in motion to bring them up.
So when we look back, we're gonna see that cut of cars basically until the end.
Tell you that they don't want to bring
Get
these
back up to the front.
There are two main reasons for
Start
this.
braking again.
A, there are zero, zilch, not a single example.
I wonder
of
how many
these
cars this is
engines
going to be. It's
in the
precision
world
scheduled
left.
railway,
They were
by
all
the way.
destroyed.
But I run
Crap.
up how many cars
Only
this is
two
going to be.
remaining are sitting at
It's
the
going
bottom
to be
of the
so
Atlantic.
many.
So from a preservation perspective and a historical perspective, there is a tremendous draw
Alright, what
to
are
try
we?
to get these
Where's the
things
next cut?
to the surface
G3.
so they can be displayed
Okay,
for the
well, we
public
can
to view.
stop after this, I guess.
The other
That's
thing
fine.
that makes them a bit more likely to be brought up is that while they
Ah,
are
you
in the
bug.
ocean, which I think would be
Bro.
a little harder
How
to deal with than, say, a lake,
Bro.
these trains are not nearly as deep as the last two trains we talked about that were underwater. They're only under 90 feet of water. And I know that sounds like a great deal, and it's not exactly a small amount, but compare that to 694, which is underneath 235 feet of water in Lake Superior, or God help you, 3512, which is nearly 600 feet down in Slocan Lake. So, despite being in the ocean, the two T models are actually technically more accessible in terms of getting them to the surface. Also, despite being in the ocean and
G3,
therefore being exposed to salt water, they're not in
red,
that bad a
3
shape, all
blue,
things
and
considered.
3.
You can still tell they're trained.
Get out of here, fly!
Relatively intact.
I don't even know
So the
why
notion
there's
of bringing them
flies
up
here.
and
There's
actually
literally
being able to
nothing
store them
here.
is something that is definitely in the cards for these two. Now the real
And
question
we'll
is,
hide
alright,
them.
will they break them up? Are they gonna run again?
Past that.
I've
30.
been getting a lot of comments
Cool.
about this factor that I keep saying lately, because I tend to be a little more
Yay.
lean on the, the skeptical side when it comes to getting these things.
Alright, there you go.
A lot of people have pointed out
Slow
that there
down a
are
little.
other trains that have been brought up from similar cases, whether it's under the ground or water or whatever, and have been restored. I'm not saying it's necessarily impossible for this kind of train to be restored into a running state, but I need to emphasize how unlikely it is for someone to incur the amount of talking if that's to happen. What would likely happen is that they would be brought up, they would be
Stupid
restored to a
FM
level that
cycle.
for static display, so they look the part. Getting a steam engine to actually run under power nowadays, given most of the infrastructure and personnel required to man them,
Doop.
don't exactly are hard to find. It's not like it can go to the steam engine factory or the works. Nowadays those don't really exist. So you
Okay,
need a lot
can
of
I, like,
specialty workers.
dump the brake?
It's an expensive thing
Dump.
to do. So you have to have some.
Now can I rev up and
dedicated to the
go
train.
forward as again?
Usually it winds up being, whether it's having donations from rail fans or,
Alright.
funding them
Goods factory,
themselves.
all good.
In fact, the examples I was given were rail fans who
Alright.
owned
Now we gotta
specific
go
homes
to the
and
big
said,
main
I want this
yard.
train to run again, and they funded the project, which is great.
Line
Don't
ourselves
get
in
me wrong, I
E7,
love it when that
which
happens. I love seeing these old trains
we
restored
are
and brought
almost
back into the light and be able to actually
Alright, yeah,
do what
E7,
they were
we're lined
designed
in
for, so
now.
people can see, not
Now
just
just
see
gotta
them
get
visually,
this train
but also see them run
doing
and see
train
them
things.
do
Oh my
what they were made
Jesus.
to do,
Yep, knew it.
bring history
Of course
to
it's
life.
railroad.
I adore that, but I also don't like to get people's hopes up and say, I fully expect
Dumb.
them to restore them to a running state. No, I don't. I would never expect that, because the other issue with a lot of these trains that I'm talking about is that while they do look intact, we don't know what their internals are like. And that's the biggest issue I have with these two train classes, because they're under the water, and the pressure change isn't going to be that big of a deal, but you guys need to realize that there's a lot of stuff that goes into the creation of trains that wouldn't necessarily be considered considered safe by modern standards. Particularly asbestos. Those in
God.
explosives, they use
Are
them
you
in
kidding me?
construction. It's not just iron.
Really?
There's a lot of, gunk and stuff in there. So you have to keep in mind that there's a lot of regulations and environmental hazards and things they have to consider before they even bring them up at all. And then when they do, they have to examine them and really see how much work
Dude,
it would take to get
0%
them moving.
already.
How many parts need to replace?
Just-
Are you just going to build a whole new train anyway? That's kind of where you have to remember and be,
Are you freaking kidding me?
analytical about it. And remember that, we can't just, magically, wave a wand and have these things be back to the way they were because, Mother Nature is, kind of mean and, has taken a toll on stuff that just sits where it's not supposed to be. All of that said, all of that understood, I would love to see these two little guys restored.
Of course.
Bare minimum to static display. Like I said, they are discussing actually bringing them up. I would like to see them, brought up and restored
Still
to a
all
static
at 0.
display.
Are you
But
freaking
I
kidding
would
me?
also
Really?
absolutely be over the moon if they were able to make them run again. But we'll see what happens. Either way, they haven't been brought up yet. We don't know what state they're in. Let's all be skeptical and remember that, we have to, be real. But they're there in the middle of the ocean. And they might not be there forever. Hopefully because we brought them up and not because they disintegrated. Because that would be a tremendous loss for rail fans everywhere. Until next time, this is Darkness, the visual of a fond farewell.
This summer, try any specially marked 20-ounce bottle of Pepsi to get Apple Music for up to 3 months free. Can you say best summer ever? Ends 9/17/23. New and qualified returning subscribers only. Renews for $10.99 a month until canceled. See full terms at PressPlanSummer.com.
The year was 1953, and the train in question was known as the Federal Train Number 177.
Why does this happen?
Before I move along forward, I should probably stress that the reason why this train wound up in a basement is due to an accident, which occurred at Union Station, Washington, D.C. The Federal at the time was pulled by a GG1, number 4876. And if you don't know what a GG1 is, well, how dare you, first of all. Second of all, the GG1 is arguably one of the most famous electric locomotives in history. It had one of the longest careers of any locomotive of its type, 50 years to be precise, and it has a very distinctive design. Even if you don't know what a GG1 is offhand, if you're a casual rail fan, you've probably seen it before. It is an incredibly famous locomotive type, and it was my grandfather's favorite, actually, so it's naturally one of my favorites as well. The GG1 4876 was pulling a passenger train of about 16 cars long, consisting of coaches and Pullman sleeping cars.
Of course
Traveling
you
down
do
the
that.
East Coast and wound up in Baltimore before its final stop, which would have been Union Station. The train accelerated to about 80 miles per hour, and as it approached the station, the engineer, Henry W. Brower, decided to slow the train down, as was common practice when approaching the station. That makes sense. Except the train didn't really slow down at all. It just kind of kept going. It did slow a little bit to about 60 miles per hour, but this was still way, way, way too fast. Brower, realizing something was not right, activated the emergency brakes, which slowed it to 50 miles per hour. Which, great. That's also bad. We're still out of control here and heading straight towards Union Station. Now, Brower had a few options here that he could have taken into account, and in many situations like this, an engineer and the crew in general would commonly try to ditch. But this was a passenger train, and instead of abandoning the passengers, as a lot of engineers have done to save their own lives, Brower decided to ride this one out. He laid on the horn, trying to warn the station of what was going on, and get the attention of the tower and the train yard that they were about to pass through. The tower operator, John Freeney, did notice the Federal coming in way too fast, diverted it onto track 16, which would minimize damage, and then alerted the station that there was a runaway on track 16. One of the clerks had picked up the phone, Ray Klopp, and received Feeney's message. He looked out the window and saw the gigantic GG1 barreling towards the station. He screamed, and I quote here, "Run for your lives!" And he and the rest of the clerks ran out as quickly as they could. While this was going on, the conductor on board the train, Thomas J. Murphy, ran through the entire train from end to end, shouting at the passengers to get as low as they could and brace for the inevitable impact. In its last moments, Engineer Brower threw the train into reverse, trying to slow it as much as he possibly could. Now, if you're wondering why he didn't do this sooner, Well, there's a few reasons. First of all, generally, you don't want to do reverse thrust on a train even if it's out of control. This is down to physics. It'll cause wheel slip, which will make the train a lot more unstable and lead to possible derailment. And also, if the train's moving forward and suddenly the engine wants to go backward that quickly, well, I'll tell you this. Press two straws together on a table. You ever notice how they'll just go one direction or the other? Pretty much the same deal here. It would force the train into a very unstable predicament. But given the situation, Brower didn't have a lot of options. And honestly, even though he tried to do this, 4876's motor was stressed beyond belief. And started to
Whatever, we can
malfunction
pay
when
off
he
that
tried
fee
reversing.
later.
But it didn't even
How
work
many
as well
cars
as
did
it
it
could have worked
damage?
at all. The point was, he knew that train was going to crash.
Oh,
He'd rather
did
avoid
it do
the
the
station
whole
than he could.
freaking job?
Unfortunately, he couldn't. The train plowed through Union Station.
It did like the
putting all
whole
its
job,
weight on
just
the concrete
damage.
Floor. The
What
floor
the frick?
was absolutely in no way designed to hold a train. Immediately collapsed. The GG1 and a couple of the cars wound up in a massive hole in the basement. There was a work crew in the basement just a few seconds before this happened, but they had just left for a coffee break, which probably saved their lives. So basically what I'm saying is next time your boss gets on your case about taking too many breaks, remind him or her that a train could barrel through the wall at any moment. And coffee saves lives, I guess. I don't know. They were lucky. Very, very, very lucky. Speaking of dumb luck, you're never gonna believe this. Because I still don't believe it. Nobody died. I know, right? Like, the train plowed through the station. The engineer and the crew stayed on board. There were a ton of people inside the station and on the train, and nobody died. Now, a few people were hurt. Most were minor, and a few did have to stay for overnight hospitalization after the crash. But at the end of the day, nobody died as a result of the accident. Engineer Brower, out of all people, actually walked away with no injuries. The dude who plowed through the wall in the train and fell into the basement wasn't hurt at all. So did the fireman, who was also on board. He was fine too. Everyone was fine. Insanity. The train was also an unexpected feature event for NBC News, because at the time, live news broadcasts were still fairly new. And NBC News used this new technology to report on the accident only a little over an hour after it happened, which was quite the achievement back then. Once the dust settled and everyone realized that nobody was killed,
We're gonna have to charge the train
it's
back
time
up.
to deal with a few nagging issues. First and
Alright,
foremost,
so the most recent
what
cars
caused
we
the
grabbed
accident?
were
The engineer didn't do anything wrong.
These
He was hitting all the
ones.
brakes he could. He stayed with the train till the end. In many ways, he and his crew were heroes. He minimized the damage overall. Based on his report, the investigation
am I
of the
doing?
air
I
brakes
didn't
of the cars was kind of
Eight
off.
of these
The air brakes were equipped with
fucking
angle kind of similar water pipes. They're still sometimes used on air brakes, but they have a flaw, and it came down to the fact that they
Where were you ever charge?
in this case, there was an issue with one of the cars. Basically, a design flaw meant that the hose
Train.
would, in motion, occasionally bump the car. This bump caused the valve to shut off. This meant that when Engineer Brower was hitting the brakes, he could only effectively brake the engine and 3 of the cars behind. This was in no way enough to stop the speeding train. It was too heavy and going much too fast for that. It was also on a grade
Hello?
at the time, so it was moving downhill. So basically, everything possible conspired to make sure this train was not going to stop. But again, nobody died.
Oh my god.
You know, the design flaw
Get outta
we know
here,
about it
bug.
needs to be fixed to make sure this never happens again. Well, I'm glad we
Why?
took care of all that. It's a good thing we didn't forget about. Oh, right. There's a train in the basement. You see, the railway had a bit of a problem. This accident took place just a few days before the inauguration of President Dwight D. Eisenhower as the 34th President of the United States.
Hello, train. Are you
This
gonna
is
like
Washington, D.C.
recover your
Union
air?
Station.
Hello.
This was in the 50s when people still used trains as a very, very, very common form of travel. Planes hadn't really, well, taken off quite yet. They literally took off, but they weren't as prevalent as they are now. Trains were
Goodbye,
still
job.
when it came to public transportation, and they were expecting thousands of people to walk through the station to see the inauguration of their new president. Because, mind you, Eisenhower is a war hero. General Eisenhower was instrumental in World War II, leading U.S. forces to victory along with the rest of the Allies. And he won the presidency in a landslide. So, yeah, it was a popular thing, and people were going to come see him. And there's a frickin' train in the station. Not like
Alright,
when
well,
it's
at least
supposed to
I
be,
can
like
clear out
literally in
everything.
the station, in the basement, and so what were they gonna do? They didn't have enough time to remove the train and fix the floor. So they came up with a solution, which was both simple and hilarious. They contacted a local contractor, Steiner Construction Company of Baltimore.
Alright, at least this job looks like it didn't
over
sustain
the train
any
to make
damage.
sure that nobody actually would know that it was there.
See, kids,
And
this is
Steiner
why you
Construction,
always keep your
period,
locomotive
was
remote
their
out
agent.
and
They did
always
this in
check your
2
speed
days.
limit.
Not only did they build the wooden
Yes.
floor, but they
I don't
covered
know,
it in
check your
quick-dry
speed.
asphalt to
Watch
obscure
the
any suspicion
speed.
about the
Yeah,
situation.
that one.
Without NBC News reporting on it, nobody probably would have known there was ever an accident at all. And I bet you most of them didn't realize the train was still down there. President Eisenhower was sworn in as the 34th President of the United States without any kind of mishaps, besides the train thing. But no one had to know about that. And the crowds
Alright,
came,
now,
and they
keep
went,
the map
being
there,
none the wiser
all
about
good.
GG1 sitting comfortably in
You
the
gotta go to
basement.
E7.
Now, this is the point of the story where you're probably wondering, wait, that train isn't still there, is it? They would not have left it in there. And as much as it would humor me to be able to tell this story that way, and say that they just left the train there and it's still there to this day, unfortunately, it's not quite like the rest of the trains we've talked about that have gone to weird locations. They did not just leave 4876 in the basement. Because, as it turns out, they used the basement for things, and it was kind of in the way. So
It was
once
in the way.
crowds were
The
gone,
train is in the
temporary
way,
floor was
yes.
ripped back up, and they removed 4876 from its place in the basement of Union Station. Now, GG1s are huge, so this was kind of a project. They actually had to cut it up into pieces in order to get it out of there. And once it was out, Pennsylvania Railroad
Great.
looked at the thing and decided, believe it or not, and I can't believe this either, it was salvageable. Like, no, it really would have been more expensive to replace the whole thing than repair it. Now, it needed extensive
Hello,
repairs.
train.
A lot of things were broken on it. Even the frame was damaged, and usually when frames are gone, that's it. But no, even with that, it was still 1/3 of the cost for a replacement to actually repair the thing. 4876 went through
It doesn't have
structural
any.
overhaul.
Why don't I have air?
It is the same train anymore. Like, they replaced so
Train.
much on it. Most of the core things were salvageable, but a lot of the exterior had to be repaired and replaced. But it came out looking like new and remained in service for another 30
Hello,
years.
train. Hey, buddy.
It's still
You gonna freaking
around.
recover your
Seriously,
air like you
4776
should?
resides at the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad Museum. It survived into preservation. This train that barreled through a station, fell into its basement, stayed there for the inauguration of a president, and was somehow taken back out and fixed, also lived into preservation. The absolute legend. Now, the sad part of the story is that unfortunately 4876 is currently in a state of disrepair. This is because there was an original plan to doll it up for static display. But the B&O Railroad Museum's roundhouse actually suffered a roof collapse, and they took a ton of damage to a lot of their displays as a result. So their priorities were switched over from restoring 4876 to restoring everything else. Currently, as far as I'm able to tell, it's still sitting out there, outside in the weather, kind of going into a state of rust and decay. It's been vandalized a few times, and it's not really looking as pretty as it could, but hopefully someday B&O will decide to bring it inside and actually doll it up the way I think it deserves, because let's be fair. Again, I gotta state this. Absolute legend. So with that, till next time, this is Darkness, and I bid you all a fond farewell. Don't forget to like and subscribe! New button!
Okay.
Ah!
SkinCeuticals AGE Interrupter Advanced smooths visible wrinkles and restores firmness.
Now, before I get moving forward,
Hello?
about this, and it's
Do you
really
have
important to me.
air?
CPR.
Did I not turn these locos on?
Guys, I'll be real with you. How many trains have you lost this way? I'm not here to judge or anything. I just deliver facts. But you know, it's one of those things where I'm like, this is the same railway. This is the third one. Like
Hello,
it's
buddy.
Happened once, but it's really weird that it happened 3 times. We're at 3 now. 3 locomotives you've lost under the water, and I mean, in your defense part of it,
You
this is
on,
great,
you on.
especially,
Why aren't you on?
you
Hello?
know, things up there are a little wild and wonderful, and you know, there's a lot of lakes and rivers and stuff, and I get it. You know, it's not. There's just more opportunity for you guys to use trains this way, but also stop.
I'm excited to see what the final time on this darn job ends up being.
But we're talking about CPR 508. Now, CPR 508
We
was
still have
4-0.
the deliveries, and now they're on one track.
Recognize it.
That's actually nicer. Okay.
Do, I promise
No, I
you.
don't care.
440
Oops.
is one of the most prevalent types.
So technically, I can go pick up the tankers and the other things, but I don't know why.
Incredibly
Dig the
successful
cars out.
Wheel arrangement, they have used it's like a classic, you know, old school train design, you know, and often
Why?
they are shortened to the American model, even though not only America used them. It wasn't just America and Canada. Plenty of countries utilized the 440 wheel arrangement because it turned out to be incredibly efficient and stable. And yeah, these were pretty good engines overall. So yeah, the year was 1900. On June 21st, 508 was operating in its usual route in northwestern New Brunswick when it was going over a bridge spanning the St. John River at Grand Falls. The bridge, for reasons that I have been yet to determine, actually collapsed under the train's weight, and the engine, along with most of the train, went into the river. Now, this was a mixed train. There were mostly freight cars, but there was a caboose that was
Brakes!
But like I said early on,
Why are these still
There were
dumped?
some injuries. No one was killed during this accident, fortunately. Now, a cleanup operation did indeed happen.
Am I gonna have... How?
However, there was never any record of 508 being recovered, which was odd. But most people at the time didn't really worry about it, and it wasn't until a century later, in the year 2000, when a dude by the name of Eric first found out about the incident. Now, Eric actually worked with National Railways, but he was really curious about this incident because, like I said, there was no record of the train ever being taken out of the water. So he contacted CPR trying to see if they have any records of this.
I'm gonna
And
save
they
and
insisted that
quit,
it must have
I
been because
guess.
the engine continued to serve
Why won't my
after
brakes
the
recover?
But that's according to them. Eric
I don't
really wasn't
freaking
convinced.
get
The
it.
CPR seemed to just be kind of just assume it had been. Just that it was there. But, you know, maybe if it was taken
I
out,
don't
but-
know why my
but he was
brakes
still
aren't
like,
recovering. It's weird.
He was curious.
How have we been streaming for an hour?
Looking deeper, asking around locally,
Great.
for in-depth investigations using magnometers under the surface to try to see if there was something weird down there that might explain where this engine went off to. Because, like I said, CPR insists that they did take it out, but by insist, they just say must have. Like, yeah, we probably did. Maybe. We don't remember. Look, just go away. So Eric started doing his own investigation. Occasionally he did dives, expanded the debris field, trying to see if he could figure out anything. And he did find something.
Oh, so now you're
It took
charging.
him a long time to finally figure it out.
Uh-huh.
In 2020, according to
Fun.
him, the mystery has been solved. I don't agree with this one, but we're gonna get there.
Now will you actually charge, please? Hello?
As we learn from those engines, some people stick in a river, others can bear. It's going to happen. Inevitably.
Finally!
Heavy that can't be moved very easily, even with the pressure of the water. So silt builds up, buries it, goes over it, whatever. So they expect it to be buried in the first place. But this was a really large amount of metal. Really, really perplexing. And the thing is, 8 to 10 tons isn't...
Come on, release. Release. Finally.
Yeah, but the original engine
Holy
intact.
fails.
First of all, the cabs of these engines were wood. Okay, the wood's gone. There's no way.
They seriously did not want to release. Oh my gosh. Just release. Break. Do the thing. No. The brake is like, frick off, Tyler. No one knows you. Oh, shut up, brake.
Based on these findings, he suspects
Alright, turn on the
completely
light.
believes that he's found where the final resting place of 508 happens to be. Despite CPR insisting that they actually recovered it and were using it without any evidence to the contrary when it comes to pictures of it or things like that, Eric's pretty convinced that it's actually there, under the water, buried under silt. Where it will probably stay, because this is the part of the conversation we're getting to. Well, should we bring it up? It's a little itsy-bitsy problem that's buried under the amount of silt, and I can promise you it's probably not in very good condition. After all, the cab is gone. All the forward trucks were kind of like there's a bunch of pieces not on it. The other issue is that there are examples of 440s all over the place. It was a very, very popular setup for steam engine. So it's not like that this particular type of engine is necessarily that unique. So the act of getting it out of there, it being in rough shape probably, and it not really being worth preserving, I mean, it's one of those things, but honestly, part of me wonders if CPR might actually be telling the truth. Eric's own research, and I commend him for it, don't get me wrong, but my argument here is that, okay, you found a bunch of metal. That could be friggin' anything. You know, I'm not saying it isn't 508. What I am saying is CPR told you it's not down there. You think they're wrong, and you think they're just, blowing it off, which they may be. And, you thought that's a large thing. But what if that's a piece of the old bridge, or a piece of the car?
Well, now when we look back in the cab, we'll see these containers.
Until someone gets down there and actually
Derailed vehicle
out of the
ones.
way so we can see what it is, it's not a confirmed thing that the engine is even still in the river. Because, like I said, CPR says they took it out, and they said it was scrapped in 1910, which makes sense. But also, what if they're wrong? What if the engine is still there? It's one of those. This is the weirdest mystery I've covered because we have two arguments where this engine isn't there. Yes, it is.
What? I was watching the stream back.
A bunch of metal. Okay, but that doesn't prove anything. I mean, it could be freaking natural iron deposits or something.
Literally a minute
It could
behind.
literally be anything, and that's kind of where I'm stuck at this with this particular mystery. I don't want to disappoint anybody by saying that the engine's not there, but until we get pictures of it actually being down there, and that solid.
Get out, bug!
Picture it didn't happen, man.
Get out!
Great, but
Leave!
you gotta deliver
Get out!
is all I'm trying to say.
Why are you here? There's nothing here! There's literally nothing here. Why are you here? Get out! Bug! What do you want? What the frick do you want? What do you want, Bug? There's nothing here!
Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, or whatever you feel like doing. And until next time, this is Darkness. Bid you all a fond farewell. The SS this one was built by the Joseph Thompson and Sons shipyard. And I guess
Hair, I swear. Stop.
She was a steam engine, not a train, but she was powered by a triple expensive steam engine. So, I guess the count is sort of. Look, I can talk about what I want. It's steam engine, not train.
Come on.
Don't you yell at me, rail fans. I've been helping you a lot.
Get out! Leave! Get the frick out of here! Stupid bug! Flammable and explosive. Yes.
You have to remember in World War II, it was all hands on deck when it came to.
Wait, what are we hauling? Gasoline?
So a lot of
Yeah,
private companies
yep.
in the UK
That's exactly.
self-delivering things.
Good job, Sonic. That's exactly right.
Help with the war effort.
Break.
It's a freighter. So he was
Very recent issue I've been having. the freaking brakes just not even being a thing. Hey, like Olio, when the brakes wouldn't even recover. What the frick? I gotta go all the way to D3, then E1, then E2, K100, C, and that's the end for the first section. And then we put on the distributed power, and we start doing the next section. Okay, we need at least one DE6 for all of this madness. So, you know. But I think what I might do is just have all of the DE6s, but I think I might, like, delete all of them and then delete all of them and refuel all of them before. Oh, wait, reorganize all of this. Frick off, bro.
Now, I'm kind of happy I get to talk about
I had all of these organized how I want them to. Get out of here, bug!
Take responsibility for your ineptitude. I've been forced to talk about the shortcomings of the British rail industry a lot. And that's not incredibly fair. In particular, the Stanier Class 8F, which are the freight version of the Stanier Class 5460s, which are commonly known as
Southwest.
were
Steel mill,
insanely good steam
then the
locomotives.
forest,
These things
right?
were
Steel mill,
awesome.
forest.
They were built in the 30s, but they lasted till the end of steam. These engines were top notch at what they were designed to do. The passenger Black 5s did that exceedingly well, and the 8Fs, which were responsible for freight trains, did that exceedingly well. These were good steam engines. And that was part of the reason the 8Fs were on board the Thistlegorm. The idea was to get decent trains into Egypt so they could be used to move supplies around to, resist Germany's advance. Trains used to
Get
be,
you.
some places still are, an integral part of a war effort. I mean, there were armored trains designed for combat, of all things. And many of these videos
Get out!
were pretty cool. But these were meant to haul freight for the war, and that is why they were on board the Thistlegorm and were on their way down to Egypt so that they would be used for the war effort to further the resistance of the German advance. Now, the crew of the Thistlegorm, because it was partially civilian, had a mostly civilian crew. They were supplemented by 9 naval personnel that manned the machine gun and the anti-aircraft gunner. But outside of that, these were not soldiers. These were regular, crewmen that, were just doing a job. So that was probably a really awkward situation for them to be in when they found themselves being bombed. So how did the Thistlegorm get sunk? Well, they were headed to Alexandria, but due to the fact the Suez Canal wound up being blocked due to a collision.
So here's our train over there. You can see the track it's running on isn't rendered, and it looks weird.
The convoy actually couldn't get through to reach the port of Alexandria. So in order to wait it out, they moored at safe Anchorage F. Now, on the flip side of the war effort, there was a large buildup of Allied troops in Egypt at the time. And German intelligence knew this, and they were looking out for more ships bringing in more troops. Now, if Thistlegorm wasn't doing this, that doesn't mean the Germans knew that. Luftwaffe, in particular, were responsible for looking out.
So we're coupling into Explodey Boys.
War, after all. We're not gonna get
Yep,
into politics
Explodies.
right now, but that's what they were doing. 2 Heinkel HE-111s were in the air that day.
And then we gotta go all the way back to the
Trying to
ER,
find
of course.
and destroy a troop carrier, which was expected based on intelligence reports. Now, HE-111s are a pretty famous bomber when it came to Germany. They were good for what they were designed to do, but as the war dragged on, they started becoming obsolete. Technology was getting ahead of them. But at that time, they were still used pretty prevalently and were good at their job. I can get into more details some other time, but the point is, the HE-111s were the
Dump them in emergency real quick. Quick casual emergency break. It's fine.
Now, in that era, it wasn't unusual for if planes went out and couldn't find their actual target, but could find targets, they would still drop their ordnance anyway. This is simply because, spotting and intelligence were still, old school at the time. Radar was still in its infancy for the most part. So it wasn't like they could guarantee that they'd be sent out to find a target. However, it does take resources and time for planes to go out on patrol. So So if you can come back and report that you sank something, even if you didn't find what you were supposed to do, as long as it was an enemy target, that was considered better than nothing. So that's exactly what happened. The HE-111, likely assuming that this wasn't a troop carrier, but knowing it was a target, targeted the largest ship that was currently moored as part of this convoy. That happened to be the Thistleborn. 2.5-ton high-explosive bomb slammed into the Thistleborn. It struck hole 4 near the stern of the ship. This caused a chain reaction where some of the ammunition that was falling also exploded. And eventually the ship...
Bro, slow down, please.
During this
There,
process,
10 kilometers per hour.
five
That's
members
decent
of the
coupling
convoy
speed.
and gun crew were killed. Survivors were picked up by a cruiser that had joined the convoy, the HMS Carlisle, and it's probably worth mentioning that Ellis, the one in charge of the Thistleborn, actually was awarded the OBE, the most excellent order of the British Empire. It was largely his leadership that kept everyone calm enough that the survivors were able to escape. In addition, a crewman, Angus McLeod, look, I'm probably saying it wrong, leave me alone. He was awarded the George Medal and the Lloyd's War Medal for bravery at sea because he saved another crew member. The ship was sunk
Donk, donk, donk.
honestly, mostly forgotten.
Alright, now where? E1 outbound or E10?
One freighter going down, especially when most of the crew had survived, wasn't considered a priority in the span of,
Alright.
you know, the whole world being at war. So Thistleborn was effectively just left and
Literally all the way down the E1.
rediscovered in the early 50s, however, by Jacques Cousteau. Yes, that Jacques Cousteau. You may have heard his name. He's an extraordinarily famous man when it comes
Alright,
to
then
underwater
E2,
research in particular. This dude was a scientist,
then
photographer,
E100,
researcher,
and
filmmaker,
C.
explorer, conservationist.
So we're gonna stay in the E yard for quite a while, which is pretty nice, because the E yard's nice. It's nice and E, E yard. Yeah, we can hold a little bit more mail.
Went down in a pretty interesting way because it was blown
Buzz.
open. Yet a lot of what was inside was left.
Right. Pretty free is a little spicy, so we'll slow down a little.
Of knowledge from that era in terms of finding things, old trucks.
There you go. We're down to like 25, I guess. And I'm all good. Hopefully, sort of. Also, no one's in chat, so, you know. If my phone dies, it dies, I guess. I don't know. I'm just gonna drop the phone over to here. It can go have fun. And also, we're gonna do a change of YouTubers. If my thing can load. Come on. Alright, we're gonna change.
Let's take a step back to 1985, and our person of interest is a man by the name of Paul Hepler.
History.
Paul was out off the coast of New Jersey,
Right, where
and
is
he
it?
was just using a magnometer to map the bottom of the ocean.
Tread. Alright. Playlists. So. Not. Let's do this. Why not?
What's up, guys? This is Heiss, and
It
today
is indeed.
we're ripping off Tom Scott because we thought it would be really fun. And these people are going to refer to
I'm
me
gonna
as
check
Mark,
on
and
Heiss in
you've
the
been around
background,
the channel
'cause
for a
I
while.
can.
My real name is Mark, so I'm your host, Mark Huber. Joining me today, yes, his
Huber,
shirt is just
yes.
a Dimmadome. It's Leighton Moreland.
Got it.
everybody. He's the tallest man in Colorado. Not really. It's Brett Weevil.
Be prepared for idiots.
Yeah, and together we are 3/4 of one idiot, and we're in search of that final piece.
Desperate search.
Desperate search indeed. And joining us today to hopefully fill that hole in our soul is the one and only Eric Roche.
Howdy, howdy.
He's gay.
We're keeping that in. All right.
Oh,
There goes the funding. All
Eric,
right.
what funding? Anyways, so
Hello?
we figured that it'd
Speed?
be fun to rip off Tom Scott. We had a lot of fun playing Jeopardy on the channel previously, but people didn't click on the videos, which was kind of a bummer for the whole
Sure.
YouTube thing. But people had fun with the videos, so I'm hoping that you've clicked on this video
Get
and
a little
mentioned
breaking,
the title, which
I
these
can.
gentlemen do not know yet, because they don't know what the story is. because we're playing Citation Needed, which is a game that Tom Scott and his friends played, where we read through typically a Wikipedia article and make them, the rest of these folks, guess what the article does and whatever. In this case, we're going to be using railroad stories, because we're trained people in a roundhouse, and there's a steam engine. There's a live steam engine over there. Yeah, so, you know, we're gonna have a little... And there's also an air compressor that has to sneeze once in a while, so it's gonna be a whole thing. Anyways, so the rules of the game is I'm gonna be going through and asking prodding questions based on the title of the story here. And if these gentlemen get something right, they're going to get a point, which I'm going to chalk down on the welding table in soapstone because we don't have Tom Scott's budget and I can't make a ding. And the prize for especially bad answers is Mystery Citrus.
Oh yes.
Oh yes.
Oh my.
Because we can't have biscuits because we're not British, and
Goddamn.
there's a long story involving limes and me trying to throw them at Leighton, so, you know, we left the bowl in the middle and we're just gonna toss the limes at people if they say something stupid, so that'll be the fun way to go. Without further ado, gentlemen,
Okay then.
it is March 9th, 1938, on the Rio Grande Southern.
That's double depressing.
It is double depressing.
That's a mood.
Brent might get a point just for that. Paint me a picture. What is the railroad dealing with March of 38?
Sadness. Certainly not freight.
What point for the not freight?
Damn. No, lots and lots of snow.
Point to Leighton. Yes, lots and lots of snow, and the sadness also vaguely counts. So,
Okay.
anyway. I mean, yeah.
It's your yeah. Surely there can't be that many people. Maybe some sheep.
Oh.
Sheep.
It does raise a point.
Are there sheep in the story?
Are there sheep? I don't think there's sheep in the story.
Damn it.
We won't get that far. So,
Confirmed, there's no form of livestock.
Sheep.
Nothing whatsoever.
I don't believe that there's any form of livestock in this. Oh, and sorry, I lied to you. It's not March 9th. I had the wrong slide pulled up. It's March 3rd. I'm sure that changes things drastically. So, this engine right behind us, Grand Southern number 20, is heading south out of Ridgeway. How does it go?
Poorly. Over Dallas Pines.
Points for poorly. How poorly, Brett?
They had sort of a slight sinking feeling.
A sinking feeling like quicksand?
Quicksand!
Perhaps quicksand?
I don't know. They got into wherever they were heading a couple hours late.
The engineer mistook the conductor's highball for an actual alcohol.
That's...
It's more in character with the Southern.
That is more in character, but not true.
There was, shall we say, a distinct geometric inconsistency with intended longitudinal arrangements, aka something went on its side.
No, but I will give you...
Okay. Did they just get stuck?
I will give Leighton a point on stuck on its side, or one on its side because they went in the dirt.
Oh.
They didn't, I mean, they technically kind of a bit sideways.
Oh, yeah, these are freaking refrigerated
Did
cars,
they maintain the
right?
correct relationship with the track, and the track
They're not just
We
a flat
don't
texture.
know quite how far it went,
Okay.
but...
That looked like a
I've
flat
misread
texture
my
from,
story here. I'm at the
like,
wrong
you.
part. Sorry, Brett. Leighton gets points
There's,
erased.
a 3D
Brett gets points. They did just get stuck. They didn't derail this time. So, keep that. She is a good ending. So the extra, leaving from Ridgeway with number 20, stalls in the snow at Lizard Head.
Do they have anything behind them, or is it just light engine?
Just as an extra, and I believe, based on what we'll find out, that there is something behind it. But
Okay.
they get stuck.
That's
at
bad.
They get stuck at Lizard Head at 2:40 in the morning in the snow. So it's March, early March 1938. You're running the Rio Grande Southern, and you're stuck in the snow after midnight. That's triply depressing. That
Heavy,
sucks.
wet, snow, super icy. Sounds awful.
Yeah. So, what does the railroad do to try and help the situation? How do they remedy the fact that they've gotten stuck?
Send hot chocolate. No, it's the Rio Grande Southern. Send schnapps.
No. What would you do if you were stuck in the snow?
Surely you send a plane.
Send another locomotive also to get stuck.
Points to both of you.
Oh, they got the plow stuck.
So, engines number 22 and 42.
Well, they put two engines on it.
Well, it's the 22 and 42. think of what you have. Yeah. They depart Rico with Plowflanger 02. They get to Lizard Head at noon the next day.
Wait, departing Rico, is that going the other way?
That must have been...
They were coming from the south.
Yeah, they must have been coming from the other way.
So they're meeting the train that's...
Yeah.
They're meeting the train, yes.
12 hours later.
Sounds like
10 hours.
So, 10 hours later. It's
Who's
fine.
counting?
They dig out the 20, and then something else arrives at the same time. What else would be on the RGS at this time?
A blizzard.
A galloping goose.
Points to Leighton. Yes, Goose 7, also somewhere around here, arrives at Lizard Head following the Plowflanger from Rico.
Alright, now we
What do
wait
they
at
do
the
when they get
switch.
there?
And we flip the switch.
Nothing, and then weirded everybody out.
You mentioned something about it earlier.
Yeah. We're gonna do another train like this whenever Simulator comes out, but we're gonna be starting a new save, and I think I'm gonna do an actual normal video on it.
Okay, this time. That's not good.
Well, so the Goose decides, hey, there's still a blizzard. We're gonna go back. So the Goose goes bye-bye.
Does the goose back up and also get stuck?
The goose basically said, oh no, no.
Oh, because they can't... No, there's a Y at Lizard Head, or there was. Did they not turn it?
Well, if it was a
Probably not.
blizzard, were they capable of turning on the Y?
That's also... And you know what? I have plowed snow in a goose. It's not...
Point to Leighton, the Goose does also get stuck. But there's more to it than just that. What else gets stuck?
Plow train?
Point to Brett. The plow train.
Come on, Eric.
What else gets stuck, Eric? What else do we have?
24, 22, that's the plow.
Sheep! Sheep! You get exposed, child. What else gets stuck?
20.
Yes, point to Eric. 20 also gets stuck. So everything departs heading back towards Rico from
Of
Lizard
course
Head.
everything got
The
stuck.
Goose.
It's the Rio
Rico
Grande
goes
Savon,
three
what do you
freight cars, but
expect?
The Goose and the Plowflanger only make it a mile
Going this
before
way.
they get stuck.
Down from
Oh,
Lizard
of
Head.
course
So
they
they're
do.
still at roughly 12,000 feet of
No,
elevation.
yeah, just like 10.
Still.
And this is March 4th. How long do you think they were stuck?
Considering you just said the date, that's not good.
I'm gonna go with...
So, Price is Right.
Like what?
Okay, 4 days.
You said 4 days. No, you didn't say any 3. Nah.
Yeah.
That's a very narrow window.
3.25 days.
By Price's Right rules, Leighton does win with 4 days. Although I don't have hours to determine if it was 3.5 or 4.
Okay.
So pity point to Eric.
That's fair. I'll take it.
Okay. So, most of the Rio Grande Southern's equipment is now stuck in the snowdrift. So what do they do to fix it this time? Because they've already sent the plow extra.
Oh, do they have another plow?
They have another goose.
They borrow one from the Grand.
Yes, but no. I'll give you the point. They don't borrow one from the Grand, they borrow a K-27 from the Grand.
Ah.
This is now on March 7th. They get the 458, a K-27, from Durango, and they head to Rico to get the rotary plow that was stuck. Sorry, it wasn't a plow flanger. Or no, hang on, they're both 02. So they're going to go grab a rotary. They did have another plow. Sorry.
So they
Point.
have a rotary in Rico, but no locomotive with which to
push it.
Well, it's because they sent the 22 and the 42
Because they sent both
with,
engines.
with the plow.
With
to
the
go
wedge
get
plow.
the 22. So now they've borrowed the 458 from, yeah.
And
I'm gonna try for not lying to you. Is this the thing that like got to derail the wedge plow to derailed and forlorn and forever abandoned on top of the
Oh, I
mountain
don't
somewhere?
know.
No,
about
that was
that.
later. That was like in 1950.
Oh, I
Because
forgot
they were
where
like, we're abandoning the railroad, leave
Yeah.
it there, I don't care.
I forgot we're that early.
And now a strange Swiss man in Chom was building it.
Really?
Come on, couple.
Heard that. Last I heard it was in the North Atlantic.
So,
Sheesh.
458 is
Oh
borrowed
yeah,
to
you
go
notice
get.
how fast the
rotary
freaking
from
air is
Rico.
recovering right now?
How does it
Because,
go?
You know,
Poorly.
reasons, of course it is.
Somebody's gotta be faster.
They
than
go
these.
all
Yeah,
the
basically
way
this entire
around
thing is
the
gonna be
RVH
completely
circle.
No.
Through Durango.
Here, how about this? How did it go?
Well,
No. You technically deserve a point for poorly. How poorly, though? Anyone?
it also gets stuck on another part of the pass.
No. What's worse than getting stuck?
Exploding.
That is worse.
Fire dies in
Derailing.
Hemorrhoids.
Derailing point to later.
Hemorrhoids.
They're worse.
Derailing with hemorrhoids.
Snake farm.
So, right as they get north of Mankus, the tender derails and rolls over.
Oh. So now, so now we don't have water.
Now we don't have water. It's fine. So I guess exploding could have been an option.
Yeah, but now we have to. We're in the middle.
Look how long this train is already.
Presumably.
So now you have to dump the only fire, the only source of heat that you have out of the locomotive to keep it from going boom. Yes.
Well, knowing the RGS crews, they probably kept a little something in the corner.
Just a little
something in there.
We're just gonna not tell you.
We're gonna dump most
a little
of the
campfire.
So, we've now wrecked the 458, or at least it's tender.
Shit, the Grand's gonna be pissed.
Shit, the Grand's gonna be pissed for one thing. Dad, we broke his choo-choo. So how do we fix this part of the problem now? It's rolled over. It's not like we can just get the butterfly.
Send another choo-choo.
How much equipment?
Point error! Send another choo-choo.
This is the old lady who swallowed the fly.
I built a fourth castle. That one stood.
So, he asked to borrow yet another engine from the Grand, who says, RGS, really? What engine do they send in 1938?
What's the most pathetic thing that they have in Durango in 1938?
He's on the right track. I will give you a point if no one else Oh, Eric.
I was gonna say
Don't
it's...
say my girl.
Wasn't your girl.
Is it...
What's sadder than your girl?
223.
What's sadder than 223?
271.
Yes, point to
Oh.
The last, there was what, at that time there were 4 C-16s left.
Okay.
They scrapped the 271 and the other 3 still exist.
Well, the 271 though kept going for another 10 years, then it got sold to the lumber company.
Well,
it was.
But they said, you know what, you can have that one because you've wrecked our K-27.
This choo-choo.
they probably don't have anything in Durango small enough to fit over, because they can't send a big K.
No, that's true.
No, but they were
So
using.
that might be all they
However,
have.
at that time, like 63 and 64 were based out of Durango to do the Silverton run.
280.
Tiny
little
the
280.
Bradshaw years, a 28 was the biggest thing you could take to Silverton.
Yeah.
So they used 27s and 63 had that like huge
But the C-19s were leased to the CNS at the time, so if the
K-27s
K-27s were
other C-19s as well.
Well, no, it's the end of the Depression. We've already scrapped a lot of our old and broken.
Oh, jeez, the train's already on the hill.
wrecked by the CNS and got
Wait a
mad.
minute.
You see, this is what happens here, is when you have a lot of little engines.
Is
that
it
all break
seriously
at roughly
already
the
on
same
the
time.
hill?
And you-
Oh my
Yeah.
good
Okay, so
gracious!
271 goes out.
It's
With the
already
vector,
on the hill.
Arrives, re-rails the
How the
tender,
frick-
the
what-
458 gets to continue on its way. What happens to the
Probably don't even need
271?
to give it throttle
Heading
and just
back to
roll
Durango with the
backwards.
wrecker?
Yes.
T-rails.
Doesn't derail.
That would
Be
be.
more specific than that.
Get stuck in the snow.
Leighton Morelands, that's a point. The 271 gets stuck near SEMA Summit, and they had to shovel it out by hand. So 4 hours later, they shovel it out.
F and chat.
F and chat, they get it out.
This is, I can picture them rigging some kind of horrible bucket to the wrecker just to have something that is gonna show. We're gonna crane up the snow.
So still March 7th. They still have 458 has still not made it to the poor, sad train that has been stuck in the snow for 4 days now.
They're probably out of hard liquor.
They're probably out of hard liquor, and they're probably horribly hungover.
Oh God.
Oh God!
They're probably-
Someone save them.
They're probably out of coal, and I guess they would have water, but they're.
So,
Yeah.
what do you do at this point? How else do you
Goods
try and
factory.
free the train, having not seen 458 come?
Something
Throw the
useful.
metaphorical keys at the ground, snowshoe out, and say it'll come back in May.
The right mattress makes everything clear.
Oh, the book club that wants me to.
No, not this time.
Use your coal shovel to dig yourself out.
Too stuck for that. There's still one
Where
more
are
engine
gold-
we have not talked about.
Are the goats
41?
No. They have another engine?
They do.
Where is this other
Well,
engine?
remember.
Where is it? That is the point of the game. I ask the questions.
Well, I suppose that's true.
25.
No.
One working engine.
Yeah, working engine.
That does
parts.
not narrow
Is
it
it
down.
in Ridgeway? With the roundhouse
The Ridgeway.
and everything else?
Go.
Points.
Okay.
What engine is it? RGS-isms.
Oh God.
Depression.
41.
Depression because weird looking.
That does. Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
Weirdest looking.
455.
Point.
Well, it wasn't weird looking.
I was gonna say this is pre-rec.
When did it wreck?
It was pre-rec. That was like mid-40s.
Oh, okay. So not weird looking, no points.
Okay.
But yes,
I still got it.
You still got it. You did. It was 455. So at Ridgeway, the superintendent of the railroad, Forrest White,
Open with the frick.
only engine that the railroad has left that runs.
The superintendent.
The superintendent himself.
God damn it, you want something done right, you gotta do it
gotta do it
yourself.
yourself. He gets a cigar out, chomps on it. It's like, all right, we're gonna go and stick my whole goddamn railroad.
Does he have a fireman, or is he just such a badass?
It doesn't say. Presumably he would have taken a fireman.
Hope he has a fire.
Well, we don't know. Every other employee of the railroad is stuck at the top of the mountain.
Sorry, the next sentence is that he took every available man with him to help dig out the train standing near the
Every man, woman, and baby in this goddamn town's coming with me.
I'm taking the town of Ridgeway with me.
All 5 of you, get aboard.
I want pictures of stranded trains. I've been limed.
You've been limed.
Mr. Citrus.
We need a soundbite for that
We do
because
need
it
a
just
soundbite,
feels
yeah.
sad.
It does. I'll cut something up.
Put a blink in there.
Not the line.
Not the lime.
The lines aren't even cut up.
So, how does the rescue train go?
They also get stuck in snow.
Yes! Point to Eric! He's getting quick on it now. So they get stuck at Matterhorn. Oh, sorry, there is one.
It's not
more-
even tonnage
one
for
more engine to
2.
talk about here.
You know what? Honestly, I probably don't need
just
the
pull against
distributed.
it.
I don't need
More
it.
steam engines.
Frick it.
Which one we
I don't
mentioned
need
earlier?
distributed.
It's at Rico.
Get out of here.
It meets the
I need
458.
you.
Which one is it?
42? 41. 42.
41.
Unless these
42 's
next
the stuff
cars
that's
are
off
just
the rail.
way
42
too
is
heavy, I
backwards
think
with
4
stuff.
D6s is actually
So the
enough.
458.
I'm not even
the
joking. I
458,
think
yeah,
it's
so
enough.
The 458, the 41, leave
Yeah, it's
Rico
not
with
too
the rotary plow. This is now
heavy.
the 9th.
So 6 days
So
after we
6
started.
days after we started.
And these are
Not
the
too
last
heavy.
2 locomotives.
Yeah, it's not even that
Last
heavy.
two.
Dang.
And they don't even own one of them.
Alright.
Yeah.
Getting down to the last two and then more appear.
Yeah, more.
This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them.
Now they're all done. So they reach the stranded extra train.
The one at...
Which
one?
The big one. The one with all of the things.
The one that's a mile from Lizard Head.
The one that's a mile from Lizard Head. They reach there at 6:15 p.m. And finally, with everything, 5 engines, a rotary snowplow, the goose, the flanger plow, all of this BS, and a couple freight cars head towards Rico.
Do they not know that the superintendent in the whole town of Ridgeway is also stuck?
Apparently not.
Oh.
So how does the return to Rico go?
Snowshoe.
Poorly.
They
Be
chose,
more specific.
they chose poorly.
They get stuck.
No.
They derail.
Yes.
How much of it derails?
The 458 and the 41 derail near the coke ovens.
Do they still have the... Where is the wrecker? Because 271 took it away and then also got stuck. Where is the wrecker?
271 and the wrecker presumably went back to Derail. No,
Alright,
they
so
got-
steel mill
escaped
is
this
Yeah,
last.
assuming that it's escaped, they don't tell us anything. Oh no, it was freed after shoveling. So they
So
freed
it's
the,
gone.
The 271 has gone back to Durango. It has made it to the Denver and Rio Grande Western and is like, please.
Can you imagine being in the yard office in Durango and you step down from your locomotive, you've just shoveled it out and everything, you're cold, you're wet. The telegrapher comes running out frantically, quick, you gotta go back, they're all stuck again.
Insert one funny meme.
No. Near sunrise the next day, now March 10th.
Near sunrise,
Sunrise.
the time, or is that a location?
The time, not the
Okay.
location. They re-rail the 458 and the 41, and they start out once
Yeah,
again.
so every single
They finally make
D6
it to
is
Rico at 2:10 p.m.,
1.4.
and some of the guys that were on the
thousand.
train had been on duty for an entire week. Never been home. Never
Oh,
whatever.
dude.
They were on the train.
You've never
for
been in a...
7 days.
The wife's
been in a
gone, she'll be
building.
married, kids grown.
Yeah, seriously.
1400.
The wife's gone through the milkman, everybody else is like,
Seriously, the whole time of Rico, you know, there's all that.
all 5 of them.
But at this point, the railroad was still not open because our 450. Do it. Do it.
What did
Yes.
he say?
Kinky.
Oh, that's not worth a lime. I just saw you with a lime and I got excited. Someone has to hit him with one. So the railroad's still not
G7.
open.
We're gonna be in the
because
G yard a
458
lot.
is stuck. right?
Yard
Or no,
end.
455
I was
is
gonna say,
stuck.
they're
Sorry.
on the north
Yard.
end
They're
still.
on the north end still.
Okay.
Picking up
And
from
so
the
the
sea.
458 and the rotary
Okay.
depart Rico to go to Lizard Head. How does that go? Poorly.
Poorly.
They only sent one engine out.
It was a bit of a mistake.
You know, I keep saying poorly in the hope that one of these times you're gonna go, no, it actually went well for you.
No, it's the RGS.
Come on, bro.
I just need more specificity on poorly at this point. 'cause
Well,
it's
our
too easy
options
at
for
points.
poorly are
Seven.
stuck and fell over, derailed.
He said derailed first, so yes. So, I can actually
Poor
not
bastards.
just once. They derailed the 458's tender twice, presumably because they rolled it over and then didn't send it to the shop.
You see,
You know that
is
if you
the
make a
price?
sale
Hey,
of
dum dum.
Why does the drawbar look like constant?
They're coming around the corner trying to keep the tender on the track. Meanwhile, the cistern is italicized.
Come on.
All caps italicized.
So-
It's really bad.
Once they bin it and they get it back on the rails, what do they decide to do?
Give up. Home.
Correct.
Wait, what? We're just gonna leave the superintendent and the whole town of Ridgeway to die?
Yep. They give up on Lizard Head and attempt to
Yep.
return to Rico. What happens on their return to Rico?
They get stuck.
No.
They explode.
It goes fine?
No.
Sheep.
No. What are the options that we haven't explored?
La Roche-Posay Amphelio sunscreen visibly
Poorly.
reduces the appearance of sun damage. Fluid lightweight sunscreen with Cell Shield.
How did I
Protection from
stop?
antioxidants. La Roche-Posay Amphelio sunscreen.
That was
Recommended
not a
by
lot of
9,000
momentum. Come on,
dermatologists
bro.
worldwide.
Go! Also, I'm not talking much because I'm trying to listen to you. Can we go back to
No.
No, it went poorly.
Well, we've exhausted, derailed, stuck, divorced, beheaded, died. No.
No. So they end up stopping short of a slide that covers the right of
They've got a
way.
rock slide now.
Rock slide. It doesn't say if it's a rock or snow, presumably both. And it apparently had run a couple times while they were away.
Oh.
And
And
so
they've
they-
got the rotary too.
And so they said and walked into town.
How far are they from town?
A couple miles. Just
Uphill,
we're gonna walk back
both
to
ways,
Rico.
in the snow.
We're done with
That is
this.
a powerful level of.
I feel like no birds were set on that walk back. They just said, just
Yeah.
walk it. They just.
Yeah, you're the fireman. Normally you're like, full glass of water, dead fire. If it blows up, it blows up. I don't care.
I don't care.
So-
Fire me. Do it.
The-
I dare you.
The precise date is not recorded, but it was sometime a couple days later in the teens, so it's been at least another couple
March
days.
14th.
Presumably. The Ides of March. Beware the Ides of March for the snow on the Grand Southern. Yeah. They send the 20 and the 42 out with the plow flanger.
Hopefully
Alright.
with different crews.
How does that go?
Poorly.
Well,
Good point, Brett.
Yes!
Our little girl was sent with them, so of course it had to have gone well. Even though she was the one that started this whole mess.
E4, E3.
They finally make it.
we don't realize she's over here going, and I can still feel the icicles.
We've just given our steam engine PTSD. She's gonna be mad next time we fire her up. Oops. Sorry, sweetie.
Next, we gotta talk about her getting stuck in the snow.
That would make a good one. That wasn't quite as ridiculous a story as this one, though.
Wasn't far, but. Although, in fairness, I don't think most circuses are as ridiculous as this.
Yeah, it's a bit much. It's a bad day on the railroad.
It's almost
So-
like flying United Airlines.
They
Ooh.
They finally make it. They open the line over They open the line over Lizard Head. They rescue the superintendent and 455 who are still stuck, presumably
Rose.
with all of the town of Ridgeway.
First man to make me a coffee gets a raise.
It's not gonna be money, but we don't have any.
Take what you want. We have a couple sheep.
And they finally make it back to Ridgeway, and that is the tale of the great snow of 1938 from the Grand Southern. The snow and Christ on
What
a
is
bike.
she?
I love that story because it just perfectly illustrates two things. One, railroading in the snow sucks.
Yes, it does.
Two, the Rear Grand Southern has no money, no nothing, no business railroading.
They have a lot of
at
engines.
all. They have a lot of engines to all get stuck at the same part of the railroad at the same time.
At least they're consistent.
Consistency is key.
So it's like, the sad railroad in the Depression, getting everything stuck in the snow. It's just a perfect example of god awful and god awful at once.
I can feel this now. Just like, imagine if they had cell phones being like, hey, honey, I'm not gonna be home for a while. How long's a while?
Christmas?
Yeah?
Summer?
Eventually.
When flowers bloom, I shall return.
When you stop screwing the milkman.
And you know went home again.
On that bombshell. So I believe at the end of the standings, the soapstone reads that Brett has won.
Poorly.
Poorly. Yes.
Poorly.
I haven't thought of anything witty to say about you winning, so have a fun.
And that's the end of the episode.
Yeah, that's it. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, well, now we make more pickups. Yay! Alright, so these are going to be free. That's going to be free. This one's going to A. So I'm going to do, instead of going to the E yard first, I'm going to do the shunting job and see what those cars are going to end up. It's either going to be B3 or A6, and it won't really matter which one, since it's only going to be in mine. You can
What's up, guys? This is Heiss, and once again we're doing a little bit of a Tom Scott
Alright.
ripoff, only slightly. This time, though, we will be playing Two of These People Are Lying, because they will be. That's what he says, right? Something like that?
6.
Anyways.
That's legally distinctive.
Legally distinct. Hopefully. I didn't say it in a rather nice British accent.
For legal
Tom, if you're
purposes,
watching
this is
this,
a joke.
For the, yeah.
Tom, if you're watching this, A, lie. B, sorry.
And C, hey, do you want to come over and film some train stuff with us? Yeah. Or send Gary. Gary likes trains. Yeah.
Or can we go to the UK?
Or can we come film trains with Gary over there? Anyways, joining me today, he builds ridiculous Lego trains. It's Brett Weebold. He likes to off-road in locomotives, Leighton Moreland. And together, the three of us make 3/4 of one idiot, and we're three-quarters of one idiot, and we're in search of our fourth, and we are again joined by Eric Roche. He was fabulous last time.
That was fantastic.
That was good.
I want another one. Can we? Ooh.
Oh, okay, all right. Oh,
Hey, when we do our cocktail episode.
Roche. He was fabulous last time.
That was fantastic.
That was good.
I want another one. Can we? Ooh.
Oh, okay, all right. Oh,
Hey, when we do our cocktail episode, can we call this 3/4 in search of a fifth?
Yes, we can do that. Anyways, the special thing for I don't know. There's no answers, and well, I guess there's answers for me. Whatever. The thing that happens when people be stupid on this show is Mystery Citrus.
Yeah, we need a soundbite for that.
Yeah, we do. Anyways, so the way this game works is that two of these people will be lying. These three gents, they've each written down one railroad thing that they think that I don't know about, which to some of you probably sounds outstanding and like, what, Heist doesn't know about things? I know. It turns out I don't know a lot about a lot of railroad things, particularly about railroad history and particularly about things from across the pond, and these two gents particularly are very fond of British locomotives.
We truly have.
British.
Well, he is.
You're right. We truly have no lives.
It's very true. So, they've written down a topic, and I'm going to read the topic when I pick one, and then all three of them are going to have to convince me
At least I'll have to release.
that whatever is on the card is what they know about. So 2 of them will be lying, and 1 of them will be telling the truth. The goal for these folks is to convince me that they're correct, whether they're lying or not, and the goal for me is to find who isn't lying. So, yeah, I guess we'll do a thing. And I actually genuinely don't know what the handwriting looks like, because we're all engineering idiots. It's all probably crappy block.
It's all horrid.
It's all horrid block lettering, all caps.
Italicized thunders.
Yeah.
Yes. Throwbacks. RGS.
Tail penmanship
Never
in
again.
3rd grade.
Let's see. The Ridgeway Goat.
Yes.
The Ridgeway Goat.
Ridgeway Goat.
I'm presuming that that's probably RGS, Ridgeway, and goats. So, Eric, what's the Ridgeway Goat?
So the Ridgeway Goat was a goat that was kept around the town of Ridgeway, but was very fond among the Ridgeway Railroaders.
Okay. Brett, Ridgeway Goat?
The pet of Arthur Ridgeway.
Ridgeway. I don't have a note with I'm not as cool as Tom, so I'm gonna try and waitress it and remember it all. I'm not that. Oh, okay. Well, now
We
look,
have
I'm
paper.
officially-
We have paper and pen.
And
We have
I still
technology.
I still don't want to use it.
Okay.
Wow.
Leighton, the Ridgeway goat.
It was a specially trained goat used to get sheep into stock cars. It was paid in chewing tobacco.
Okay.
It was on staff on the RGS.
As we learned in the last episode, the RGS is made up of nothing other than bullshit and malarkey.
This
so
I know is true.
So that's certainly a possibility.
Well, do we need sheep on our lap to be petting during this episode for the goats?
Yeah, let's take 5. Go get a sheep. Show us the sheep. Show the viewers what a sheep is.
This is actually some learning time, children.
We try to provide education amidst the nonsense.
Yes, this is actually some knowledgeable bullshit. This is what we call a sheep. You can tell that by the way that it is.
It does look like a sheep, and I'm pretty sure the only reason we really call it a sheep is because of Fred. Love you, Fred.
No, I've heard other people call it.
Other
like
people have come. I guess
yeah,
they do
it
look
looks
like a sheep.
like a
It does look like a sheep. Doesn't have legs. What is it, Leighton? Explain to the viewers.
So this, as I'm sure you'll do it, I'm sure you'll do Journal Bearings 101 at some point.
Alright,
because
that's
clearly
that
what the
couple
viewers
of-
are wanting. This is a journal bearing pad, so there's actually a bunch of foam in here.
844!
I hold this and I just want to restore it and run it on the main line.
We are
Restore the
idiots.
Anyway, so inside your journal box, you have the axle for, this is for plane bearings.
D6.
And which
After
you'll
we pick
understand
up
some of
the
these
G,
foams may call them friction
so
bearings.
we're going to
Insert something footage there. You call
D6.
them friction bearings. You're wrong, and put on a Timken. What?
I was doing that at the camera.
Okay. Not doing it to me.
No, you're correct. They are pawns of Timkin. They're
Pawns of the tape
plebeians susceptible to Timkin
propaganda.
Propaganda. Thank you. Propaganda. That's the word.
Yeah. So when you have a plane bearing journal, this
Oh,
or
geez.
so back in the day it would be oily rags or waste, which is just released.
What?
What a waste.
Yeah, we're not doing distributed power because I don't think I actually need
You
it.
hit the thing of lines. You didn't hit Brad.
Lined the
Come
lines.
on.
You could go to Grainger.com to find
Yes.
what you need to get the job done. Grainger, supplies and solutions for every industry.
Heavy duty pulling power.
Shut.
You got one from everyone on that one.
He deserved that.
The thing of lines. You didn't hit Brad.
Lined the lines.
What a waste.
More waste, which is just released onto the frame.
What a waste.
Rags. More waste, which is just released onto the frame.
What a waste.
You hit the thing of lines. You didn't hit Brad.
Lined the lines.
You got one from everyone on that one.
He deserved that.
And you've got a bit of lime right there.
Do I?
You got a bit of flesh
in my whiskers.
In your whiskers.
All right, getting back to the original point, this is actually soaked with oil, and this just rides up against the bottom of the axle, and the axle picks up oil, and that's how lubrication is maintained.
It is a greasy sheep.
It is a greasy sheep. You gotta oil your sheep before you stick it in.
Squeeze it.
Well, actually, yeah, you do. I mean, you do. No!
You're squeezing it too much. It's in pain now. Stop.
It's Wyoming.
You're squeezing it too much. It's in pain now. Stop.
It's Wyoming. Well, actually, yeah, you do. I mean, you do. No!
You're squeezing it too much. It's in pain now. Stop.
It's Wyoming Simulator 2022.
Anyway.
Keep it up and you'll get the grease machete. Anyway. So, hopefully that was enough time for you to stall, children.
Yes.
Eric, tell me more. It was the goat that was the friend of the people of Ridgeway.
Of Ridgeway, yes, but it was never actually named, thus getting its name, the Ridgeway Goat, which is why it was just so called the Ridgeway Goat.
What a missed opportunity.
Alright, so number 3 we don't use at all.
It was just known as the
So
Ridgeway
we're
Goat.
only doing 4, 5, and
Nobody just went, hey kid.
4 and 5. Alright, well, we're going to D6 and
I'm
D4
crumpling
and
up the
we're doing
car
that little shunting job. I might just clear of a way
No. Okay.
and get like a
Goat
little
that just showed up
steam
one
choo-choo
day.
or something and do
Okay.
that.
And could became friends with did it do anything to become friends with people of the town?
But I know the last deliveries are probably going to be in the ER. And then we'll depart. We can finally
Did they
leave.
have homework in which way? Did they have educational institutions? Presumably.
Our distinguished school marm.
Here's how you drink liquor and then lay the railroad, son. Like,
Then operate after.
yes,
Precisely.
Poorly.
Okay. Brett.
Yes.
Arthur Ridgway's goat?
Yes. Arthur Ridgway. Former superintendent of the Denver and Rio Grande. It wasn't the Western at that point. He's the one that came up with the Ridgway Sparky thing because he was on the CNS for a time. He's the one that is credited with drag Flanders, is he not?
Really?
I believe so.
I think so.
I believe he's the one that created drag Flanders, which
Weird
is
flex,
special.
but okay.
Yeah. Anyway, he's the guy. A goat that he rescued from a snowstorm, brought it into his business car when the train was stuck in a storm one night. And the crew called it... The crew felt weird calling it Arthur Goat after him because using his first name was obviously improper. So
Okay.
instead, his name became Ridgway
Ridgway
Goat. And he was promptly returned to his owners when the snow was no longer a thing.
Very interesting. That's a
Our diesels are all the way over here.
yeah, like yes. You are
And
playing the
we
game.
are currently
Congratulations.
over here.
The goat that the railroad employed?
So, employed might be a bit of a stretch to that term. He wasn't
These employment rules, more like guidelines.
Well, he didn't have 1099. I mean, Social Security wasn't a big deal then. I don't even know if you file cheapskate.
Child labor.
Can't employ kids. Okay then.
Whoa.
Well, the fruit's right there.
They did not mean to dump
Hey,
it.
man. Hey, you said that
Killed
out, man.
Mark. Damn it.
We're
Out goes the beer.
Okay,
You
so
broke the
throw
sheep.
Ridgway
Good
goat.
job.
Sheep are stupid.
Okay.
Like, sheep are really, really stupid. Shaun the sheep has lied to you.
One could say they need shepherding.
It could be said.
Wake
that
up,
they-
sheep. Also that.
Okay, Alex Jones.
Start of the frogs game.
The friggin' frogs!
And the switches!
The boiler treatment turns the frogs gay!
Do you know what happens when the switches get gay? You can't go straight. You can only diverge.
So what's the three-way switch in this concept?
Whoa! Hang on
I don't know.
I think we stumbled across the real answer of what they did for fun in Ridgway.
Oh my. Okay, so getting back to the goat, sheep are stupid. And apparently, I don't know if it was like these sheep specifically or sheep in general. My family comes partially from Wyoming, where we shoot sheep ranchers, because cattle, sheep, you don't know that?
kind of cruel.
Well, no, the sheep, they eat the grass different than the cows. The cows, they just chomp the top of it off, but the sheep, they will actually like pull the grass up by its roots so it won't go bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
The things you learn. Leighton Moreland.
Yeah. Don't order a lamb chop in Cheyenne.
Alright, now you can shut up.
Anywho, so getting back to the original point of the conversation here, concerning the goat of the Ridgway, did I break Mark again?
When did Sarah Palin get here?
Oh, you betcha. We go helicopter hunting for geese outside of, for goats outside of Ridgway. Well, we go helicopter hunting for geese outside of Ridgway too.
What is? It's Sarah Palin. Oh God!
She's got a gun. Okay, so sheep are stupid.
Yeah.
Very, very stupid, and they had a hard time getting the sheep
Alright,
into
so
the
now we
cars.
need to pick up from
And
E4.
the way that sheepdogs
No,
work, they don't lead them, they chase them, and they
Well, we're
couldn't
done
get-
with the false little thing. Then we're gonna have to do a
Sheep don't
shunting
follow the leader,
job.
The dogs don't follow the leader.
But
So
they'll have
they
to
found
only
a
do
goat
a shunting job.
that
It's
was,
gonna be really
smart.
easy.
Somehow, like smart enough to figure out how to come back out of the fucking slaughter car.
Smart enough to not be eating the labels off of tickets.
I mean, hey man. So, anywho, so they had a goat that was like technically owned by the company, but I think it was just somebody's like pet the rest of the year. That they paid in chewing tobacco, and it would lead sheep
Oh,
in the car. 'cause they couldn't follow the
jeez.
leader, then it
Look at
was
those
smart enough to
couple-os.
and that was how they would load sheep in Ridgeway.
Oh, so this is
And I kid
80
you not,
cars.
Ridgeway Railroad Museum, there are receipts
Dang.
marked chewing tobacco from goats.
It's like a kilometer mile
Wait, so
long
anything-
train already.
I don't
It's
know if
already
it
a
had a name. I thought
kilometer.
it was just, you know, okay. If you're the guy like being like, okay, we gotta go load sheep today. Are you gonna go? We gotta get Roy. No, you're gonna go. We gotta get that sheep.
Go.
Go.
Yeah.
Right.
Sheep.
Well,
That's for Saturday night.
The 5 people that live in Ridgeway aren't that smart, right? So they couldn't think of a name, so they just kept
Bring in the goat.
So yeah,
we have 2 nameless goats and 1 named goat to choose from. Leighton's got this very interesting story where either he knows a lot about goats.
Clearly he knows a thing or two about sheep.
And sheep.
Which we'll put a pin in that.
Do you want to hear a story about me and sheep?
I want to hear it, John.
So either Leighton knows a lot of things about sheep and goat, and he's just trying to interject some spice in there, or something else is going on, or it's correct. Eric, I think I'm gonna rule you out first because it feels there's not enough details. It's just
There
the
you go.
goat
There's
showed
the
up.
couple of slack.
It was well played, but the stories here are more in depth. So maybe it's that simple, and I'm just pandering to idiots, which, as we know,
I mean that's our job description here.
yes, we know that.
1/4 of 1 idiot, thank you.
But I'm coming to Brett, and I picked up on the one thing you said, where you said it was Arthur Ridgway, and he was the one that invented the Ridgeway from the CNS. And I don't know if it was, maybe that was his first name and Harry was the second, but I know the man who made the Ridgeway as Harry Ridgway, not Arthur Ridgway, so I'm going to choose to believe me and not you. So I think it's Leighton.
It is in fact a true story. There was a fuck.
They paid a goat?
In chewing tobacco, yes.
If you watched the last episode where we talked about all of the Rio Grande Southernisms,
it's par for the course.
I feel like there's a link to it somewhere else.
We'll put a link,
Here.
or yeah, we'll put the link
There,
thing,
or there, or there.
yeah, or here, yeah.
Take a shot.
Here we find a most curious creature, moving on 2 paws, able to...
Okay, so Leighton's got to get another thing, and I can't.
Oh
see
yeah,
what
look,
it is.
whenever
I
you
didn't see what the
pause,
other
it
two
goes
are.
back down to
So
0.
Ridgeway, go point to me. Hang on, point to me and come to Leighton.
yes.
And I'm gonna come over here.
And we will be back in a moment. Give me a thing. Give this
Very
thing.
easy.
Looking.
Shouldn't we like retrieve the limes?
Oh yeah, there are limes.
Yeah.
God, there are a lot of
Also,
limes right
shouldn't
here.
we move Peaches back inside?
At some point, we can do that when we're done with the second one of these. It's still filling with water, so you know.
Yeah. The limes are becoming more of a punishment as we go because they're progressively getting covered in more floor shit.
Why do you think I switched to Coors?
We're ready for you, Mark.
Somebody go wash off your lime.
Ooh. Just sounds nasty. Snake farm. Oh, the GoPro just powered off.
Your GoPro just died.
Yeah, this one just is powering off.
Why did it do that? The camera's too hot.
How is the camera too?
How are you too hot?
Okay, go put it in the fridge for 20 minutes.
It's like, I don't want to charge.
Let's throw the cameras in the fridge and we'll put Peaches inside.
Getting toasty, okay. Apparently, the DigiPower big case is nice for extra battery, but if it's hot, insulator. Yeah, fishbowl cam. Fishbowl! Coming soon to a railroad near you. Cameras and fishbowls. And look, now there are 2 trains.
Let's talk about the elephant in the room.
It now says Denver! We've cut. It now says Denver! We've cut. We finished. I figured out.
No,
the
no,
code.
no, no,
I've
no.
got a point.
Whoa, whoa,
Leighton's
whoa,
got a
whoa.
point.
Okay,
There's now another
that was
steam
spicy.
engine inside because.
You can stop
yeah,
it now,
get it ready.
please. Did that harm the cars? Oh, it
Three-quarters
did.
of an idiot. He does kind of fit in. I mean, it does work. Anyways, so 1 point to me, 1 point Leighton, and we've got to pick another thing. So I'm gonna just do a little shuffle-yaroo here. And watch out! Hot shot! Hot shot!
Hot shot? Hot shot.
Hot shot.
The hot shot.
I picked on Eric the first time DeKalb Town ladies over there.
DeKalb Town ladies.
What is Hot Shot?
What is Hot Shot?
He's stalling, ladies and gents.
What can one say about
What
Hot
can
Shot?
one say about it? There's so much you could say about Hot Shot. How can you narrow it down?
That thing you just said. I know so much about it.
Just
Please roll
No. So, Hot Shot was the name given to this one outfit of the U.S. Army Transportation Corps during the Second World War. What?
We have to go to a second shot there just so you can see us simultaneously turn to exchange.
No. It's the thing. You've heard of the Red Ball Express?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Berlin Express, all that.
Yeah. Well, that was the rail equivalent after they finished how the Germans redecorated things. In the French railway network, they had something called the Hot Shot Express. It was a express or war supplies train that ran from Cherbourg to where the front lines were.
Alright, I'm gonna do the shunting job with the spawned-in steamer. This steamer is gonna do the whole shunting job, because...
Railroad slang for a fire service train.
Yeah, that sounds very reasonable.
That is what it is.
Eric.
Hotshot is a 19th century railroad slang term for a train that has high priority over everything else, thus making it a hotshot train.
This is a real hot shot, this guy.
This
oh, wait, no, he's a real hot shot, this guy.
Well, you see,
yeah.
This whole time, I read this card, and I'm gonna be like, alright, that's whoever talks about the diesel at the Derail in Silverton. I got this. And then none of you did. And now I'm bamboozled.
Heckin' boozled.
Heckin' boozled.
I would just like to give the three of us a round of applause.
Round of applause. Well done. Well done. Blake needed a little time, but he pulled something together. Okay, so we have U.S. Army Corps of Engineers run train that's very high priority thing. We have very similar train that has priority over any other priority, and then fire engine train.
Yes.
Expand upon the U.S. Army. Tell us more details.
Alright, that was like not even
No,
close.
not just. Don't tell me about Colonel Frank. Tell me about the damn train.
A lot of people. They march. They shoot.
They shoot. They sit.
They have guns.
They train.
They have huge boats.
Very big guns.
Gunboats.
That's the Navy. They have the boats.
Oh.
Although, fun fact, the U.S. Army has more boats than the U.S. Navy.
This is true.
Yep. Rubber dinghies add up a lot quicker than warships.
That was my nickname in high school.
Rubber dinghy.
Rubber dinghy.
Are you serious?
I thought you were gonna say warship. I went for rubber dinghy as a joke. What was your nickname in high school? Warship. What about yours? Rubber dinghy.
D
Whoa,
is
whoa,
for
whoa.
Disney.
Hey,
Explain about the
you
hot
calm
shot
down.
Army passenger
Quit moving.
trains.
No, it wasn't Army passenger trains. It was Army material.
Supplies trains.
Yeah, supplies trains. So,
Okay,
yeah,
you can go calm down.
Top or wherever.
Good
yeah,
gracious.
no, obviously logistics
Kids
is a
these
huge
days,
concern
right?
during wartime, and just because of the sheer amount of redecorating that had been done by the U.S. Army Air Corps, the British Royal Air Force, and the Luftwaffe.
No, I think I can.
most of
Still
France
kind of
looked
dump
like
it into E7.
Swiss cheese / popcorn. Yeah.
You couldn't have even come up with a more like French, stinky cheese. It does.
Well, the thing is, you look at the sticky cheese, you look at the baked brie, you put it hard and smooth. You put a little bit of jam in the middle, you get the nice crispy bread. You get it out. It's so nice.
Now I'm hungry.
A nice Bordeaux wine, some grapes.
Doink.
Now go ask the country for a second time.
What are we talking about?
Doink. Doink.
Yeah, no, just called the Hot Shot Express because
Can you
it
stop,
had priority
sir?
over everything, and of course,
Ma'am.
the Second World War they had to come up with dumb names
Stop.
for everything, or badass names,
Okay.
Or both.
or dumbly badass names. Insert
Firefighting
John.
trains.
Yes. It
Whoa.
was just the name for if you got stuck on hot shot duty. Typically, your day would look like sitting around with a locomotive at some base of the mountain roundhouse intermediate station somewhere, waiting for the call of, "Oh, the mountainside is on fire. Come quickly." And that's just what it was. If you get called out on it, you're on the hot shot.
Okay. And train that has priority over any other train?
Yeah. We don't hear it anymore because it was only 19th century railroad slang term. It would be there goes the hot shot of the train on high railroad.
Also, sucks.
So, I want to rule Eric out again, not because I'm picking on you, but because
Deck down, bust out, zone
All out.
check out, and get out. At REACT Co-op, we want you to spend more time outside our doors than in them. REACT
I was gonna go skip the ad, but
out.
Tired of your screen recorder, which gives you.
of all of the 19th century, 18th, not 18th century, 19th and 20th century railroad slang that is out there, we used like all of it. We haven't had a ball signal for how long? And highball is still day to day. There are still things with bad words in their titles for parts of steam locomotives that we can't say rather than the actual names. Yeah.
Not if we ever want to work again.
Yep, not if we ever want to work again. Sorry, YouTube, you don't get to know that one. I feel like Hot Shot would have either it's so generic that it wasn't really slang, or it would be
most of the
face
train
out,
is
so I'm
on the
gonna
grade
rule
if
you
it's
out.
rolling back.
So it's between.
Didn't you get ruled out first last time?
He did.
Yeah, you just said he's not picking.
Wow. I'm not picking on him.
Oh.
But I'm left between you. Your explanation was very frank, and it felt like a very Brett explanation, which is either very good acting or.
Oh my!
And Leighton's
Good
explanation was very
God.
good. Leighton took a minute to get there, but I know that he just got a book on the USRA and has a whole thing about this and that era. And so he might be replacing another thing with this term. Or just making something up and wanting to throw knowledge at us, because that's what he does.
And 10% of the time I look like I'm drowning in air anyways.
Well, I wasn't going to say it. So I think it's Brent.
No.
Piss.
So now, viewers, he gets to guess of the two people that he just said are most definitely wrong, which one is actually right.
So it's that was good acting on Brent's part then. So either it's Leighton twice, and he is accurate about this, or I've just been mean to Eric for no reason, and it really was that simple, and it actually is a term.
Yeah, that wave was so sad.
I'm gonna go with Eric because I don't believe it's Leighton twice.
Yep.
It was just that simple.
That's still a term.
I was in fact full of shit.
What is that?
Hang on, show your eyes. Show your eyes to the camera. Yep.
Brown. Yep.
So
yep.
full of shit there, Brown.
Yep.
Can I just kick the cars? Like, I don't want to deal with them.
It was so generic that you guys just got me down the Fummer rabbit hole.
I only said fire train because that's what they used Hot Shot for on the DS.
I know! I was like, in my head, I was like, oh, that makes sense, because that's what they use Hot Shot for.
We backsolved the same thing.
Yeah, we did, yeah.
My first
Alright.
impulse was to say the engine on the DNS, and I'm
just
like,
gonna
shit, I don't want to
get out
steal
the comms right
I
now.
know, but that's the thing,
There you
is
go.
it came up and it's like, oh crap, now we have to lie. So I can't say it's the diesel or it's a high priority train. I have to come up with some other thing that Hot Shot is.
Yeah. No, what would make this interesting then is just still say it and then kind of debate between who has the more correct. I don't know.
Well, the simplicity wins, apparently, here. So we sit, Eric gets a point for... No, he doesn't get a point.
I get a point.
Brett gets a point for deceiving me. Eric does not get a point because I didn't pick his...
But he deserves an apology.
But he deserves an apology. I'm sorry, Eric. I'll get
You know how we're ripping
I'll get
Tom
you
Scott
some
off.
broccoli.
Eat your broccoli,
Eat your broccoli, Eric! We have problems. It's fine.
A lot. Yes.
So that's a three-way tie. Eat your broccoli, Eric! We have problems. It's fine.
A lot.
So that's a three-way tie, except Eric doesn't get any points.
Dong.
So.
Well, that's we've proven that we are in fact 3/4 of one idiot.
Oh God, yes.
Except
We've got all the points, ladies and gents, in an idiot's
Except-
game. And on that terrible disappointment.
That's the end of the video.
Okay,
That is the end of the
free.
video.
Bye. The first bit of cash. Yes. So these are going to be free, which means we got to kick off the break and shove and revolve anyways.
What's up, guys?
So
this is Tice,
this
and today we're once again ripping off Tom Scott, playing
This
Two of These People Will Be Lying.
is the A6, which means it's gonna
And we
go
just had to recover from our last session, which is going to be available for conductors only because it just went down a rabbit hole. So if you'd like to support the channel and become an ES&D conductor, you can go see the hilarity that turned into. But best not fit for public, general audiences. So we'll mull over that.
So we send that to the penitentiary.
Pretty much. Okay.
West Texas drop bar. No, we're past that. We're past that. We're past that now.
Joining me today, man of the grand, Brett Wiebold. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it!
Core. Focus on your core.
We got some Super Mario sound effects out of it.
Whoa, we're going.
And somebody
30.
who devoted
Let's go.
way too much time and money to the Colorado School of Mines, Leighton Moreland.
Ouch.
Even more than us two.
Smart enough for 1 degree, dumb enough to go back for a second.
Okay.
You guys both had more time at that school than me, didn't you?
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh,
And I
that
got-
makes me. Wait,
Well,
second
apparently my
smartest in
bed
the ring
sheets
because
are
we
now
have
done
Eric,
anyways. So that's
who didn't
fine.
go to the school of mines yet.
True.
Yet.
But I have 2 plates of silver on my wall.
Well, aren't you fancy?
Very.
Together, us three make 3/4 of one idiot, and we're always in search of a fourth. And once again, today we are joined by Eric Roche, operations
He's a
intern,
British.
new kid on the
He's a
block.
British.
The new one around.
Look at the sparkle in his eyes, viewers. Look at him.
Look at it.
So
look
youthful.
at it.
Full of hope.
He hasn't been
bad,
horribly
kid.
broken yet. So, today we're playing Two of These People Are Lying, because two of these people will be lying about a railroad topic that is on one of these cards. They've each written down some railroad topic that they think I don't know much about, and last time, unfortunately, I knew exactly what Leighton was on about, and either he was really, really good in changing the name of something, or it was obviously his, and it was obviously his. So that's why it became conductors only. But this time, we're going to be talking about Dublin Piggyback.
Low credit. This looks impossible.
I gotta go all the way back up
Credit
to the
scores
front
can be
end
loan
real quick
obstacles
because I need to go.
How do I
look
get to good
at
credit?
the
Get
map
credit advice for
and
life
check
from
something.
West Banco.
You know, no, I can just go to the station.
Money doesn't make you wealthy. Understanding it does.
Right. On the map.
Best friends trip. This is gonna be.
So I guess we'll head to the steel mill, then go even more forwards, back up, and then back up again, and then keep, and then go forward slightly, and then back up. I don't know. It's gonna be weird.
I love a grand
We'll do it.
adventure. I heard that if you keep up with
It'll be
Chinese
fine.
businessmen, they respect
Eventually.
you more.
Come on.
Listen up, listen up, listen up.
Oh my god, you're a drug dealer? You gonna plug or you gonna play? Is that a condom? You look like you've had a lot of things in your ass.
Shut.
The Dublin Piggyback. It's Ireland. We're in Dublin and we've got a piggyback.
We're going to piggyback.
We're going to piggyback in Dublin.
Dublin.
And this is not referring to my time playing a very large bass drum in the St. Patrick's Day Parade in Dublin, which probably looked like I was giving a piggyback ride, or the drum was giving me a piggyback ride. Or so all of the drunk Irishmen thought. That was, never carry a large drum through public around drunk people, and there's lots of them in Dublin.
It makes lots of unintended drum noises.
It does, and you get really mad.
I see.
Yeah, so,
That's my drum kit.
hopefully I've given you enough time to stall the two of you that are lying. Eric!
Ding.
The Dublin Piggyback.
So the Dublin Piggyback was an
Alright,
all-for-all
now we
type
slam in
steamboat
E3
motor,
and
fluid
get the
motor,
caboose and everything
type
else, and
steamboat
then we're all
motor,
good.
so that in
I
Dublin.
guess.
That was it was called the Dublin Piggyback.
Is it an O-for-all?
An awful.
An awful.
Yeah, that was I get it.
Alright, dude.
Alright,
Okay.
okay.
Yes.
An 040 in Dublin. Save it for the rest. We just need a brief intro on
Just
the
a brief
topic.
intro.
Yeah. Leighton,
Scrap
the Dublin
metal.
Piggyback.
Dublin Piggyback. So, the Guinness
Hey,
Brewery,
look,
they
it's
had a
the
rail
steam
network
local
that went through
together.
there, and they needed to switch in and out standard gauge cars, but they didn't want to pay to have a standard gauge engine to switch. So they had the itty bitty, like 20-inch gauge, some, I don't know, random ass British bullshit. British at the time, but now no longer British. Unless you're in Northern Ireland, but that's a different political situation there.
Base
Anyway,
not Dublin.
it's not Dublin. I can't do that accent.
That's Cork!
That's Cork!
That's very south.
Is Cork south?
Cork is south.
What's the capital in the north?
Belfast.
Belfast, thank you.
Think Titanic and sadness.
Yeah, like that.
Pretty
Okay.
much. Yeah, so they had like this special little cart that they
Okay,
could pick
well,
up one of their little steam
screwed
engines,
up.
and they were like these little bullshit things, and it would put it on there, and it was like a little treadmill, and they would use that to stitch up cars.
I've been to Dublin. I've been to Guinness. I played a gig at Guinness. I got hammered at Guinness on St. Patrick's Day, thanks to my gluten-free friends and pour your own pint tickets. Thanks, guys, wherever you may be. I do recall seeing things that look vaguely like Pee-wee and a little weird narrow gauge railroad. They didn't have history about it though, so. Brett, the Dublin piggyback.
It was an informal network during the Great Depression of whiskey smuggling that was sort of facilitated by the railroad. So,
That's very railroad of it. So we've got
Alright.
an
Ding.
040.
An
An 040. Based out of Dublin.
yeah.
Yeah, well, it was a smidge pirate and Scottish. Whatever.
Yeah.
Sorry, anyone from Ireland. We're dumb Americans. We told you we were idiots at the beginning.
No offense.
We've got an overall.
We got an offer.
An overall.
And awful.
We've got the Guinness
Alright.
Brewery switcher arrangement with a steam engine on wearing its mom's and dad's shoes, kind of thing.
effectively, yes.
Toddler in the big shoes to switch cars. And we've got a whiskey smuggling ring on the railroad. Let's hear about the whiskey smuggling ring on the railroad.
So this was during the days of Prohibition.
Okay.
And it was this
Obviously, you have a good
sort of
factory
informal
job, so I
arrangement
guess
whereby
I
railwaymen would get crates of whiskey in Canada, either Canadian whiskey, which was cheap, or the imported Irish stuff, which was actually, half decent.
Alright.
And they didn't
Let's
take
go.
payment for it, so it wasn't technically a crime, but they would take these crates of whiskey and they would sort of stash them in gondolas.
We'll put the map over here, that way.
They would write down the numbers, or they would.
So
Or they
we
would
are
chalk it on
over
the side of the
here.
car, identifying, this is
Our
how it's
head
got some
end
fun
is
stuff
over
in it.
here.
Train would run to the other end of its run, and then the whiskey would either be transloaded by another railroad, hence piggyback, or it would be
you can load
offloaded
in.
and given to people that would sort of
My FPS is going to be in the negatives here, so.
Is that where you find ballistic drawbar?
We can't talk about him, remember? We must never speak of him.
We're gonna go over to the steel mill now.
Never speak of him.
The hooker cup bar in Salida. Yeah. It just sounds nasty. Okay. That's very believable. Regardless of if it's the Dublin piggyback, though I can see that. Eric, tell us about the overall. Overall.
Well, it's an orange overall or a green overall. This is probably actually orange. It was based out of Dublin.
Based out of Dublin.
Protestant.
Whoa.
You said it was orange.
It was based out of Dublin, and it's kind of like the Galloping Goose, how the goose got its name for waddling down the track. It was called the Dublin Piggyback because of the way the suspension was built. It would kind of bounce as the kid would on its parent's shoulders, getting a piggyback.
I remember the days of riding on me pa.
I ride on his shoulders
And
all
we're
the way.
leaving that there.
Ride on his shoulders all the way to the pub.
Wait. Dublin piggyback. At the Guinness Brewery, a little steam engine, big shoes for standard gauge cars. Where were they taking the standard gauge cars that they couldn't just
interchanging?
Just interchange.
Yeah,
okay.
interchange.
Are there any more details?
They have a little guy, you come up with a crane, eventually it was a diesel.
You can't call them that anymore.
Okay, Mike, it's all you now. Divert the asteroid off its path. Where's Mike? He's getting a haircut. He's getting a haircut now? Technically, it's not just any haircut. It's supercuts. I'm in and out super quick.
Happy birthday.
Yo, what are you doing? What do you think?
No, we're going about track speed.
It's Mr. X to the
Ow.
Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because
Yeah, I did a thing.
You pimp your motherfucking
Where are we?
All you gotta do is click here,
Past the
select
switch,
the
okay.
mod, and boom! New look, new sound, new
Doink.
everything. It's not
Shut up.
Little people?
Oh.
Where's our caboose? Still in the harbor. Oh, caboose is still near a military base. Oops. Jesus, caboose. Calm down.
The little fella up with a crane and put it on the big shoes, and it would switch cars out to the interchange. And then when they were done, they would put it back, and then it would go in its house.
I'd be damned if we ever build a railroad to the standard English gauge.
This post brought to you by the 5'3" gang.
Okay. In the Guinness, seeing the railroad, seeing the little
You can
engines
see the
out on
physical
display.
grade from the cab roof. You can tell we're going uphill.
It doesn't, at least could eat them.
Alright, so we're gonna keep it around 40 this entire time. We are not making any of these time bonuses at all. It's already been more than 2 hours somehow. Okay. Since it's been like 2 hours.
So I mean it's an hour brewery, so maybe
Oh, definitely won't make
me doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense to the
I
lives.
tell you, I've got an idea.
Oh, do say.
Why don't we get these little in it? And we
So
use
this
to
can
move the big old cars.
56,000
Wouldn't it be
and
funny?
we are only hauling
Piss off the lobby.
3,500,
Just up the
which
damn
means
lineys.
I only actually need something
Some
like
people late now at this time. So it's between
yeah, I only need 3 of
Again,
them.
let me get in detail, but that's 4.
You know, we'll have 4.
I know.
We have 91 actual freight cars, including the caboose and not including the caboose. We have 90 cars behind us.
But I've already rolled you out, so pounds in.
We're going literally
And I don't think it's the
everywhere
risky
with
ring
these
because yes, okay, maybe
The harbor is a nice little place to
as much of a good
get a bunch
story as
of
it
cars
is.
and okay, well now we're on the grade.
Not in the 1920s.
Now the whole entire train is on the grade. You can,
1930s.
gosh darn
There's a
it.
picture, I shit you not, of like an L.
You can jump over here.
One of the
We'll pass this.
looking articulated.
We
with
can
a trailer
technically
on
do
platform,
this, but
hauling
that
a
won't really
passenger
do
train
much
in
except give us
Alamosa in
flat
the
spots.
30s.
So.
That was after Prohibition, though. As neat as that sounds.
And
Send me
we
a picture
can
of
still
kicking your ass
operate
for
the
episode.
train.
Okay.
So that means,
cool.
is it Eric's
How can we still
overall?
operate?
Is it the overall?
That's
Not the overall.
ridiculous. What?
Is it Leighton? It was Leighton. It was always Leighton.
You're managing to pick a lot of stuff that he actually knows about. He went to Guinness and saw the little railroad.
I did.
That's kinda why I put it that way.
But that seems so stupid. Why would they do?
Well, that was the
Picture
question
to
I was going to ask. It's
Jump
like, why not just buy a standard gauge locomotive?
Well, we've got the little ones. We'll just put them on the big ones.
We could stand here and watch this train roll by for literally
Gee,
like 2
we're not
hours.
gonna pay for big trains. We'll just make the big trains work on the narrow gauge trains.
Nah, it never worked.
No. Particularly not if you converted it.
That's a subtle, not so subtle. There's sound for it.
So,
Hey Mark, what color's that woman?
That's gonna, we're gonna be at like the frickin'.
They were
We're gonna be at,
maybe not that
okay,
one.
the caboose is gonna be
But
like
yes, some of
here.
them were green. Okay, anyways, point.
The rest of the thing is gonna be like here.
Yes.
It's gonna be like
I don't get points.
past or next to the river. Absolutely ridiculous
Card
shenanigans.
again.
Anyways, we're gonna be going
Leighton, we
left,
need
so
another
I'm
card.
not sure
Leighton,
switch
we
is
need
actually
another
Okay, I'm out
probably
of
is, but
cards.
Alright.
You're adequately dirty enough.
Yeah, I'm not watching.
keep going until we slow down and
round two.
then notch back up.
Red 2, 1 point Eric.
For all the biscuits,
Eric is
Eric
leading.
has 1 point.
All the marbles. All
We,
three of them.
we've now evened out between the rounds, other than the unaired round, that everyone's got 1 point. So this is for all the marbles.
Let me see someone.
Hogger. What is Hogger?
Oh yeah, see, we're like out of food.
consider going solar in Pennsylvania in spite of the huge price tag attached?
I guess we'll interchange the diesels. Are they all like that?
$0 down. But there's a few things we need to know in order to see if you qualify and if solar is
We're not
right.
out of fuel, but
First,
like
we need to know
half
how
fuel
much
is not
solar
enough
you
for
need to
what we're
completely
doing. So.
eliminate your bill. Things like sun exposure.
I'm probably gonna need
utility
3
freeze,
different
or
sets of
orientation of your
fuel,
roof can affect
or like
this.
3, 4
Next,
diesels.
we need to know how much solar you
Time's
can
gonna be
fit on your
absolutely
roof. The more
ridiculous.
solar panels
Yeah,
you
steel
fit
mill,
means the more
we're
money
dropping
you
off
could be
like
putting
10
back in your
cars,
pocket. And
which means
finally,
a lot of
we
the
need to
weight
know
is
how
actually gonna
much
go.
a system will
So,
cost
that's
after
nice.
$0 down while taking advantage of tax and government incentives.
Alright, well,
We've created a
now I
quick
can kind of
form for
slow
you to
down
fill
again
out that
and
actually
kind of
uses
coast.
satellite imagery to see if your home is a good fit.
I did another one of these trains like this, and I was, or not
To get started,
this
all you
big
need
of
to
a
do is
train,
click
but
the
like
Go
a
Solar
pretty
button
decent
below
train,
and answer a few quick
decently
questions.
sized train,
You may already
and
know
I
solar
stalled
is
out
worth it
on the
and
grade
just simply want to know
because
if you
I'm
qualify for
taking
other
it.
incentives
It's
to make the
rules.
switch. We've got that covered in the Go Solar quiz as
Also,
well.
can you shut the frick up?
This is all gonna be 3 versions of the same thing. I can smell it from here. Leighton.
We're pretty close to the steamer already.
Special term for livestock.
Like, we're out of the mountains, at least.
And here I was expecting someone to say the pig version of that classic 1990s arcade game. Mystery Citrus! Mystery Citrus!
You can jump between the caboose and the.
You have to hit him in the face so the camera can see it.
I didn't go to mines for athletics.
Oh, we're not even to the switch yet. Oops.
I was on bowling team.
Also, we can still operate it from all the way back here.
I got credit for it. I don't think I was actually on the team. Yeah.
If we go down, okay.
Okay.
Froctal,
Train full of pigs.
do the thing.
Pigs is pigs.
Hog. Okay, fair.
Pigs is pigs.
Eric. What is hogger?
Hogger is a term for a locomotive engineer.
That was the one I was going
Whoa.
for. It's Eric. Just kidding.
Because they're fat as pigs.
I
I used to look like him.
Comes for us all. Brent, what is hogger?
It was a misconstrued term for a roundhouse form.
Misconstrued term for roundhouse form.
Alright, let's run from the back of the train to the front of the train. Let's see how long this
Being
takes.
for a roundhouse form, did you ever feel as though you were surrounded by some of the dumbest, most stupid animals in the world, and they needed physical prodding to do anything? As someone who, you know, drives hogs might. The lowest.
Sorry, some of my
and I
former employees.
And I say it's misconstrued because this term did adapt to be used as a locomotive engineer later.
Ooh. Okay.
Spiking words.
I can see that.
Falls
I
off a
definitely
train,
lived my fair
jumps
share
back
of
on
that.
instantly.
Not everyone was that bad. Most people
We're
are
looking
actually
at
pretty
you.
good. But you know who you are, some of you. Bob. I don't even think I had a Bob at my shop.
Keith.
It wasn't a real shop. There was no Bob.
My dad.
There's your problem.
Were there any bills or mics or picks?
There are a lot
Alright,
of
now on
bags, a lot
steak
of
flats. It's very
We
strange.
had some mics. I don't think we had
It's
a bill.
mixed freight, obviously. It's really weird.
Mike. Okay, so rebuttal, Mr. Locomotive Engineer term.
Okay. Locomotives were often referred to as hogs, so the person operating them would be called a hogger.
Can poke a lot of holes in that story.
Actually, reference to a mid-2000s Tim Allen movie about sad dads on motorcycles.
Okay.
Wild hogs.
Do it.
Nobody.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
I'm shredding. That's perfect.
That's your warning.
Well, now we actually do
Starting
have to
line
do this because apparently
One
it's
across
not
the
showing up
bow.
on the map where my front
precise.
end is.
Prepare the broadside, lads! Okay, Leighton. Hogger.
I think this is the City Southwest
Train
track,
full of pigs.
Train full
which
of
means we
pigs.
still got about
You know, the
40
North
cars to
Pacific
go.
had a car called the Pig Palace, specifically designed for hogs.
A pig palace?
They call it a Pig Palace. Tri-level car. Overland made them. Factory painted. Sold them last
This
year.
would be
for $600.
absolutely
Leighton's rolled
terrifying to
out
do in
because
real
he just
life,
wanted
by
to
the way,
talk
because
about
you'd
a
have
train
to
car.
walk across every single car.
And he gets
all
a
of them. Back in like the 1850s, before they had air brakes. these bits.
Okay.
That's just sour.
And air brakes that go for every car. Before they did that, they used to have, they were shorter trains. They used to have freaking brakemen on both sides, and they would, there was like a 5-man crew, but there's 2 brakemen on a train, and they would pull the freaking handbrakes on every car to slow them down. To actually stop. They didn't have air brakes, so they would use handbrakes, which just no. And also there's some Lincoln pin couple types,
Not just throwing lines across the shop and making our bosses mad.
it used to be a term that you could tell a new brakeman
The story's fun.
from
and
he
it
had all
feels
his
like it feels to me.
fingers.
Either it's
Because
true,
it was so dangerous to see those there on handbrakes.
or it's not.
Although the cars look different.
Eric. It's Eric. Woo! So Eric gets a point, and I get a point, which means last game was 3-way tie, but this time Eric wins.
Oh, now I can see the front end. Sort of. Alright, we're about to the switch. So that's cool. We'll to the switch before the next.
I think that's that.
Oh.
That's the end of the video. That's the end of the video. Bye.
Bye.
For the visionaries, for the trailblazers, for the last to leave, and the first to think ahead, there is Granger.
Do you see how long this is taking to get back up to the front, by the way? And keep in mind, we're still going like 40 kilometers per hour.
What's up, guys? This is Heist. Today we are once again ripping off Tom Scott.
But, you know.
We are playing 2 of these.
Oh, there's the front end.
Because 2
We're
of
finally
these people
back.
will be, lest I say idiots. I think we filmed enough of these now with Eric to know that he is truly an idiot. I don't know if he is our permanent...
An idiot among idiots.
Yeah, an idiot among idiots. I don't know if he's the permanent 4th idiot. We might have to try another idiot on for size, because...
There.
Well, you know, we'll think. But, joining me today, he owns objectively too many model trains, Leighton Moreland.
I have no response to that. That's a factually correct statement. Yep. My fiance still does not know how much I have, and I'm a little afraid to tell her.
He owns objectively too few model trains, Brett Weaver. I didn't see him grab the torch, ladies and gentlemen. That was surprising. And together, the 3 of us make one whole idiot. Well,
No.
we don't.
3/4 of one.
I'm one of the idiots.
You're a quarter of an idiot.
Out of 4. Oh, okay. 3/4 of an idiot. Yes.
2, 3.
Right. Together, we make 3/4 of one idiot. And we're always in search of a 4th. And as we mentioned, you know he eats his broccoli. Eric! Yeah, we're special. Anyways, so we're playing 2 of these people aligned, in which these 3
Special,
gents have put down a railroad topic of some variety on one of these cards. And I need to figure out which of them is telling the truth and which of them isn't. They win points if they convince me of their lie, or they win points if they convince me of the truth, and I get points if I guess
well, there's our train.
So today, our first one is going to be...
Somehow got that. Okay, well... Actually, we can use the map and use this to brake, because we can see the caboose on the map.
Mystery Citrus!
But that sounds
He
complicated.
successfully fended it off, bastard.
Damn it.
He's gonna go pick that up. Over there. Okay, well, while Leighton picks up the citrus, Brett, Deadwood.
It is a rotten tie.
Deadwood.
Fair. Eric,
Fair.
Deadwood.
It is the part of a car buffer.
Buffer?
Buffer. It's a UK.
I was gonna say, what country are we in, son?
Or any other railroad that utilizes buffers.
Sneak line!
Very mystery city.
Deflected with hand, went towards R.
This one's a shot.
Deadwood.
Town in South Dakota, wherein Sam Elliott once roamed the plains. And the Deadwoods. No, seriously. Narrow gauge Deadwood Central narrow gauge operation operating out of Deadwood, South Dakota.
Negative 1.8, but you can go 60 apparently.
Mining establishment. Mining consortium, you say? What do you have at this mining establishment? Mining establishment. I say, do you have any gold? Perhaps a silver mine. You don't have enough. You want more? Or is this perhaps one of the mining establishments that has uranium for bombs? No, it's my uranium. Oh, it's my uranium.
Oh.
Not uranium.
Oh. My uranium.
Jesus.
Oh.
Not uranium.
Oh. My uranium.
It's all coming in.
You've gotten at the worst. You've actually had to like duck and cover.
Your hat was askew. I am splattered. I am.
You're exfoliated.
So we have rotten part of the tie.
Just a rotten tie.
Rotten tie. We have part of a buffer, and we have a narrow gauge op out of South Dakota. Now, because I am unfortunately formerly affiliated with a product that maybe perhaps thought about putting equipment from the Deadwood Central into their video game, perhaps maybe with like this thing called a tech tree.
Never heard of it.
I know that Deadwood Central exists, and I know South Dakota, so maybe,
Alright.
but plausible, but the one that
I should have done
is,
A6,
buffer.
then B3, so then I could run through B3, Dutch drop it, and then go to A6, but I'll shove in reverse, it's fine. It's only 96, it's only, like, almost, it's only 1.5 kilometers each way. It's fine, it's fine. We're good.
It's not the end sill. I'm assuming it's an end sill by your description.
Seems to like that set.
Longitudinally to absorb.
Just let it ride for a second.
It's like buffer draft gear.
Just the wooden support for
It's not actually draft gear, but it's
Jump
but it's what prevents the end beam from going kabang when
Hey, look, it's a
buffer-
thing.
when spicy couplings happen because we have buffers and we can play trans spicy as seen in Derail Battle. Because that's what buffers mean, right? I mean, why have couplers when you can hit stuff hard?
We're good.
You're good.
You're good.
Sid! Sid! Okay. Dead tie? Is there anything more to it? Where did the term come from?
It is a rotten tie. That's really just it. You go out, you change Deadwood.
That could absolutely be it. It's not terribly interesting.
It's not terribly
But
interesting
it
or
could
funny,
be it.
but I missed the assignment when we were writing cards. Like, I don't know that it would.
Oh, well, fair enough. It doesn't have to be funny.
Well, clearly it isn't.
Layton, Deadwood Central, narrow gauge, South Dakota, anything more?
Mining establishments.
Mining establishments, sorry.
More? You want some ore? Ore?
No wonder Ebony is the #1 strategy game. Let's try it together. Here I come, all the treasures. Good.
Shut mouth.
This is gonna be a quick one, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Mark.
What is it, Mac?
Mac.
I have no f***ing idea.
I love how some of these are, it's because we're all very compelling and so good. I feel like you stumped this stuff because we all suck.
Okay, there you go.
Very simple, but very true. Very simple, but very true. I feel like it would have been more than just Deadwood if it was the Deadwood Central.
Yeah.
Like, wouldn't it have been Deadwood Central?
Can I make a confession that will put me out of the running?
Well, you kind of already have.
You have, yeah.
It's fair. I totally forgot that Deadwood Central was an actual railroad.
You were thinking of the one.
He's outplayed us, ladies and gentlemen. He's lied so hard that
lied
he's
to
true.
himself.
So it's Eric.
Yes, it was.
Hey! Hey!
I have
Hey!
a specific definition of it.
Yeah, give us some actual
I couldn't think
truth.
off the
Truth
top,
us.
but main of it.
Yeah,
Deadwood is a wood part of the card buffer block structure.
Well, I'll be damned.
Yeah.
That's very exciting. Well, we're gonna need another card from Eric. Guys, do that. Yeah.
Are you out of cards?
Okay, do research something real quick.
Something real quick. Put something in. Somebody else put it. Or you just make Eric lie. I don't know. Eric!
I mean,
Don't tell me it doesn't matter.
I know this sounds a little stupid, but I'm gonna try and like
Make him
freaking
research something.
kick the cars. Might as well.
Yes.
we're throwing all the cards in.
Throwing all the cards in.
Oh,
Is that good or bad in this context? I don't know. Alright, well, so after last round,
Alright, get rid of the brakes.
Eric got a point because he convinced me of his truth, and I got a point for guessing the truth.
Yes.
So.
And Layton gets no points for lying to himself.
Layton does get no points for lying to himself. That was. Yeah, that was beautiful.
So we're
we
gonna
got
clear
all the
out
cards.
a
So there's
couple
more than
jugs
three
here. We're
cards
gonna
here, so
clear
we've
out
got-
Well, it's
1,
not
2,
all of the
3,
cards, but it is
2, 3,
more than
4. 4 of all jobs.
Well, if the series does well, make sure you keep your other topics to yourself. And
We have
you know.
3 other jobs,
There's no
I
limit
guess.
to the amount of bullshit we can conceive of.
Forest
Very true.
Central
You
wanna
and
know how many
Oilo,
books I
and then
have?
after City Southwest, I guess. We'll
No.
Neither do I. I'm a little afraid.
They seem to be growing.
Dumb.
Alright. The topic for the second game is
Doink.
Bakehead.
Undump.
Bakehead.
Reverse.
No idea.
Shove.
No. This is well picked. Whoever came up with this.
Shove.
Are we done stalling now?
Are we done stalling? I don't know. I have half a mind to pick Eric because he's sitting there like giggling like mad. Eric! But I don't know. We'll go.
You get some
Layton,
Bakehead the other
picked on
night?
you in a minute. What's Bakehead?
Another term for thermite well welding. No.
Thermite whale welding.
The great white whale.
What do they think of that? That's what whale sounds.
No,
Yeah.
just
Is
the,
that underwater welding only?
yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Anywho,
Thermite welding.
how?
Bam!
I've got the lime, and it's going back in the bowl.
Well done.
Another term
Dump
for thermite
the
rail
brakes.
joint once it's done. That head of the rail is totally baked.
Darn it.
Okay.
Big.
Dang.
Okay. Yeah.
Hey man.
Love you, Fred.
Yeah.
Eric, Bakehead.
Bakehead was a term for locomotive fireman.
The Bakehead. Because he baked?
Or he was
No,
baked.
no, that there in the cab is that's a backhead, not bakehead, backhead.
Bakehead.
Yes.
Brett.
A6I,
Really
A6I.
calling
Alright, well, good.
You want to say that in American terms?
Early coal mine in the UK.
Bakehead.
Bakehead was the name of the place.
Okay.
Like Beachy Head.
So we've got whale welding. Together we join our whales today.
The two whales join
Two
together.
whales join together with dynamite. What are the vowels of a rail?
Vowels.
Vowels. Not A and I. You know that.
I promise never to roll again.
Got a rail of a whale to tell you, lad, a rail of a whale or two. There's no more lines.
He's throwing the ball.
We need to find all the limes.
Somebody's gonna have to go back and get a shitload of limes. Jesus. Okay.
Dang, that's a
The
lot
rail
of money.
welding.
Nice, 69.
Anything more? It's just that the head of the rail is baked.
Yeah, because they have to like get it proper.
75!
joint.
Ooh, we're getting a
You know, they
lot
have
of cars
a
out.
oven around
That's
them
nice.
almost,
At.
and it stays glowing
Yeah.
for a long time. And that effectively bakes it. And once it's
So
fully
75
baked,
to
that's
90,
what
that's 15 cars!
basically that's what
Whoa,
this
we're
ceramic
getting
cradle
fancy.
they
We're
build
getting
around it.
15 freaking
I
cars.
say, Garcon, I think I would like my rail medium well.
Do you see the big words he just used there? He just used some big civil words. He's
Ooh.
trying to scare me.
What big civil words did he use?
Ceramic cradle.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Hey man. Yeah, no. Once it's
That's
fully,
a
once it's,
ceramic refractory, no less.
Point. We're not playing Citation either.
Yeah.
Mystery Citrus.
Yeah, no, once it's like fully done, it becomes
Alright,
really
well,
cool.
we'll line in the B free, so as soon as we kick for cars enough, as soon as we get enough
Okay.
speed, I'm gonna get up to like 20,
I know
then
the
cut the
process
brake and then
he is
cut the
described to be
stuff.
true. I don't know if it's called a bakehead. I wouldn't be
Alright.
surprised if it's a civil adjacent thing.
Doink.
And Leighton's a civil engineer, I'm a mechanical engineer, and he's trying to pull a fast one on me.
We're civil, we don't do anything very fast. If our things start moving
Boink.
fast, then seriously.
Alright.
No, see that doesn't.
All of that shenanigans can go have fun.
Government projects, gotta love them.
The benefits survey that the 2022 Game of Thrones players are looking most forward to is finally here. Regarding the first question, of course it's best if it's given out for free. Receiving a fully leveled Dragon Lord for free. Who wouldn't want that?
There you
All
go.
three options are very attractive.
Coupled up the cars.
Congratulations.
We got the
No one will
caboose
ever be
again.
luckier than
All
you
good.
at this moment. Users
Although
who
this
download the game
this
right now
cut
via
is
the
just
link
gonna
in
get
this video
completely
will receive all of the benefits that were
frickin'
just mentioned.
absolutely
Immediately receive a Dragon Lord. If you want
layers.
it. The Dragon Lord will help you to sweep all of the obstacles in the early
Whatever.
stages without you even needing
Get
to
on
spend
here.
any resources.
Free jobs though.
Seizing territories? No problem at
Have
all.
to fit
Easily
all of this
obtain
on
all of
one
the rewards in
track.
the early game and level up immediately. Be ahead from the very beginning.
Alright, well,
Download
false
now.
job's good.
Experience it for yourself.
We've slowed down to 18, but that should be fine. It's just the rolling resistance. Okay, second job's in. Just this last job. No, it'll fit.
Opera GX,
Yeah, we're good.
browser ever made.
We're
Do you struggle with
good.
the notifications you don't? Well,
Oh.
I think you do. You clearly aren't distracted enough. It's time to cram every app and website under the sun into your browser. Twitch streams, Discord chats, heinous TikToks, your mother's extremist WhatsApp.
Ding.
Otherwise yourself. Whack! Don't be blocked. Whack!
Shut
Eric.
now, please. Alright, we can turn in all of those jobs now, though.
It was
So that's
just
nice.
the name.
But
They were always hot in the cab of the locomotive, and their heads were
Alright,
always
all of the jobs.
hot. I
This
guess.
Where's
one,
the
yep.
term?
The term.
Bye.
just
Freddy's
the
6 minutes,
derogatory
really.
term for the locomotive firemen,
Dang.
kind of like a coal head. They were also called big heads.
Okay. Struck from the record. Brett,
Why does it have to be struck from the record?
I'm ruling him out.
Oh.
Right there.
Oh, I thought you said.
Partially.
I thought it was something. You said something offensive.
Oh, no.
Like you can't say coal head on
You
YouTube.
can't say coal head.
You
That's
do.
offensive to all people that use coal
116.
that are made out of coal.
That's our word.
I can't use that word.
Bakehead.
Yes.
More details? Anything?
The early days of railroading, back when it was still technically a plateway rather than a railway. Bakehead Colliery in the north of England, around Birmingham. Birmingham was one of the first collieries to adopt a comprehensive rail system, not just back and forth
There you go.
rail to mine, but going.
So we
through
paid all of the fees.
They have to
Yes.
I think
So I can take stuff to the
I
harbor.
think Eric
There's stuff
didn't
to City
have
Southwest.
substantive details to give us more, and I know this has bit me
Stuff to the
before, but this
sawmill.
one you're giggling, and it felt like it was just a shot in the dark. Good try. And that'll feel really bad if it is his. But anyway, Leighton, I know the process you've described to be true, and that is how it works, and it's a whole thing. I've seen civil engineering done. I know it's scary.
It's terrifying.
But I don't think it's called a bakehead. Maybe in some slang somewhere, but I don't. I think you just pulled it out of your butt. I think it's the colliery. Womp womp.
I kind of wanted it to be after that tirade, but it wasn't. No. Sorry.
It's a term for a locomotive
Are
fireman.
you f***ing me?
Not even joking.
Yeah.
Felt like a shot in the dark, grasping at straws, Eric. Bring your A game next time.
Bring your fucking A game,
Bring
asshole.
bigger straws.
Stop winning. You see, Eric has usurped me a second time.
I don't think I get a point for that though, do I?
You do.
You duped him.
Oh no, Brett gets a
I
point.
duped
That's
him.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Even with the
I
freaking
forget
signal
how the points
boost.
work. I may forget how the points work on Tom Scott's channel, so I'm not perfect either. So,
Whatever.
all said and done, all
Alright,
these
if this goes up a
series of
grade, then I don't.
who's been lying,
I
the
can't
one
kick
person
it.
actually
But if
won
it
one
doesn't
there.
go up a grade, I can just kick the whole
The
thing.
rest of them have been three-way
Which
ties.
would be really efficient.
Wow. Wow.
And that's the end of the video.
That's the end of the video. Thanks for watching, everybody!
Bye.
Of course. It does go up a grade, 1.3. Okay, it goes up a big grade. Okay. Forest Central is a weird area. No one goes here.
This is the
3.1.
perfect
Okay,
engine.
that's
Of course, this is the only vehicle you ever need.
The one and only.
The one. The only. Although this isn't the one, the only. This was an improvement to the one, the only. Which
How did you get a clean water bag?
That's his. That's mine. Mine's that one.
I was gonna say, that's more representative to
that one's mine.
every single one that I've ever seen.
Precisely. Oh, no, I do have clean water bags, actually.
And
Hang on.
Rep and Company merch. Check out the store on YouTube if you too want to have a K36 on its side on your shirt.
You too can look like this.
But do you want that? Woo!
Alrighty then.
So trains.
Trains.
Lots and lots of trains. Oh, you've got Durglo ones.
Oh, you've got 2 Durglo ones. I do. An old and a new. Wait, who's making new Durglo ones?
Nobody. The DNS made these in like the 80s because they've got Delrin. The stopper is plastic.
I don't
This
have
is
enough
actual
money to
Durglo
fast
one,
travel.
Oh.
Okay.
I want a Durglo
That's
one.
neat.
Can I fast travel to at least
Yes.
this level? Yes, I can.
Why drink water out of a bottle when you could drink it out of a bag?
A scummy burlap bag.
Indeed. All right, Mr.
Wow,
Moreland.
wow. Why are you going full
Tell-
of this? You meant to be going
Tell
the
us
other
about
direction.
trains.
In the beginning, there were trains. In the beginning, there was a flange, but they put it on the wrong side. And then somebody thought, oh, let's put the flange on the inside. And then the train as we know it was still very far away. Cool, so this is my layout. The largest one that I have ever personally built.
What's up, guys? This is Heist, and today
What's up, guys? This is Heist. And once again, we're stealing a little bit of a Tom Scott idea. I know it's become the kind of the thing to do on the channel, but it's fun and we've had fun with it. Today we're playing Citation Needed, which is going to be me going through a story from Rared history and making the gents guess about it.
Now, I
And
have
if
a
they
better
guess
idea.
correctly, they get a point, and they don't get a ding, but they get a soapstone tally on the welding table because we're low budget.
And we're almost out of limes.
And we're almost out of limes. It's very true. And the special prize for particularly bad answers is really
Mystery citrus, which is
really
with the amount of
mystery.
city and citrus.
We should have brought more citrus to throw at each other because I guess we've just been throwing citrus at each other tonight.
Next time we'll bring more limes. Assuming we do this next time. Watch the videos.
Yeah, watch the videos.
Watch the videos.
If this is funny, make sure you help the YouTube algorithm out so that they actually get seen, and then we'll be spurred on to do more. And tell us if you like it in the comments.
Tell us to do more of them.
Like, subscribe, click the little bell icon to get notified.
Ring-a-ding-ding, baby.
I didn't even do it. You can't accuse me of being a solid YouTuber. Thank you,
Click the
ladies.
ding-ding.
Anyways, click the ding-ding. Appreciate you, Eric. I'm Mark Huber. You know me better as Heist on the channel. And today I am joined with, he's still Doug Dimmadome, Leighton Moreland.
Hey guys.
You know he likes sheep. It's Brett Weebles. And together we're 3/4 of one idiot. Maybe he's half tonight. We don't know.
Are you my
And we're in constant search of a 4th idiot to join us to become one whole idiot, which, I mean, we really need. And once again, we're joined by, he's got poofy hair, Eric Roche. Did you just lick the soapstone?
Bold of you to lick something that's been on this table.
Where were you
Did it
going?
taste like soap, or did it taste like train, or did it taste like weld, or did it taste like...
Tastes like train that's been washing.
The thing from SpongeBob, you throw in it 50% soap, 50% stone.
Join large-scale battles with military vehicles. The online action game War Thunder has received a
Shut
99% hot gas. The name of the game is Citation Needed. As described, I'm going to tell a story through Rariting history, and these gents have to guess the details about it. Whoever gets the points right... Sorry I called you gents. These idiots have to guess the details, and whoever gets them right gets the points.
History.
So, the Wellington disaster.
That really narrows it down.
7! The Wellington disaster.
It really narrows it down.
I thought that was like an alternate history name for the Battle of Waterloo.
No.
I thought that was
So doesn't ring any bells right away? Other than steak?
No.
Okay, good. I was hoping it wouldn't, but I was hoping it would because
the Wellington disaster.
it was notable for one thing, one thing extremely notable for.
Very tall rubber boots.
No.
Steam Choo Choo Code Kaboom.
No. Well, not that, not that we know of, but Steam Choo Choo.
Okay.
Not that we know.
We don't know if it went kaboom. It probably, I don't know.
So, hang on. Are we... Wellington sounds very British. Are we perhaps across the pond for this story?
No.
No.
Oh.
No.
Oh.
So I'll give you a little bit of context.
Alright, we're gonna use multiple unit steam here.
Began
Sorry, I wasn't talking
starting
about that.
in March
We're gonna use
1st,
multiple unit steam.
1910.
It was an ongoing
Anyone
disaster.
It was an ongoing disaster. It took a little bit of time for all of the events to unfold.
Is it currently ongoing?
No. Thank God.
There's a molasses train wreck. Everything came off. It was a slow.
Some say it's still derailing. This is a bit of an aside, but there was a moment when, at the Colorado School of Mines, we had a substitute PE teacher freshman year because we had PE in an engineering college.
Yep.
And she was the JV volleyball team coach, and she was just a piece of work, and we hated her guts.
Right.
And so she left us out to like, okay, finally we had a good day, and instead of making us run.
I like to watch the children run.
Right. She made us play dodgeball.
Okay.
And we're all playing dodgeball or whatever. And
Better than Dodge Rock?
Yes, true.
Dodge wrench.
But we all thought it would be hilarious at one point if we played in slow motion. And so everyone, all these engineer nerd kids, all committed in freshman year, were all like, and dodging and being hit dramatically in slow motion. And she came in to find us doing it, and she got pissed. Yeah, she's free-blinding, just like this. Yeah, she got so mad. Anyways,
Where were we? It's a beautiful thing.
during the early morning of March 1st, 1910, an avalanche roars down Windy Mountain
Oil
near
Central
Stevens
sees a
Pass.
sawmill.
Does anyone know where Stevens Pass is?
That sounds like it's in the northwest.
Above Stevens.
Point to Layton, the northwest. Stevens Pass is, in fact, in the northwest. Oh, sorry, March 1 was when the culmination of the disaster was. Sorry.
Oh.
The beginning of the disaster begins on February 23rd, 1910. So there's a couple trains, and they're running on the Great Northern
Beans. 70. Let's go.
in Washington.
Absolute
And they
beans.
have just gone through the old Stevens Pass tunnel to come to the town of Wellington.
Or
Now,
not.
what do you think is notable about the town of Wellington?
Very little number.
A lot of French loops.
Point. Points, Eric. Not much is notable. And lumber, because it's lumber town. And not much is notable because...
But it wasn't Lumberton.
No.
Was it just a flag stop? Did they not stop there regularly?
It's actually a very important town for the railroad.
Oh.
But it's no longer notable.
Servicing shop. Does it no longer exist? Colon?
Point to Brett.
Does the story have to do with the town unexisting?
Not exactly.
Uh-oh.
I'm in danger! It's February 23rd, 1910, in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, maybe.
The Titanic is still a beautiful dream.
Unrelated, but yes, no points to you, sir.
The sky was blue, the earth was brown and green.
The Titanic was above water.
There were trees.
There
Hey,
is
look,
a
there's this
pair
thing
of
to choose.
trains, a pair of passenger trains
Hi, buddies.
that are trying to head westbound
Doink.
towards Seattle in Leavenworth, Washington.
Hey.
One of them is a following section.
No,
Get
not
ready
a
to
following
frog.
section. One
Thank
was the Spokane local, train number 25, and the other was the fast mail train number 27.
We know this ends in disaster, and it's just too fitting that it's the fast mail, the wreck of the fast mail.
Was it the Pacific Fast Mail?
By some accounts. We got him in the face! Yes! And he's got the dot.
Alright, we can leave that to kind of just roll and have fun. I need to do this
So,
for a central
these trains
job.
try and proceed
False.
westbound
So I'll do
from
that.
Leavenworth onwards
Hey, I
to
found the
Seattle.
track again.
How did it go? What
No, I
happened?
didn't.
Poorly.
Where's the Steam Choo Choo?
We
Pay
learned this the first time.
$67. Yes, I would love
They've
to.
reached Wellington.
They've reached Wellington.
I'm going to assume that
Jump.
Wellington is on the
Press
east side of Stevens Pass.
How the frick
They
did
have
we
yet to
stall?
go downhill.
No.
We
Oh,
derailed.
They're
so they're on
going
the other
No,
side
we
of
didn't.
Stevens Pass.
How did we stall?
Neither of you yeah.
Literally
Solved it
500
out.
tons.
They're
How did
going
we
to
stall?
go.
Wellington is on the west side of Stevens Pass. What is notable about Stevens Pass Railroad in this era?
Single track.
Correct's not what I'm going for, but point anyways.
Are there switch tracks?
Main line for the Great Northern.
Didn't they have main line on the Great Northern or with switchbacks for like a brief period while they were building a tunnel?
Not that I know of. Maybe. Not this time.
Not that I know of. That's bad.
No. Well, there are
Tunnels?
some bridges, but what about the tunnel?
Long tunnel.
Long tunnel.
Does somebody
That's
get
getting the point.
Does somebody get gassed out?
No, nobody gets gassed up in the tunnel, but it's a very long tunnel. So, 1910, very long tunnel. What does that make happen?
It means the
Not what I'm going for.
the engineer pulls the throttle, praise to God, drops to the floor, the fireman slugs the firebox and drops to the floor, and they pray they see tomorrow.
No. Operationally, they knew that that would be the thing that would happen, so they did something very odd for the 1910s.
They run backwards?
No, no,
PPE.
no. That would be very odd,
For the 1910s.
but this is more odd in a electric sort of way.
Oh, they put on an electric helper.
Yes. I very helped you. I get half of that point. But point to Leighton. These trains were mixed trains of steam locomotives and electric locomotives because they had to have an electric locomotive to run through the steam.
What is this grade?
Because the tunnel was so
Also,
long,
it's a good thing I wasn't trying to shove
elevation,
up this.
They couldn't run a steam engine up the tunnel without becoming fired and causing any kind of draft problems or any kind of asphyxiating issue. So they had an electric helper that took the train through the tunnel to Wellington on the west side.
Clear those
And
out
Wellington,
real quick.
being on the west side, just on the other side of the tunnel, is at a very important part of the railroad.
There's a curve.
It'll go steam heavy. Yes.
There's a water tower.
So there's a station master.
Yes, but no. Yes, but no. We're talking about a mountain railroad. What's an important point on it?
It's a helper station?
That's a mine.
I'm very bad at guiding this along.
What's important on a mountain railroad? Booze. There's a liquor store. Sheep.
It's at this place called the Summit.
You said we're going downhill.
I didn't say we're going downhill.
You did.
Well, he did say we're on the west side of the tunnel.
It's on the west side of the tunnel.
I think
I took
we
away west
assumed-
side of the pass.
We assumed that
This
the
is
tunnel was
the
at the
top.
top
The
of the
tunnel
pass.
was yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
I was wondering why we needed an electric help to go downhill through a tunnel.
Fair points. So the consist of the two trains were made up of, and this is hilarious because they don't know, 5 or 6 steam and electric locomotives, 15 boxcars, some passenger cars, and sleeper cars. The trains made it through the Cascade Tunnel, known as the Stevens Pass Tunnel, from the east to the west side of the mountains.
Look at
It is the tunnel of no
Steam
return.
Choo Choo doesn't care. It will shove through all
That's
that
the point
crap.
of no
Point is a
return.
threat for later.
Oh,
Preemptive
no.
point. Preemptive point. They make it to Wellington. Why did they stop at Wellington?
Everybody was dead.
That's not where we're not in disaster yet. We're in February, and it's March when the disaster happens.
Snowed in.
Almost to
Point to late. The trains made it through, and avalanches forced them to stop.
in
at
the
Wellington,
thing.
County.
Stop the thing.
Wellington was a small town populated
It said
almost
stop the
entirely
thing.
by Great Northern employees. Railroad town, top of the railroad. It existed for the railroad. What's that?
3 bars per hour. Got it.
Can you
3 bars
like
per
stop,
human. Yeah.
please?
And woman.
So you gotta remember
Hello?
that Wellington is at the near top of the current US 2, Highway 2 peak over Stevens Pass. So it's not high for Colorado standards, but it's high for the Cascades. So
Alright,
high
let's
elevation,
go do the oil well
northwest
job
climate,
now.
what happens?
Probably banged into some cars already. You'd be
Yes.
surprised.
Points.
on the
Points.
Probably
Easy
all past
points.
it.
Tracks dead ahead. Yeah.
And what happens when it gets cold and there's moisture in the air, children?
Snow? Ice?
Snow, ice, rain, sheep,
Sheep.
Poorly.
Portly. Yes, correct.
Sheep.
So, the train stops under the peak of Windy Mountain, above Tide Creek at Wellington. The heavy snowfall and avalanche has made it impossible for the train crews to even clear the right-of-way. They brought rotaries out and couldn't do crap. Like, the rotaries would not handle
sticky snowman.
wet, sticky bits
I
of
have to
shakes
get
and
over there.
avalanche, right?
Oh,
So they
yeah.
couldn't
More
get
fish.
You don't want to do that.
So, for 6 days,
Scared
the
of
train
water.
waited throughout this conditions, blizzards all the
They were
time.
all in the
Trains
red.
could not proceed down the mountain because the avalanche condition couldn't bear it. It was continuous blizzard.
Oh my
6 days.
Jesus.
6 days. And on February 26th, something unfortunate.
Slow down, fish.
Is the town hit by an
Not yet. That would be a bad sign.
They ran out of coal.
What's important that was recently, well, relatively recently established in the 1910s.
Electricity. Communication.
Point to Eric. The telegraph line, I think you already had one. The telegraph lines go out. They have no communication to the outside world.
Hello.
Starting February 26th. On the
Dunk.
last day of February, the weather turned to rain with thunder and lightning.
Well, it's melting in the snow.
Very, very frightening.
What? Mystery Citrus! What does rain do to lots of hard-packed snow and things?
Oh, it turns to ice.
Turns to ice, turns to slush. What if it's like a lot of rain?
Bales.
Oh, flash flood avalanche.
Point to Leighton for flash flood avalanche.
Flood avalanche.
So February 26th, the telegraph lines go out. The trains are still stuck at Wellington on the top of the railroad.
6 days later.
6 days later.
Six
On
days
March
later.
1st, 2 more days later, after rains had been coming down,
23
thunderstorms, lightning. Sometime after midnight,
Don't worry, I'll be able to
we
pay
have
all
the
of these
account
later, but
from Charles Andrews, who's a Great Northern employee. He was walking through the town of Wellington when he heard something. What did he hear?
The bar flat out.
An avalanche.
Screaming. Points to Eric. He heard a rumble that became an avalanche. He turned toward the sound, and there was an interview with him in 1960 where he gave his account.
At least he survives the avalanche.
At least he does, yeah.
I mean, they have an account, so yeah.
Yeah, exactly. When asked, he said,
well, now we have enough
what he
money to
saw
fast
was
travel again.
White death
That's nice.
moving down the mountainside above the trains, relentlessly
You can
advanced,
unbreak.
exploding,
Well, all the
roaring,
way in the
rumbling,
farm, and the
grinding,
rest of the train is in
snapping,
the oil well
a crescendo
central.
of sound that might have been the crashing of 10,000 freight trains. It descended to the ledge where the side tracks or sidings lay, picked up the cars and equipment as though they were so many snow-draped toys, and swallowing them up, disappeared like a white, broad monster into the ravine below.
Sounds like me getting out of bed in the morning.
It's a lot of adjectives.
It is.
This avalanche has come down.
Yes.
Has it hit like freight cars and stuff sitting there? I was picturing like boxcars, or is this hit the passenger trains, presumably loaded with sleeping people?
I asked the questions here.
No.
Pick.
Sleeping people.
Eric, point.
Oh dear.
The avalanche comes and it hits both the trains, and the reason they don't know if it was 5 or 6 locomotives is because the locomotives became bye-bye. They disappeared. And why we don't know if they blew up, they were buried. You don't know if they blew up before or after, or if the snow did what the snow did.
Snow pressing.
One of the 23 survivors interviewed 3 days after the disaster stated, "There was an electric storm raging at the time of the avalanche. Lightning flashes were vivid and a tearing wind was howling down the canyon. Suddenly, there was a dull roar, and the sleeping men and women felt the passenger coaches lifted and borne along. When the coaches reaches the steep declivity, they were rolled nearly 1,000 feet and buried under 40 feet of snow." Railroading in the winter.
That's noise. 23 out of how many?
A lot.
50? No, 500, sorry. 60.
Oh, probably.
We'll see. We'll see.
It's 2 trains, though.
Yeah.
It is 2 trains.
One of them was a mail train, and the other was a local.
Oh, that's true.
It was said that one of the surviving train conductors was sleeping in one of the mail cars, and he was thrown from the roof to the floor, to the roof, to the floor, several times over as the train rolled down the mountain.
I don't get paid enough for this.
My head, my butt, my head, my butt.
What's going on?
So
hundreds of people are dead.
So the town came to the pile of train that had then disappeared down below.
Presumably they caught on fire.
There's a lot of snow
It's under
and water.
40 feet of snow.
I don't know. Wooden train cars, they always catch on fire.
That is what they do. I dig out the survivors. Reports come out about tragedy, etc.
City Southwest.
Price is Right rules. What was the count?
Then we go
of
into
victims?
Sawmill.
100.
200.
260.
None of you win.
Oh god.
Guess again.
50.
Machine Factory. Oh, I see what we're doing.
Price is Right rules means that it's lower than 100.
45.
70.
It was 96. Just below 100. So we'll give Brett a point for that. It was known as the worst natural disaster in the state of Washington and one of the worst railroading
Alright, well, now
incidents
we
in
only
history.
have 64 cars.
So afterwards, they discovered the immediate cause of the avalanche was the rain and the thunder conditions, right?
I thought you were going to say that they discovered the immediate cause. I don't know, Watson. It looks like it might be the work of Dr. Snow.
Yes, precisely. Snow, lots of snow, thunder, lightning, water, whatever. But there was another cause that they determined be a part of it. Another couple causes that helped make this worse than it needed to be. And we hit on one of them earlier.
We gotta clear out the main line. Come on.
What did we touch on earlier?
Move the cars.
What was notable about Wellington? Two things.
Lumber. He had a big nose.
Lumber.
They cut all the trees down off the mountain, and that let the snow come down.
Oh, the soil was
They cut all the trees down. They didn't cut all the trees down, but they cut enough trees down that there was no resistance to the
Slope
soil
stability,
anymore.
bitches. It all comes back to civil engineering.
It does. But there was another piece that is very, very relevant to us
Hey, ding
that
dong.
went into it.
something to do with the heat of the locomotives.
Something.
Oh, yep. Okay. Yep, we're going more than track speed.
What does that one do?
Get a nice meaty set.
Point. Forest fires caused by the engines had cleared out the rest of the trees, and that had allowed for so many avalanches to come and hit anyways. But being at the summit of the railroad, right at where a tunnel was,
you're done.
Caused that avalanche?
Jeez, man.
It did cause the avalanche that made the trains.
So yeah, again, this
Yes,
track
yes.
completely useless.
So,
Although
it
since I
took the
paid
Great
off all of my
Northern
fees, I wonder if all the cars disappeared.
clear out the avalanches, the mess, the everything, get the line
Did they
back
disappear?
open.
After the 7 days or whatever.
Question of course.
Yeah, it was.
The road was already closed.
It was closer
Did
to
they?
20. 17 or 20. Oh, all said like February 23rd to March 10th, I think.
They must have had to spend stuff over.
They did? They actually disappeared.
So, does this
We can
rail
go
line
this
then
way
still
now.
exist?
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Point.
Sure.
Doesn't.
Oh.
Why doesn't it still exist?
Avalanches. Previous other avalanches have taken it up.
Point to Eric. They had yet another avalanche later
Of course
in the
they did.
teens that took out yet another train. And it was a
Yay.
smaller scale disaster. It's a disaster.
They should have left this part of the island.
Yeah. So it turned out it was 1916. 8 passengers were killed when another avalanche, same mountain, same place, nailed a Great Northern
Doink.
passenger train and
There you
took the
go.
mountain again. Not a great territory. Hence, the rail alignment doesn't exist. Even after the first disaster, they renamed the town. They said it's no longer Wellington. Everyone knows this is the Wellington disaster. It's now Ty after the Great.
Excuse
So no,
Ty, T-I-E?
T-Y-E.
Oh, okay.
It no longer exists. It's fine. It's cool.
That washes away the horror.
You can still go to Wellington. There is still the
I can
footings
find
of the
the,
water tower,
Orwell
and the
job.
original tunnel portals are still there.
Cool.
But ever since 1929,
Okay, the diesels are now just
They built
leaving the
much,
oil
much
central.
longer
Oops.
tunnel at a
Because
much,
the first one wasn't long enough.
at a much,
Hundreds,
at a much,
yes.
much lower elevation.
Oh, and they had those really
City Southwest is the next one.
Yes.
that later went on to be
Free.
converted into UP coal turbines.
Extra point for Leighton. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I don't know that. Ah, it gets thrown off bridge. So, in 1929, the now present day Stevens Pass Tunnel was built, and it's still in service on the BNSF Railway. And this tunnel is notable for the Great Northern
You said
Railway.
BNSF again?
I did. No, it is BNSF.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Alright, City
BNSF.
Southwest here.
It was Great Northern then, and now it's
And then
BNSF.
what we can do,
My bad.
so
What
it's
is this
City
tunnel?
Southwest,
Second longest tunnel in the US.
the sawmill, so we're
Point to
gonna
Brett. That is the longest.
we're gonna drop the cars in.
Longer than Muffet. It's like 7.
We're gonna go forwards a little bit, then we're gonna head down, drop them off
It's
here,
longer than the
then we're
Moffat,
just gonna
yeah.
go forward.
The original tunnel,
Let's go to the
too
machine
high up on the
factory,
mountain.
I guess,
They
and then
tried to do
food
snow
and
sheds,
then
they tried to do
pigs.
stuff.
Yeah, it's
Too
way
much
easier.
logging, too much whatever.
Too much
Yeah.
death.
So we go
Avalanche,
forwards,
train
we go
park,
here.
avalanche,
No, we
train
just
dead.
go. Yeah, we
96
just go in
people
reverse.
dead.
We drop the cars in. We go forwards. Go down here. Drop the cars in here. Then we go all the way
You guys are
back
so
to the
badly out
machine
of tune.
factory.
We'll train you one
We're
of
all
these
good.
times. But
Yeah.
yeah, horrendously bad rail incident and one of the worst in the United States history.
It's a lot of people.
And I'm surprised you guys hadn't heard of it, but it is definitely up in my territory. And I've been and seen the old water tower footings and the old tunnel board. It looks actually pretty cool. It's the Iron Gut Trail. You can go check it out on Highway 2 if you're ever up in Washington. It's a beautiful road.
Excuse you. There you go.
I don't know if it's worth the
There's
destination.
a mountain of death! Yes!
Man,
Back
the
up to
rest
track
of the town has
speed.
been gone for
All
many
good.
moons because it was out of service in
We have to go
As soon as
Ferdy
they had the new
because
tunnel,
every
that was
other
that.
car is in the Ferdy area.
And that's the end of the episode. Today, Brent wins.
Alright,
By a
after
couple
we
points
do
on
this
my Leighton.
delivery, we're only gonna
It's
have
deadly
like
between
50
you guys
cars,
last,
which
so.
isn't really that much.
Anyways, thank you so much for watching, everyone. These have been so much fun to do. I hope you guys
This is
have
a
enjoyed them.
lot,
Make sure you
right?
let us know down in the comments if you have.
Yes, it
Bye.
Okay. Yeah. Drop
I'm Mark
them in.
Huber. You know me better as Heist on the channel. And today I am
Fucking
joined with he's still
Sharp
Doug Dimmadome,
curves.
Leighton Moreland.
Jeez, man.
Hey guys.
You need to 20. Yep, knew it.
That was the best response I got.
What the
You just
frick?
drowning in air, trying to think of something.
Poorly.
Yep.
Alright, we got a line in the A3.
This string back was definitely stale.
Do we want to restart that?
No.
No, it's just, this is
We
just
can,
on the cutting board.
we can cut this perfectly.
Right now we're in editing limbo.
We are in limbo. What happens? What happens is we all look like idiots to the people that pay me to be on YouTube.
But isn't that what they pay you to be on YouTube for?
Yes.
We're Schrodinger's video. We're Schrodinger's YouTube.
Are
right
we
now.
or are we not cut? We don't know right now. I'm still just trying to think of another stupid thing to say about Brett.
Like sheep.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Brett Weeble. He likes sheep.
Oh, come on! Frick off, bro. Alright, I think we're arriving in the city southwest, like right now. Okay, wrong direction again. Where the frick is our train? Back down this way. Okay. Let's go this way. We go this way. Then we go down here. We're gonna kick it into here. Kick it in the A3.
Brett Weeble. He likes sheep.
Switch to.
No!
What's up, guys? Leighton Moreland.
Hey guys.
That was the best response I got. You just drowning in air, trying to think of something for him.
Yep.
This string back was definitely stale. Can
Do we
move on?
want to restart that?
No.
No, it's just this is just on the cutting board.
We can cut this perfectly.
Right now we're in editing limbo.
We are in editing limbo. What happens? What happens is we all look like idiots to the people that pay me to be on YouTube.
But isn't that what they pay you to be on YouTube for?
Yes.
We're Schrodinger's video. We're Schrodinger's YouTube.
Are we or are we not cut? We don't know right now. I'm still just trying to think of another stupid thing to say about Brett.
Like sheep.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Brett Weeble. He likes sheep.
Switch to Chrome to stay in sync across devices. So your tabs go everywhere you go. Faster.
Oh jeez, it still don't have range. Oh crap. That's not good.
Get Chrome for Windows.
Comms radio. Spawn a caboose. Yeah. Give me ring. 55, card 55.
For my business because of its massive scope for functionality and freedom of creation.
Break a
Being
little.
able to integrate and change and develop at my own pace.
Just
I've got a range of products
just a smidge.
and services
Yeah, there
to
you
manage
go.
it all from one place is essential. It gave me time back in my day to get going on
That gives me enough space
It really
to
just
flip
made
the
everything
switch.
feel more achievable.
Okay, so these are gonna roll into A3. These need to go to C3. Okay, align the switch. Ready?
These are the jokes, people!
You ever been in a Turkish prison? Wouldn't you like to know?
Wouldn't you like to know?
You like movies about gladiators?
What's up, guys? This is
C3.
Heist, and yes, we're back. Three
Where
quarters
do
of
we
an
gotta
idiot, live coming at you from the
49.
roundhouse. Although,
wait, we're alive?
Disable.
Yes, we're not dead. Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Check the pulse. Yes. Still breathing.
Your neck is very soft.
So, last time we
All right,
filmed over by the welding
these
table,
are
and
done.
it's been shopped. Like,
Going.
seriously this time. So this time we stole the brake table and brought it over between the engines and everything. And it's very fun. Today we're playing Citation Needed, which is going to be a game where we talk through a railroad story from
now we
railroad
gotta go to the
history.
sawmill
and I
and
ask
then the
these
machine
idiots
factory and
to
we're
try
all
and
good.
guess the
So yeah, we gotta
facts
dump
about the
this whole
story.
train
And
in.
if they get anything
This will
correct, they get a
cut.
point. And this time we have it
You
on a piece of paper and pen because we're
Boink.
slightly higher budget this time.
Slightly higher budget.
Slightly higher budget.
Yeah.
Marginally solvent.
Yes. Thank you to all of the ES&D train crew and all of our supporters on the channel. Hopefully the audio doesn't suck. We'll find out. Anyway.
That's a thing.
that is pain. But joining me today, you know he's Dr. Jones, Brett Weebold. And you know he's actually Marcus Brody. It's Leighton Moreland.
Does anybody here speak ancient Greek?
And he's actually just the guy with the camel, Sala. I mean, it's Dusty's friend Jimmy from the Cog! We finally got Jimmy from the Cog. And the special prize for especially Jimmy is the mystery citrus.
An abundance. Brought to you by Cool Whip today.
Brought to you by Cool Whip, not actually sponsored. But yes, if there's any dumb puns or dumb statements or things, the citrus comes out. And we know that everybody loved Eric, and we loved having Eric on, and perhaps we shall have Eric on again.
We will have Eric someday again.
We just knew that there would be lots of lines if we had Jimmy on.
I'd like to point out he is not here against his will. He came here voluntarily.
He did, and he knows that he's going to be lined.
I'm just here to grind everyone's gears.
Is
that a cog joke?
It
That
is.
counts as a cog joke.
Mystery citrus.
Well, that was a good one. Almost got that down your shirt.
And so the disgusting citrus begins.
And so it begins.
All right, let's start with that joke. It's got some tooth and people don't have to rack their brains around it.
Just get him.
Jeez, start the episode for God's sakes. Can we please start the story?
15 minutes in. Can we start the story? Gents, today's first game of Citation Needed is going to be about the
how fast
collision
can I
of two
possibly just
CSX
shove the cars
transportation
over
freight
here?
trains in 2019.
There was only one?
There were two. What?
Well, there was only one collision in 2019.
Oh, well, this is specifically, I'm going to be reading through the details of an NTSB article about this collision, because it has many notable things and many silly things that'll be fun to get you guys to guess through.
Is it truly a case of crash, bang, explode?
No, it is not, in fact, a case of crash, bang, explode.
Crash, smash, explode. That's what CSX stands for.
Yes, sorry, forgive me. There's no explosion, but crash and smash, yes.
Oh.
So it's CSX. What part of the country are we in, do we think?
The bad part of the country.
Ohio.
Are you going to give the point? Riddle me this, Mark.
If you had to guess one state to be the bad part of the country,
New
Alabama.
Jersey. Jimmy, would you like to?
New Jersey doesn't count as a state. Come on.
Oh, okay. It's that bad.
No, Ohio.
Ah.
So yes. Not necessarily the bad part of the country, but the boring part.
Just the part of the country that can be described by the sound.
Yes, that part.
It is a state that is best described by its first syllable.
Yeah.
Home to the Buckeye, a useless nut.
Yes?
Sure.
Yes?
I don't know anything about. Why do you know things about Ohio?
I lived there for a year.
Why?
Yeah, why?
I ask myself the same question all the time.
And you keep going back for a train show, so.
Yes, I do.
Anyways, so we have the collision of two trains.
Is
Someone
this
paint me a picture
completely flat
of what
the
the
entire
collision
way?
looks like.
I'm just gonna shove.
Trains. Someone paint me a picture of what the collision looks like. No. But that was very good.
That's what a train accident sounds like.
But this was a particularly interesting one. What do you think?
The last
what kind
part.
of head-on, side swipe, blah, 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 blah. Anything?
Were there sheep involved?
No.
Is there a crossover involved?
Yes.
Really?
Crossover. Well,
Like a diamond crossover?
No, not a diamond crossover.
Oh, was it like a switched crossover? Switched crossover?
Switched crossover of a particular variety. Points if you can get what
Oh,
kind
is
of
it a
variety
double slip?
No, it's Ohio. Why would they need a double slip?
I don't
Get out of Ohio. More ways out. Your exits are located all around you. Please run.
Or swim. Or
Not a double slip. No. Well, I guess you could swim out of Ohio, but not the train.
Oh, so it's not a diamond crossing. It's not a double slip switch. Is it a railroad, like ding, 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 ding crossing?
No.
What does that leave?
A crossover set of points. Yeah. So it's actually
Is that not just a double?
No, it's not a double slip, but there's no diamond. It was a single crossover between, or actually it was a split from a single track to a dual track, so it technically wasn't a crossover anyways.
What are you doing?
What am I? I don't know how to do this.
My guess is going to be a fan fiction crossover, but.
Steamy eat and die action.
Yes.
Leighton came into the roundhouse with a bag full of limes.
Anyway, so we have a train going east, we have a train going west.
That's bad.
Yes, and we are merging at or we're coming up to a single track, dual track split off.
Okay.
So what happens? Why would there be a collision at such point?
precision scheduled railroading.
What a gorgeous day. What do you say we shoot some videos? By phone. Oh no, iPhone. Don't you die on me.
PTC didn't prevent this. Brett gets the point. PTC did not. Why didn't PTC prevent this?
Because PTC is a
computer glitch.
I'll give you partial points for this. So, the eastbound train had a PTC failure the previous day. So it had no PTC while it was running, and it was the one that was coming from the single track and diverging into the second track.
Okay, so I guess we're gonna shove the
But
entire
it was
train
not
back in
because
here
of the eastbound
and
train's
then go up.
PTC
So
failure
I do
that
have
the
to
collision
do that
occurred.
anyways.
Is it the westbound train's failure to see the eastbound train because its PTC was broken?
No, but you're on the right track. That wasn't. No, that was not planned. I will take the lime. And be murdered with it. Leighton throws viciously.
It does.
And he dodges very well, too.
Got vicious teeth.
Pointed teeth.
That's
Yes.
not it. Oh,
So-
before jiggling the table.
Oh, yes.
Because we're gonna Star Trek. Yeah.
Do the lean.
So, eastbound train, 2 locomotives, 110 cars, loads of frac sand going into the hole.
No frack.
No. It's almost a mile long. It had the PTC failure. Westbound train, 2 locomotives again, except one's a DPU, 94 cars back,
Did the DPU keep shoving and shove the train through the switch?
No. Good check. They had 109 loads of trash, of refuse, garbage train, literal garbage train, 67 empties behind it, 16,816 tons, and 11,000 feet long. So I'm going to give you a retroactive point for precision scheduled railroading because 2 locomotives for that pile?
What the hell is this train?
What the hell is
That quite literal pile, yes.
Yes, that quite literal pile of trash and garbage.
Sorry.
Okay, so part of the issue that causes the crash is because the westbound train was doing some switching.
Okay.
So what does that have to do with PTC? Or what might you think that has to do with PTC?
Do you lock it out or something?
Point. Yes. So PTC is all about trying to protect and enforce stop targets. And when you're switching and you're no longer just continuously going down and getting signals and everything, sometimes you have to put it in restricted mode so that you can back up and violate signals and blocks and things and put the cars where they need to go, because sometimes you're putting cars into an already occupied block, right? So you turn PTC into restricted mode, you do your switching, you flip it back over, and then you're all hunky-dory.
Did they not turn it back over?
They did not turn it back over. No, they did not.
So did they put the shove in and PTC thought that the block was now clear and gave the other choo-choo clearance to go?
No. So they dropped off 30 cars, and the conductor was riding the shove back into the industry to dump the 30 cars off, 2 miles back at this point. Right. And there was some other train that was doing some switching in that facility, and so the conductor remained with the other train to help them do their switching, and was going to get a van to the next grade crossing to meet up with his engineer before they kept on their pole. So the engineer's the one in the cab up front and is starting to make the pole out of the industry, and it's safe.
The sawmill kind of sucks to run to, and I don't know why.
Disaster happens from there.
Stupid sawmill job.
They backed out of the detection block and then went back into it?
You're thinking very technical. The problem is very human in nature.
Did somebody turn the PTC back on at the exact wrong time?
No, he never changed it out of restricted mode. He left it set as restricted.
Is restricted mode kind of a misnomer and it's actually very unrestrictive when it's in restricted mode?
In a certain way, yes.
That's not good.
So restrictive mode holds the train to below restricted speed. So as long as you don't go above restricted speed, it will hold in restricted mode. You can do whatever you want. You can run through signals, or at least in this era, you could. This incident actually changed the ruling of how this works.
Yes.
So I'm going to try and give you a little hint about what may have been causing this. So at 4:45 a.m. on the date of the crash, the PTC system was remaining in restricted mode. The westbound train departed Cary, Ohio to pick up the conductor with the engineer and the locomotive just by himself in the control compartment. The PTC system should have been reconfigured by the westbound train engineer, but the onboard locomotive event recorder showed that it stayed in restricted mode, and it showed that the train speed fluctuated significantly between 0 and 10 miles an hour quite frequently.
It's 4:40 a.m.
Yes.
Is this man exhausted?
No.
So he is awake?
He is awake. He may not be terribly good, because it also notes that he operated the locomotive headlight selector switch in a confusing manner while on the approach to the converging point.
What constitutes a confusing... Is he...
Turning the headlight off, turning it back on, a little bit of that, yeah.
Okay.
Why might that be?
Is he a noob?
No.
Is he inebriated?
Yes. Point to Leighton.
Oh.
Dude is hammered.
Great.
Yes.
So he's
hammered.
Yeah. Oh god, so he's hammered, he's got PTC off, he's going below the max speed.
Don't forget his conductor's not with him.
And his conductor's not with him. So he just sends it?
He's just, he can't send it because he's only got 2 locomotives and he's got 10,000 feet of train still.
Yeah.
Almost.
So he's just kind of...
He's going back and forth between like idle and 8 and dynamics and full, like he cannot regulate speed. And so it basically... The image data shows at 5:03 a.m. that the westbound train engineer turned off the locomotive headlight while still moving. At 5:06 a.m., the westbound train engineer turned on the locomotive headlight and continued increasing speed while approaching the wayside signal at Control Point Springs. At 5:07 a.m., the westbound train continued increasing speed and moving towards the wayside signal. The forward-facing image recorder data indicates that at the same time, the headlight of the eastbound train became visibly brighter. Eastbound engineer knows what's going on. The westbound train continued past the red signal at CP Springs at a speed of about 9 miles an hour and collided with the 6th rail car of the eastbound train at 5:09 a.m.
So at least this was a slow crash.
Slow crash, hence why your crash
Was not accurate. Okay.
That's
Okay.
more of a yes, yeah, pretty much that. So
And oh no, you spilled garbage all over Ohio. Oh, tragic.
How will they do the environmental remediation?
Tragic.
yeah, so Price is Right rules. How many cars go on the ground?
Poorly.
0. 150.
7.
7? Jimmy wins 7 without going over. On the westbound train, 4 cars and the engine go on the ground and actually roll over, roll onto their side.
This is Drunkie's train?
Drunkie's train,
Okay.
yes. And on the other car, 21 of the loaded cars of frac sand just accordion in on themselves because they're super heavy, right? Price is Right rules. How much do you think the damage was? Dollars.
Fee
Was
tolerance.
the locomotive, are we allowed to clarify if the locomotive was totaled?
I wasn't totaled, but it did roll on its side.
Okay.
Wasn't it in an environmentally sensitive area?
That's Ohio.
I don't know, there might be a wetland with a mouse.
Not that they say in the report.
Okay. It's not very nice to call. We call them suburbs, Layton.
Okay.
Price is Right rules. We're going this way this time.
This way. $250,000.
10 million.
2 million.
Brett's closest without going over, 4.9 million.
Ooh.
So the NTSB performs the review of the incident, trying to figure out, at the end of the day, what were the issues that caused this.
I'm just picturing them walking down the trackside with a big magnifying glass following a trail of beer cans left along the right.
Yeah, so the funny thing is the conductor never saw the engineer drink. He never saw it happen, so presumably either conductor's covering for the engineer or when he was right. So presumably, so the funny thing is the conductor never saw the engineer drink. He never saw it happen, so presumably either conductor's covering for the engineer or when he was riding the shove, engineer was just, he must have had.
It's okay, we know. It's okay.
It's okay, we know. It's fine.
We won't tell anyone.
So, what do you think the NTSB ruled as the ultimate safety issues that led up to this?
Rule G.
No, actually.
PTC could have prevented this?
Yes, that's part of it. PTC. They also identified that train handling and performance was an issue. The CSX's random drug and alcohol testing program, because they had found that the engineer had missed several of the previously scheduled and required tests by the FRA.
So this is a habitual drinker on the job.
Apparently. And also inward and outward facing image recorders, because there was no internal camera, so they couldn't see that the engineer was getting hammered. They did end up saying that the probable cause of the train collision, not the safety issue that led up to it, the probable cause was that, let me use the exact verbiage here, the westbound train engineer failed to respond to the signal indications requiring him to slow and stop the train prior to Control Point Springs because of his impairment due to the effects of alcohol.
The light is blinking at me. I can blink back, you son of a bitch.
Precisely. Contributing to the collision was the design of the positive train control system, PTC could have prevented this, which allowed continued operation in restricted mode on the main track.
Hey, ding dong.
PTC could have prevented it. PTC could have prevented this.
They took a blood alcohol content reading 6 hours after the incident.
Oh, no.
Price is Right rules.
No.
What do we think it was? 6 hours later.
Okay, question. At what point is alcohol poisoning? What level do you
At
die?
what point
is it fatal?
0.4, I think, is about death. Poisoning in like people that are not alcoholics is like 0.25 or something like that.
But we're gonna assume this guy's got a high efficiency rate.
It's 6 hours, so he's gonna have to bake some of it off because presumably he's been in custody and/or medical care.
The cops don't let them drink? That's cruel.
I know. How dare they?
How dare they?
So 6 hours afterwards, we start late and go this way this time. What do you think?
0.21.
0.21. Okay.
Really high.
Really well.
All right, we're gonna throw out a number here. 0.27. Why? Why not?
0.1.
Brett wins because it was 0.115. So that's 6 hours later.
That's 10% alcohol.
Well, 0.1%. Yeah. Still very drunk. Like,
yes.
He's definitely Texture X territory.
Yeah. So 6 hours before, he would have been around 0.2, which is most people are vomiting and or blacked out.
And he's driving a train.
And he's riding a 16,000 foot long pile of CSX. So, yeah,
Crash,
there you go.
smash,
At the end of the this quick one here, Brett wins with
Hey, look,
6
it's Crash,
points.
Smash, Explode.
And I still
Whenever
don't
I
think of anything
do
witty
some
for you to
rail
win.
fanning,
And that's the end of the episode.
That's the end of the episode.
That's the end of the episode.
CSX and Crash, Smash, Explode. Hopefully that doesn't happen when I try to record it, but we'll start rolling that train forwards. You do have to line the switch, but that's not for a while. Then we're gonna run over to the machine factory and do our event. Did I accept the city southwest transit? Okay, where's the station? Ooh, yeah, machine. Goodbye. 125 minutes. Ooh, Here's Sawmill. Dink. Doink. 187 minutes. Yes, dubs. Alright. Now machine factory and all that crap.
3 times the electrolytes. And 0 sugar. Liquid IV. Real hydrating.
The Wells Fargo Active Cash Card. Earn 2% cash back on what you
now
want.
we only have
like a
roughly 40 cars, which isn't too bad. That's actually
like
reasonable
a ride back
now.
from your ride.
We have a reasonable amount of train. I think. I think I am.
What's up, guys? This is Ice, and today we're going to be playing Two of These People Are Lying with the 3 quarters of an idiot. Oh, we didn't say that last episode. We didn't clarify who we are.
Yeah, we did.
No, we didn't. We said who we are, but we didn't say that we're 3 quarters of one idiot.
Didn't we? Yes, you did. Yes, we did.
Did we? Okay, I'm confused myself. Welcome.
Not a good start for the game where you have to keep your head straight.
Yes, it's not. So this is going to go poorly. Poorly. I'm your host, Heiss, also known as Mark Huber, and today joining us, it is Brent Wiebold.
Poorly.
He's scary.
Poorly.
Do you fear death?
Saying that so, like, Karen-esque.
I got a soft voice.
Instead
We're
of
gonna put a
Davy
happy little
Jones.
bush over here, and I'm gonna hide you in
Oh,
it.
God.
He's homicidal Bob Ross.
Yes.
That's a vibe.
We're just gonna move past that. Also joining us today, he's no longer Doug Dimmadome, it's Leighton Moreland!
Hello. I do not like sheep.
And as our special guest today, because remember, we are the 3 quarters of one idiot.
Emphasis on special.
Yes, our special guest today. As a way to hopefully fill that void, that last quarter of the idiot, it's Dusty's friend Jimmy from the COG! I didn't realize you're wearing a actual COG paraphernalia.
Yeah.
Yes.
The back of it's even better.
He's repping the company merch.
That's fantastic.
Y'all sell those in the gift shop, or is that?
Oh, that's a true sweater.
Oh, that's awesome.
We sell these in the gift shop, though.
At your channel gift shop, yes.
Yes.
If the museum started selling those, I'd be impressed.
I would be impressed, too.
And a little worried.
Yes, at the same time. Okay, so today we're playing Two of These People Are Lying because 2 of these people will be. On these cards, they have written down many railroad topics of various varieties and things. And I'm going to pick one of the cards, and they're going to have to all convince me that it is their card.
What is this grade, bro?
And I get points if I pick the correct one, and they get points if they get picked. But 2 of them, of course, will be lying. So, today's first topic. Alice
Alright, well,
Lagoon.
we have to change locos because the
Alice
other ones ran out of
Lagoon.
fuel, so, you know, logistics.
Brett, Alice the Goon.
Alice the Goon is a streamlined express engine.
Okay. Streamline Express engine, Leighton Moreland.
Named for a home-built wrecking crane on an obscure logging railroad in the Northwest.
Obscure logging railroad crane, wrecking crane. Okay. Jimmy.
Alice the Goon, a Pinkerton Detective Agency employee.
We've got three very different things here.
This Alice the Goon is gonna read you your papers. Send you up the river.
Okay, so express locomotive, crane, and Pinkerton employee, which can only bode poorly for the eras of steam railroading. But anyway, Brett, tell me more about Alice the Goon, the locomotive.
So Alice the Goon was a stainless streamliner built for the Q, actually.
Okay.
It was a Hudson that was designed, I believe it was for the Zephyr, and this was the age
Come
when diesels
on.
were still not experimental, but
Release.
less than reliable.
Right.
Yeah, so they had
Yes.
a steam engine that could supplement and pull the Zephyr if
Come
necessary, or whatever special train it was. I can't remember specifically, it was that one.
Okay.
And it is called Alice the Goon because
Release
it was said by
the
employees to have a
brakes.
resemblance to a character from Popeye of the same name.
Interesting. Okay. That's a fun piece of trivia if it's true. Leighton, obscure logging railroad Northwest crane. Details.
I cannot remember if it was in Oregon, Washington.
gotta wait.
They're all the same. Rainy liberal north.
One half dozen the other.
It's not Ohio, it's okay.
Yeah, there's lumberjacks and hills. Anyway, there was this one logging railroad, I think it was called like the Sanderson logging railroad or something.
Come on,
and
buddy.
It hugged this valley, but because it's the Northwest, the valleys like to slide.
Yes.
So they had issues with trains going whee! And the railroad was too laid to get a proper one in there.
A logging railroad that's poorly laid?
How dare they?
Are you telling me you can't take a 120-ton 8-wheeled behemoth over this?
Yes, I'm telling you that explicitly.
So it was just a really bunch of home-built bullshit. They had, you know, like the winding engines off of like steam donkeys?
Yes.
They had like 3 of those on one side.
Come
they
on,
could,
cars.
tie
Yes, they're
cables to
finally
trees on the
releasing.
hillside
Oh my
to
goodness.
keep them from sliding down. So that then they could swing the boom out to pick up shit that had fallen down.
So rather than having outriggers because mud, they have steam engine donkey things that go and grab trees.
They have grappling.
They have grappling hooks that counteract
Come
the
on,
force of trying to
dingus.
lift the train.
Is this a crane or is this like a mechanical Spider-Man?
Conceptually, it is kind of, well, I don't know, it's
awesome is what it is.
Yeah, it's awesome, but it's a bit more close to Doc Ock. But it did have a boom, so they could actually reach out, get stuff, and then be able to pick it up and then put it back on.
Why is it called Alice the Goon?
Why not?
Because they called it, because Gangster Moo, this was built in like the 30s, Gangster Moo was really possible, and it was called, they were like, oh yeah, it's a goon, it's just gonna pick you up and grab you, and Alice was the...
like a Muggsy kind of
Yeah,
goon.
like a Muggsy
I
kind
getcha.
of goon. Like, you want to smash him, boss?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was called Alice because Alice was the...
She's the one that owns the restaurant, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say. This is a song about the restaurant.
Kill!
According to legend and lore, she was the secretary who you had to go to get your paychecks, and she was just a royal biatch.
I see.
So their way of taunting her was naming it basically Alice Mongo.
Go get Alice!
Go get Alice.
Basically, yeah.
All right,
I
all
like
right.
it.
Jimmy, continuing on with the Pinkertons.
Yes. Alice the Goon, very brutal
right.
detective. Can't remember what time period that would have been. That is a really poor name. The guy's name was Alice.
That's a man with fond memories of junior high.
Is that like a boy named Sue?
Yes, something like that. Makes you very, very, shall we say, gruff when you grow up.
No.
It's very brutal with the work he did for the Pinkertons, so he got known as a goon.
Was his name actually Aloysius, which is a male name, and everybody, just to make fun of him, started calling him Alice?
That I do not know. It definitely wasn't Alouette.
Aloysius the Goon doesn't have the same kind of ring.
As Alice the Goon. And here I was expecting it to be a 1970s rock and roll star. Anyway, so we have CB&Q Steam Express locomotive. We have a very fun logging crane, and we have the Pinkertons. And
come on,
I could go for another round, but I think it's Jimmy. Is it? No. I was gonna say, Leighton could have described it like he's describing a very fun logging crane. Yes, but it's just the name is maybe a stretch, and Pretz. I mean,
Are you saying that things having endearing or otherwise names is a bit of a stretch?
What's the name?
Grandma, Peaches, Angry.
Isn't the crane at Forney Museum not only named Miss Peachy, but doesn't it have an angry eye painted onto the hook? It is.
Yeah, it's something like that. So, like, it is par for the course.
So I'm not getting any points regardless.
No.
Because
Oh
I'm
dynamic
not.
braking. I learned just the.
Is it Brett?
We finally have.
Yes! I told the truth! We picked a Brett story! Okay, but unfortunately you don't get any points.
I don't.
But Jimmy gets points for the first one here, so...
No credit for my reasonable sounding bullshit.
No, it was very reasonable sounding bullshit, but it was like the details linking it to the card were not there, but the bullshit was great.
I forgot to mention the actual name of the locomotive.
Yes.
Aeolus. Which I'm surprised it didn't wind up with a different nickname.
That sounds like a mixture of a mayonnaise-based thing and a musical scale.
It does kind of, and that it still survives, albeit unstreamlined.
Really?
It does.
What is it?
This is what it looks like streamlined.
Oh, weird! I don't know if I've ever seen that thing.
Hang on. Oh, this is it today. I'm assuming you're flashing pictures.
Yes, you'll send me these two.
There's it in a park. Looks a lot like 5629.
Well, yeah, the Q had very attractive locomotives, yeah.
And this is what Alice the Goon is.
Looked like a character from Popeye.
Doink. I want to know what that said. That's fun.
Okay, so Brett has picked a second card, and how much of that interim makes it into the final edit, we shall see.
Once again, Schrodinger's YouTube.
Schrodinger's YouTube.
Are we here? Are we not? What is life?
We don't know.
42.
So I'm shuffling again, and we will pick the second card here, see if we can get some more
Let's not
points.
go away, and we get to the switch.
The second topic
is a really spicy switch, and we gotta go
Wolfer
20. As soon as we get past that,
Wolfer
we'll
dunks.
basically move.
Is this the sound I make in Derail Valley and Railroads Online when I couple? Dunk. Yeah, that's all I got. Let's see. So we started with
Woofer last time.
Okay, so Jimmy.
Doink.
Woofer dunks.
Woofer
Doink.
dunks. Okay, so you get sounds like woof, right?
Okay.
So they would push the.
Doink.
They would have side dump cars. I'm trying to remember this whole thing here. You have side dump cars that
That's a
come
good way
over.
of stalling there.
Whoosh.
Okay, side dump card, go whoosh, and then go dunk.
Okay.
Okay. That, I mean, a very onomatopoeia of you, so yeah.
Onomatopoeia, there's a word.
Yes, Leighton. Woofer dunks.
Speaking of onomatopoeias, it is a regional onomatopoeia in certain regions of Bavaria for the sign of the trade. Woofaduck, 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 woofaduck.
Run that by me one more
The
time.
stations of Woofaduck is coming to some chocolate.
Yeah.
Well, over here, trains go chugga chugga choo, or choo choo chugga chugga, or I believe there's a whole video about that you have.
Yes.
Link in the
Search
description
that
below.
catalog.
Oh, God, yeah, that's ancient.
Yeah, link in the description below. Like, comment, subscribe.
They said it.
Hit the bell to get notified.
Like in Korea, dogs go instead of woof. It is a regional variation on the onomatopoeia. So it is, it's not, we're gonna go right the choo-choo, we're gonna go right the woof.
Okay.
The Woofadunk, okay. Well, when I rode behind Cab Road in the 17 at Mountaineer Scenic, the engineer leaned back over to me as he started taking off through the first crossing, and he just goes, Woofa-chugga, Woofa-chugga, and it's just like, Alamosa, Alamosa, Alamosa. That's that one.
That's that one.
Yep. We are all the same amount of broken. Got it. Every railroader. That's very possible. Brett, Wooferdunks.
Wooferdunks were engines built by the British during the Second World War.
Of course they were. We got to get the Brits in on this.
You got to get the Brits.
Okay, so we have. Oh God, I forgot what Jimmy said. What did Jimmy say?
Dump cars,
The
right?
side dump cars.
The side dump cars with the woof and the dunk, and then we have the woofer dunks as a sound for a train, and then we have British locomotives. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So tell me more about. Tell me more about the side.
Where is our train
That's
at?
what they called the side dump cars. I believe this is at a mining operation. That's the sound they made when they dumped.
A mining establishment?
A mining
establishment.
Mining consortium.
So they would dump the ore.
I mean, they call the ore
don't
cars
wanna dump
everything
the
else.
You want to keep the ore. You want to dump everything else.
Gonna dump the tailings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or what?
You're not a very good mining consortium owner, are you?
What college did you go to?
Colorado School of Mines.
No, School of Mines.
Right. Actually, I'd like to point out between all of you nerds, I'm the only one that ever took classes in the mining department.
That's not true.
Oh, right. You almost had a tunneling minor.
Okay.
Anyway.
Mining dump cars going woofer dunk. Very possible. So, what country was it with the onomatopoeia?
I think it was in like Bavaria, Austria. I don't know.
The land
of, like, the chocolate region of the world.
We have the chocolate woofer dunk.
Later hosen and butt slappy dances.
We like Ploddle Dance. Look up Ploddle Dance. It's fun.
You're not wrong. Yes, that is the thing. And World War II British locomotives.
Yes, they're called woofer dunks because that's what they sounded like when they didn't get maintenance and wore out.
They were 210Os that were built kind of on the cheap, and they were exported everywhere, and they didn't get maintained, and so over time they started sounding like woof-a-dunk, woof-a-dunk, woof-a-dunk.
That's...
I like that we all have audio-based stuff.
What the hell are we gonna do with?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what else are we gonna do?
I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I have no the idea. It could honestly be any of these. Brett's onomatopoeia was the best. Is it Brett?
It is.
Hey!
Hey!
You didn't get any of Brett's last season.
I got points though this time.
You did. You got points, and I got points.
Yes.
That means it's a three-way tie for this game, and it just means that Leighton loses.
Hey, look, it's the Orwell Central.
And the video's
all
over.
the way
Yeah,
back
bye.
there. There it is. That's too far. There it is. You can see the caboose for some reason. I suppose we're going to be going down. Yeah, that's player.freecam toggle if you want to do that. We can at least go 30 now. So yeah, we're going to be running to the machine factory, dropping the cars, basically just Dutch drop them on. And then past all of this crap, go this way, deliver to the food, and then go to goods, and then we're done. Hopefully. Hopefully it was great.
The biggest hit movies, available to stream, rent, or buy in one app to unite them all.
Can you shut up right now before I eat you?
I love Chinese.
The Jojo
I've
was
always
slammed
wanted to dive
into
into
your
what's
skull
called
at
People really save you so much time and helps me find new experiences
826
that
miles per
explode.
second.
Stay
Yes.
tuned for my next video visiting the Pacific Northwest.
What's up, guys? This is Heist, and today we're playing Two of These People Are Lying, because two of these people will be. Joining me today, he makes everyone else look really small, it's Brett Weevil!
Hello. Yes. How do? I have.
He likes to run expensive model trains on the floor, it's Leighton Moreland!
One day I will have a big layout.
So, someday. We can all dream.
Sometime.
Yes. And together we make 3/4 of one idiot. Because three and, whatever. And we're in search of the fourth to finally fill that hole. And joining us once again today, it's Dubsy's friend Jimmy from the car!
Return of the Penguin.
Thank you. So yes,
Self-returning line.
I was gonna say it's kind of nice. It's a good feature.
Yeah. Maybe someday we'll explain the Dusty's friend Jimmy from the cog thing, but until then it's gonna annoy us.
Yeah.
Anyway,
the three thing I need to.
Are we past City Southwest?
Yes, it checks out. There's yeah, okay. So, to these
Yes,
people
we
are
are.
lying. These gentlemen have
These
We're
idiots
definitely past it.
have written down railroad topics on these
That's written
cards.
down.
I'm going to pick one of the cards,
Alright.
and then they're going to explain it as if it is their topic, and only one of them will tell the truth, hence the other two lying.
I don't care about your
Whoever
couples
gets
beans.
picked by me as who I think is true, it's a point. And
Alright, we're
true
getting
one.
up to 60 now.
And,
Okay, I don't
it's always
care.
a little
We're
bit
doing 60.
interesting. So let's see what the first topic shall be.
Maybe we'll do 60. Hey, look. On the locomotive.
The ratchet break.
Yes.
Ratchet break.
Choo.
Yes.
Yes.
Wait, ratchet break.
It was the main bar in Denver, near the old Burnham shops.
I think friends told stories about that, and I can't repeat them.
It's a choo-choo.
Exactly.
It's, for some reason, that specific junction is just way higher than any other junction.
Sometimes all at the same time.
Yeah, we gotta be going left.
Are you gonna point it out, or are you gonna save it till later?
I'll save it
No, we
for
are
now.
going left.
Yes.
Technically,
Right,
go
the
70
ratchet
on
break.
that,
The
but
ratchet break was the unnamed. It was
70.
a patent so bad it remained
60.
unnamed. Experiment in creating brakes
Right.
that would apply themselves, handbrakes that would apply themselves as the train was coming to a stop.
a ding dong.
So sort of like a actual drum brake tensioning mechanism thing.
I'll explain it in a minute.
Okay, Jimmy, ratchet brake.
A one-way mechanical brake used for mountain railways. It only works in one direction.
Only downhill, presumably.
That'd be a good guess.
We have uphill brakes only. What do you mean, down with gravity? Ah!
Okay, Leighton, tell me more about the Fred Oster Memorial Ratchet Brake Bar establishment.
Yeah, it was just a bar that was founded like immediately after Prohibition ended. So it may or may not have existed before, but I can neither confirm nor deny.
Alright. Well,
What do you know?
we got everything all
You know,
good.
what do you know? What you talking
Well,
What are
completely
you
blind.
talking about? You
so
got loose lips around here?
How about you get some more beans?
Yeah, no, it was a bar that kind of might have been run by the mob potentially. That could have had something to do
What are
with
you hissing
the
at?
kind of Prohibition origins. But yeah, it was a bar frequented by railroad employees that was
Hello?
for a break, you know, a good place for a bar fight. And it had a mysterious fire in the 1960s.
Mysterious.
And then it became nothing. Yes.
Alright.
Okay.
The automatic's
Brett,
just
tell me
gonna
more.
hiss at me for a while.
So,
I guess.
you know the little...
Alright, we'll try that double Dutch drop thing again, but I don't know the speed limit.
Yeah. Picture that. It's on an axle.
I just need to get off this
Connected
grade.
to the brake rigging such that when you engage, you throw...
Then we're gonna only have
engage
like
with
25 cars, and then we can
throws
probably
it, and
drop
as the
both
wheel
of the
turns in the
D6s.
last few times, it tightens the brake. Thought being,
35.
this was used on interurban units, so you don't have a lot of cars. You have one or two that you can station people at it.
Right,
As you're
and then
coming to a stop,
25.
you can throw the brake, and it will nicely bring itself in. Stop and time itself down. You don't have to worry about it.
So it's like the
Alright, you can do a thing. Thank you. You can get up the track speed
Kind
again.
of, but backwards.
40.
But this was a bad idea, and you can see it was a bad idea because clearly, if you throw it a split second too early, it will tie it really tight, and it will do one of
You slide.
you either slide, or as they experienced in a couple of cases on the 2 units that they actually trialed this, it tore half the brake ring out of the car because wooden cars.
Gotcha.
Their own weight in this
Come on, buddy.
Newtonian bullshit.
Get to track speed. Yes. We have 3 D6s. What is happening?
Mountain brake.
Yes. So you don't want to
I only need 2 for this.
It's a brake that's set while you're traveling up the hill.
Come
You lose power or whatever, pump will roll back into it. You have to be able to release it to go down the hill.
So
Fail
it's
safe.
It's kind of like a walking on like balls on a roller coaster.
Yeah.
The chain lift. Tick, 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 tick. Yeah, those
Well,
are
the automatic shut up.
The team sliding over the thingy.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It releases when it's doing
It's automatic.
Yes, as we saw last episode. Yes.
Yes, yes.
Why
Okay,
can you
so we've got
operate
a bar. We have a bad patent for self-applying
Fan.
brakes.
Fan
and then
the
we have
frickin'
a
thing.
mountainous
It's
brake.
okay.
And it is from the man with the cog that is bringing up things about the mountain break, so he may be biased about this.
Maybe slightly.
I will rule Leighton out right away, though, because yes, they could have spelled it wrong for the pun, but it's not the ratchet break, it's the ratchet break. So...
Are you saying that people who were frequenting a bar and running a bar in the 1930s could spell?
Yes.
Usually, yes.
I was gonna say, we were somewhat literate as a country by then.
Somewhat.
Hopefully. Brett's is very interesting and I could see it being possible, but my gut is saying Cogman telling us cog things. Is it Jimmy?
It is Jimmy.
It's Jimmy!
It's Jimmy.
Jimmy the friend Jimmy from the cog.
Jimmy the cog.
Jimmy the Cog.
Jimmy the cog.
Him and his buddies hang out down at the Ratchet Bridge.
So I'm actually leaving him on the scoreboard as a cog. So he gets a point. I get a point. So that's present day on the current cog.
The old cars, yes. It's computer does it on the modern stuff.
Okay. PC can prevent you from running down the hill, huh?
Not that fancy, but yeah. Now the old cars, if you notice, the uphill cabs only have one brake lever, the downhill has two. Because you only need to release the transmission brake to move uphill. It works in both directions.
Okay.
And if you lose power wherever, you'll roll uphill.
Alright, let's try that double Dutch drop thing
When you're on
again.
the summit,
So we're
you
going
release
to
the
be
ratchet
rolling.
brake. Then you can go downhill.
I like it.
And I need to check where we
in the
are.
car. It's not a wayside thing at all.
It's actually adding
We have no
free
wayside
cam to
anything
Derail
in
Valley and
Well, that's
Simulator,
very
so...
Okay, well, Jimmy
So
now
we'll
needs to come up
go
with another card, so be gone with you!
Go away.
So we need to be about... So pulling into that, so we need to be
from being
about...
interrupted with
in the yard.
Director.
As soon as we get there, I'll start
Museum,
uncoupling traps.
Yes.
Doing all that.
All these suspicious, crazy people.
Yeah, we better be lined
Why
in.
you chase someone into a roundhouse, you're never going to be able to corner them in that.
Yes,
I knew you were going there!
All great. You deserve that.
Doink. Doink.
It was
Or refrain.
but no. Okay. So we're at halftime. Jimmy's got a point. I've got a point. But what is our next car?
Whoa, that's a lot of money. Crap.
Children. It's a child cauldron. I don't know.
No, it's like a deep southern schoolhouse. There's a whole building for children, and right now, they're just going to dance to the children.
Okay, Bobby.
Okay, Bobby. Bobby Boucher! You want a boy! You want a boy! Come on!
You have been to Louisiana recently.
Yes, I have.
So
okay.
Why do you think my voice was gone when I came back from Louisiana? I spoke like that for almost 2 weeks.
And you didn't get shot?
They just thought I was one of them.
Oh.
I will blend in, I will disappear.
He knows the language and everything.
Does anybody here
I don't know, I guess we'll do something like that, sure.
We can't get lost in our museum because the track is a school. Trains don't leave the track unless you're late.
Yes.
Ooh.
Sorry.
Brett. Children.
Chaldron is a volumetric unit of measurement.
Okay. Leighton.
Name of a British locomotive manufacturer that made very strange geared locomotives that had very large flywheels, kind of like bastardized hybrid of a traction engine on rails.
Locomotive that ran out of the town of Chauncey, Ohio. Spelled Chansey, they still can't spell there either.
But time hasn't passed past, the end of Prohibition in Ohio.
We don't like Ohio, apparently.
Apparently not.
That's where my family's from.
The wheel spins and it lands
I love you guys,
continuously.
don't hate on me.
Yes.
I'd like to say they can come find us, but they're so far away.
That's
So-
true. That's true. I will be going to Ohio later this year. There is
Poor son of a bitch.
there is a Huber family reunion at the Huber Museum in July, so I need to contact them and see if I can come film things and maybe run a Huber traction.
Yup.
Anyway. Okay. Brett, continue.
It is a volumetric unit of measurement developed for early coal cars in the
Fun. Yep. Cool.
Yes.
Love that. Yep.
We didn't have scale technology that could weigh out
tons when we were first developing these things, so instead they developed a standard size of 4 cart, effectively. And that was...
And it held children.
Correct.
I held children, you know.
And that's
it's actually spelled with a T, but you know, it's like Tuesday, isn't it?
Tuesday.
It's a children. It's like children, because very tall, you know,
Sure,
but it's a children. Okay.
Yes, for the people who gave us Bubble and Squeak and I don't know, whatever they do. Bubble and Squeak, that's like no, that's Bangers. I'm thinking Bangers and Mash.
Bavardi and Eek is a different thing.
No, Bubbles and Squeak. It's like eggs and sausage, I think. I don't know. I will be corrected in the comments.
Okay.
No, you don't.
British breakfast foods. Got it.
I do love Heinz beans, though.
Donk.
The beans. Hindsight.
Get him. Mystery citrus. Citrus. Ah! Okay, Leighton. British geared locomotives?
Yeah, it was a thing. So, in a lot of British industrial applications, they would have just like stupidly steep grades. You know, like, oh yeah, it's a 20% grade to get from street level up this stupid little hill to the door of the building. And sometimes they would have like bridges and stuff, but sometimes they would need, for like historical and industrial railway purposes, to get stuff from further away.
You know what we need here?
An overall. Put on big shoes. Yeah.
Very big shoes.
Where the frick is my train? It left. The train left.
That, but
how is it all the way over there? What?
It's a boxer?
It's a boxer. It's a jackbox.
Let me at him.
Yeah. No, just like little.
They have officially gone crazy.
3-cylinder thingy between the frame, driving a gear, driving a large gear, driving
a
flywheel,
please move?
and then going to wheels. So you have the ability to store that energy to make it up a very short but stupidly sharp curve.
Short but stupidly sharp curve.
Hill. That's what I say.
Stupidly steep. Yes, we need all the power to go up this. Wait.
He did say up the curve, so.
Well, vertical curves.
Up your curve.
Civil engineers.
Okay.
They don't.
Yes.
They don't speak English sometimes. Okay. Locomotive out of Ohio.
Yes. So there's a town near Athens called Chauncey. It's actually spelled Chancey. Chancey. The locals pronounce it Chauncey.
Because Ohio.
Because Ohio. The Hocking Valley Railway went through there. They had a locomotive. And my guess is everyone ridiculed them for spelling Chauncey wrong. So they decided, oh, if you learn how to spell here, we'll just change how we do that. We name the locomotive. And they still got it wrong.
Okay.
Sure.
So we have a British unit of measurement.
Of measurement,
or
yes.
hoppers.
Yes,
We have a specific manufacturer of locomotives for steep curves. And we have...
Hey, it's harder to go around a steep
It is,
curve.
it's true. It is true. That actually does factor into your tonnage math, yes.
Yeah.
But it's not very bad.
It's a loop, you know, it is a curve the whole way up. Just use the side.
Yeah, like, oh my god!
You're going up and around.
How fast do you need to go? Fast enough that all the coal falls out and then lands back in the bunker by the time you make it around.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's other problems there we can unpack. But, okay. So, my reasoning here is Leighton said 20% grade, and if he was truly a British foamer, he would be giving it in
1 in 5.
1 in 5.
Well, I thought about that, but I wanted to translate into
I was wondering
Can Win a War Without Help.
if he was translating for me, assuming I didn't know British things, or if he was just being wrong and now covering. Wow. Wait, Win a War Without Help. Ooh.
Wow.
Ooh. Yes. Hi, Britain. We love you, baby. Britain's good. We like Britain. Yes. We want to come play trains in Britain someday.
Yes.
Anyways, Lori, if you're out there, if you watch this channel, you say you do.
Come play it.
Yes. Come play. We have
We have a K class for you to
We
run.
do. Yes.
And we have one in captivity.
Yes. It's literally in captivity.
Tries to break out though. Don't tell it.
Shh. Yeah. Well.
Don't tell it. It's in captivity. She'll be upset.
She does like to put the track where she wants.
I think she's kind of figured it out by now.
Well, it's okay.
She hasn't made an S curve since the Johnson administration.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah. Details. Brett, I think it's a great story, and maybe it's an actual. I don't know. It could be yours. I'm not sure, but I think I'm gonna roll you out, and I think I'm gonna go with Jimmy. No. Yes.
There is actually a town spelled Chauncey that is Chauncey in Ohio.
Okay.
But
story's true. So is it Leighton or Brett? I'm not getting the points, but
Doink.
Jimmy's getting the points.
Bro.
So Jimmy's gonna win the episode.
Doink.
But
Jimmy's cleaned it up. The question is, am I still a loser here?
Oh
God, yes, this determines which one of us is a loser.
no, it doesn't. You don't get points.
Oh, it's true.
It doesn't matter.
No matter what.
It's all over. Yes.
Yeah, this one
So it must be yours then.
Nope. Blank.
Wow.
I completely failed at that.
Literally.
It is a
Absolutely
volumetric
failed.
unit of measurement.
That was very basic, and it could have been.
Thought it was fun.
That is fun. A children.
How
Well,
are
with that,
you
Dusty's friend Jimmy
going
Picard wins.
effing fast?
Yep.
Bro. Two 122 minutes. Fast travel, yes, choo-choo. Choo-choo, go fast. Go, choo-choo. Go. Alright, well, now we gotta go to the food. Yeah. Towards the food. Yes. To the food fact. Alright, well.
Cheese, no shocker, however you like to top your Whopper, you know what we'll say.
Shut the frick up, you man.
Trucks are an important part of the transportation industry and the lifeblood of the American economy. Diesel techs are at the
frick.
What's up, guys? This is Heist, and
What
today
about
we're playing
the
Two These
choo-choos?
People Are Lying. Guess
Come on,
these.
Come on. Doing.
Yes. Anyways,
Are we all going in
joining
down
me
next
today, you know who's got a bitchin' Lego train set? Brian Weevil!
Oh, my back.
Life's hard sometimes.
Ow.
He believes in the town of some moron rather than Cimarron.
No, it's Simoron.
Cimarron. Oh,
Not
okay.
some moron, it's Simoron.
Well, you said it was some moron in the last video.
No.
He's some.
I'm some moron. It's Simoron.
I see. Well, he's got Cimarron
Doink.
on his layout, Leighton Moreland. And together we're three quarters, one idiot, and we're always in search of that fourth extra piece. And today joining us,
You're going
once
a
again,
little
it's
bit
Dusty's friend
spicy.
Jimmy from the car!
I have my ups and downs.
These jokes are gonna go downhill fast.
That gets it.
Yep. Gets the citrus.
You saved him, which is bull. Everyone dies!
We've somehow not explained the citrus this time, and it's just become an enigma. There's a highlight in a live stream that we can link you to about the story of the citrus.
The inner machinations of my mind
Yes.
Bad
Milk falls over. Boom. Oh.
We're gonna have to go.
That's fine. There's still one in the pit.
I know.
Anyways.
I'm not going after that thing.
You're the one that put it there.
You are. So when Jeff gets mad.
Nobody gets. He's gonna get mad at all of us.
It's true. Yeah.
Anyway.
We will sacrifice for the lime in the pit.
Yeah.
Anyway. These gents have written down a railroad topic on one of these cards. And they all have to convince me that it's their topic, despite two of them lying about it. If I pick them, they get a point. If I pick the correct one, I'm going to get a point. So, the first topic today is... Decoville? Decaville? Pronounce that.
Took it.
Pronounce that.
I stole the key.
Decoville.
Pronounce that.
Listen to it meow.
Well, it's not Jimmy's. Pronounce that.
DeCarville.
Okay, Brett.
It's so fluffy.
My pronunciation was probably not great.
Okay.
This was a French manufacturer of industrial and plantation equipment.
Now go there, so I have to talk to you a second time.
Yes. Yes.
What is she doing in England? Anyway, Leighton. DeCarville.
Yeah.
Louisiana backwater logging bull.
Go be a fool.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Known for operating fairly late a fleet. They had a bunch of geared engines, and then the boilers all went shot because the water was garbage. And so they
Doink. Ready? Doink. Doink.
Oh, the railroad down south, I believe it was L&N. Building lines, you know, every so often you end up with towns. It's usually every 10 miles or so, give or take. The farmer's got to be able to deliver their produce and stuff to the railroads. They got to the 10th town out of wherever line they were building. Whoever it was, you know, they got to name things, stupid things back then. It's decadent. It was 10.
And then they just spelled it nicely.
Yes.
10.
We're down south. It's the L&N.
High blue lines of
Yes. We're down south, you know. It's the L&N.
Down on
This-
by you go, take a
That
line
was
up,
just
3
cool.
days. Get up and ready to go. You go find sweet Mama Jane. She gonna get you somewhere. Wait and do something.
No, this really gets into this.
Okay, so we have the wheel landing on Ohio, and now it's on the south.
We were on France for a brief second.
For a brief second.
Now it's going straight to
So
Louisiana.
now we're in the French Quarter instead.
Showed one part of New Orleans above sea.
Yeah.
Subsidence is
Okay. Expand more.
This was
Yes, go.
a little bit like the American equivalent of Porter. They made small, over there it would be 600 millimeter gauge equipment.
Okay.
This was
I'm
equipment that
gonna
was manufactured
delete
for
the
fairgrounds,
locomotives
quarries,
now.
plantations. It had effectively giant snap track. It was designed to be set up, taken down. Oh, they used it on construction sites too. I forgot that. Before the days of tower cranes and trucks, if you needed to ferry large amounts of things around a construction site, you would set up a little temporary railroad.
Giant.
So it's kind of like real life Bachman 030.
Yes, pretty much.
That's.
Alright, we're gonna do a
That's
nice
specific,
spicy
a little
couple.
fun fact about that, they designed it such that no individual piece of equipment was so large that it could not be carried by an elephant.
Very specific.
Everywhere. Chevrolet.
Doink. Okay.
Niche flex, but okay.
How's that for design criteria?
Yeah.
You know, the elephants in Africa, we must be able to hold them.
No, they're French. It was French company.
Go.
They knew how to pack their trunks, that's for sure.
Get out of here.
Not that.
I'm sorry, 20. She's gonna be mad at me. It's like, you people. Got her injector with wine. Be mad at me.
Dodge that one. Not that.
I'm sorry, 20. She's gonna be mad at me. It's like, you people. Got her injector with wine. Okay. Leighton, continue.
Familiar with
Enclosed
both logging things?
Yes.
Yeah, well, so yeah, they were basically known for like, they just,
Alright.
so for like one rod engine they had.
We
they
just pull straight into the food.
A big thing,
Yes.
gear,
It's gonna take a while, but.
and put a Liberty engine in there sideways, and it
And after the
had a
food
transmission
factory,
and
we
chain,
have
and,
2 level
they
jobs.
restored it and ran down the main line.
Yeah.
Why side?
15 cars.
Well, you see, if the engine's side, it should say the wheels are oriented.
Oh,
Yeah.
so you don't have this
Yeah.
transfer case. Jesus.
That's the level we're on.
Output shaft here.
Was the
Could do this with the
having
frickin' steam
tension
choo-choo.
that they would like drop a rock
Not even
off the
1,000
side,
tons.
put it in
All of you that assumed it had a tensioner.
What is...
See galloping geese.
Very correct.
Yeah, see the geese.
Chain tied on bottom.
So
chain
this
tied on
is
top.
850 free.
Yeah. So there's his historical precedent for this.
Okay. I have seen pictures of steam engines converted into.
Yes.
Arrogant! Wait, steam engines converted into.
No.
It was rebuilt.
Fish.
Got Brett with that one.
Do it. Yes.
So I've seen
Darn
pictures,
it.
but I don't know if
Frick
that's,
off,
if
bro.
that's if the
Tons of fire.
and then
Go!
10th town.
Yes.
Choo
Probably a
choo.
good thing the railroad didn't have a deck of pop.
No, that was the
Hello, my friend. This is the deck of
I said choo choo.
choo.
Hey, look.
No, that was just what they called the roundhouse.
And the train
I'd like to say we're going to get the country of France mad at us, but we're probably fine, given their track record.
Yes, yes, you can ride on these. Or can you give me some cheese?
You're rapidly going into Lumiere.
Ride our trains, ride our trains.
What is happening?
No complaints.
Been killed.
Don't
Yes, we got it.
don't believe me? Ask the Mannings. Oh God. They can smoke.
Here we go.
They can dance. After all, they have no pants.
Full throttle.
And now we're on the trouser jokes. Or the slide
Notch
jokes.
7.
Yeah, that's we'd like to see my fans.
Yes, we'd like to take it home
Really?
to let you know that this episode was brought to our...
By nothing, Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy. What? Decaville, there's a like a U in there.
We already talked about this. It's this song. How do you spell Dickerville? We've had the
Goblin.
We go like this.
Well, I'd like to point out there's a Versailles, Tennessee, and a Vienna, Georgia, so...
I had a high school teacher that said for sales.
Yeah. I think there's also a Madrid, Tennessee.
Madrid. You're going over to Madrid.
London, but spelled Lundun.
London.
Is Mark gonna come undone?
Apparently. I don't think it's Jimmy.
Good guess. Good guess.
I think Leighton's just applying a name to this. Is it the French?
Yes, it's the French thing.
Yay!
Listen, I was looking at the card. While writing this card, I thought, oh, we all have different handwriting. I need to make it not my handwriting because Mark's already picked 2 of my cards. And then I wasn't sure if I had written it or if Leighton had written it because he's also aware of this.
I am not very good at discerning your guys' handwriting, and we're all bad engineer handwriting anyways, so it's not a problem. So,
This is actually pretty fast
your cards
for you.
last season, but now apparently we just don't like to pick Leighton's cards. Okay, well, you ran out of cards, so now you need to come up with another.
I need to come up with another one.
Yeah. So this episode brought to you by Slacks. Woo!
Well, you need to wear pants.
Slacks? Go! Go, Choo Choo! Oh, finally I have a tunnel. That's a gigantic tunnel. Just saying, that's enormous.
I thought that commercial was kind of slacking.
Mr. Second!
No sand.
Someone's got that to be a
No sand, Notch 8, go! Eyeball! There we go.
You've been one slippery slime.
You didn't say lime, so you don't get it. You flubbed it. And now you have to live with that.
That was a slick joke, wasn't it?
What did I do?
Get him!
Get him!
Stop it! Sweaty!
In fairness, that's the first time I've hit 20. I love that you can't see it on camera, there's no chance you will, but there is a lovely wet line print on the equalizer reservoir.
We're gonna have to wipe that off. Jeff's gonna be mad.
Jeff's gonna be upset that we limed his engine.
Anyways, we are tied up 1
How do
point
you
Brett, 1
lime a
point
steam
me,
loco?
and the second topic is Silver Slipper.
Why didn't they just build a massive bridge? Just have this track go that way. For a massive bridge over to the other side. There's nothing on the other side. It's just
bold of you to assume.
there's a random thing.
Silver
No
Slipper.
point.
It was one of a series of Bud-built rail cars in partnership with the Michelin Company. Rubber-tired
Beans, please.
That were like a RDC before RDCs were cool.
Bless you.
Needless to say,
Okay. Brett, Silver Slipper.
Is a class of service for sleeper trains.
Spiss.
Yes.
Silver Slipper.
It's one of the Atlantic Coastline silver trains. You have the Silver Star, you have the Silver Meteor, you have the Silver Slipper.
I was waiting for someone to say it was one of the cars on the California Zephyr because they all start with silver.
And now don't you feel strange?
And now I do feel strange indeed. Okay.
That's always your easy answer.
Yeah. Well, Leighton, the Silver Slipper.
So in the 30s, obviously, cars are becoming a thing. Rural branch lines are becoming harder to make economical. So various rail vehicles are being developed.
Rail vehicles?
Rail vehicles, you say?
Tracks!
Locomotive?
Fancy, you say?
You can't self-propel yourself in public. That's
No!
I send you to jail for that.
Whoa.
Whoa.
To show even
decent. Propel.
Propel?
We're a Gatorade household here, not a propelled.
That's a
Do you perhaps want some ore?
That's gonna be our MXC Impact replay. Watch as the citrus hits. That's gonna be our MX.
That's a lie.
That's gonna be our MXC Impact replay. Watch as the citrus hits him in slow motion. Look at the reactions of all the other contestants. No one can believe the amount of citrus this man's just been hit with. The tenacity, the velocity, the insanity. He's gonna be feeling that one for a while, Ken.
Defense Supplies Corporation, Washington.
I get to put the line back because Brett just nailed it.
Jeez.
Sorry. He's finally been gotten good. Yes.
Yes.
I think you might get sir. Sorry. I'm sorry.
You know what? Can you go to the edge of the map?
It went up his nose and put the essence of lime and the thing all the way back up through the soft palate.
Yes,
now
you
he's
can.
tasting it round the other end. Snotty limes.
I apologize. I did not mean to hit you in the face with it.
It's okay, I know where you live.
You're gonna get limed in sleep.
That's when the lime Gatling gun gets tested.
Hey, buddy.
Tested.
Hey, buddy. All right then.
I apologize.
Oh, stop it!
What's MX?
I am below that time.
Thank you.
That was a low blow.
XMC, whatever it's called.
I'm not mad.
MX.
That was the line that has been coming at you since
I first threw the first lime. You have been deserving that lime. Justice has been served.
And I like to point out, my eyes were
Okay.
closed, I was ready, and yeah.
He took it like a champ.
Little did you know you swapped it out for a bowling ball.
It looked like it. It was violence.
Violent citrus.
Sorry.
Alright, self-propelled vehicle.
Self-propelled vehicle, you say?
How do they propel themselves?
Do you perhaps mind ore?
No, it was a conventional either like gas or diesel mechanical thing, but the thing that was like really weird about them is that they had like a hub that actually had a tire on it, and then there was a flange plate behind that. So instead of steel wheel on steel rim. It was rubber tire on rail.
With flange still.
With flange on back of it. The idea being that that would significantly reduce
you can
vibration.
actually see the
And in
end of
that
the train
respect,
for
it
once.
worked.
Yay.
It was just not a very good maintenance
There it
thing.
is.
So the Texas M Pacific had one of these, and it was called the Silver Slipper.
Interesting.
It did not last long.
So I don't know how true or not that is, but one thing that is neat about that is that actual modern light rail vehicles actually do utilize some of that same design still. It's not rubber tires and actual, like a car tire or anything, but actually use like really hard rubbers in between. Anyways, rather than paper, they use a really hard rubber compound in between the actual steel tire and the hub
There,
itself.
save
And so when you have an unpowered
Might as
wheel
well.
set, like in the C car of a light rail vehicle, in the middle where it pivots, they're actually designed to operate that way so that they provide a smoother ride and less vibration.
Never mind.
That's actually a thing.
Without compressed paper.
Yes, without compressed paper. That's a clickbaity YouTube video that I haven't even gotten to yet.
It really is.
They made wheels out of paper?
Really?
Yeah, they did.
But on the same subject, you don't use that in high-speed trains. The Germans found that out the hard way.
Oh yeah?
That was the Asheta crash. Is a dual block wheel. Steel came off the rubber at 125 miles an hour.
Oh Christ!
Bad day.
That's a bad. Yeah, that's real bad.
Unexplained kinetic disassembly.
Yes.
Well, it was very much explained.
Rapid unplanned disassembly. Yes. That's what NASA called the Challenger disaster. Yeah. Anyway. So, Jimmy, the Silver Slipper. Continuing on.
So all the Atlantic coastline trains are named
almost
started with
there.
silver. You have the Silver Star, you have the Silver Meteor. The Silver Slipper wasn't the full coast because that's the Meteor and the.
You know what I'm gonna do after we are done? After we are done with the goods factory, I am done. I am not doing the Oil Well Central or the harbor jobs because this has already been a 4.5 hour stream, and yeah. So I'm gonna assume it's gonna end at maybe-ish 10, maybe-ish, maybe 10. I don't know. Close to 10. Derailed.
Star Wars. I think this is from Washington D.C.
Stream is gonna
Raleigh.
end in a second, basically.
Brett?
Sleeper service on the SPNS notable for having king-size beds. They had bunked king-size beds that rather than having an aisle running down the middle of the car.
Like,
with
this
the front
is what that drunk
side,
CSX engine
They kind of had this zigzag thing with curtains that you could pull around larger beds, and it was sort of notable because how scandalous husbands and wives to be sharing beds.
How dare they?
Public.
I don't really need the headlight, do we?
God, I've got no idea.
Oh yeah, for some reason my procedural sky mod completely just eradicated.
That's just on my mind. I'm
Isn't working for some reason, so we just have
You'll earn your line like the rest of us.
Oh man, that was a fair hit.
But in like a day.
Is it Jimmy? Is it Brett? It's not.
I knew that one.
It was an actual thing.
Really?
Like, yeah, so Michelin, they've done some of these for Bugatti, they most of them didn't work that well, but, yeah, they were like 10 of them built in total. None of them, I think most of them, all of them ended up in scrap drives during the war, but it was one of Bud's first things that they ever made. With the shot welded stainless steel, whatever technology they had. And it's really interesting too, because you can tell this is an early Bud thing. It doesn't have, it has the fluted siding. It's like you can tell this was made by people who know what they're doing, but not quite fully yet. Because it's very angular in some places.
It's like watching AI solve a problem. It's very iterative, and it's like, well, you have some of it, but
yeah,
missing some bits.
Yeah. So it was their first attempt, and yeah, it was one of those things of like, when it worked, and when it did not, they went off the track a lot because.
Yeah, rubber.
Although at least they've got road tires on them. You just like
yeah,
get back on the track.
Well, the problem is they don't have steering wheels.
Well, that
It's
seems
still
like
a
a
train.
design oversight.
Yeah.
I just want a giant, a table-sized wheel above each truck, so you can steer them.
It's like the teacups at Disneyland.
Hi, Stromboli.
Hi. Yeah.
My trains have steering wheels, but that's just us.
Well, they're not for steering.
Yeah.
They are
They're not.
wheels.
Thomas has a steering wheel.
Thomas does have a steering wheel. He does.
We need to find Facebook to get that photo back
We
to
need
us
to
at
find
some
that-
point.
Yeah. Anyway, with that, despite it being Leighton's card, I picked Jimmy. So Leighton still has no points, and it's a three-way tie once again this way.
So Leighton loses again.
Leighton loses again.
Yay!
The loser.
He said sadly.
Aww.
And that's the end of the episode.
You do win the funniest liming yet so far. So.
Bye.
Oh well. Fluffy. Alright, have fun, Diesel. Who's a fish?
You could use a little help leveling up.
What's up, guys? This is Heist,
Yes.
and we are back at it with Citation Needed today. So,
Why are we getting in a fight?
I don't know. I was just doing a
he
thing.
was pumped up.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm amped. I'm ready to go.
We were threatening to go to Alamosa seriously earlier. Maybe the conductors will see that. Very fun. So, Citation Needed is going to be a railroad story that I'm going to talk you guys through and ask them questions along the way. The correct answers will get a point, and now they will also get a... That may not work, we don't know. But anyways, the big 346, thanks Grandma. But joining me today, you know he dances like this. It's Brett Weeble. Cam Tail Racer, Bob Mook. Okay. What's going on here? He was my roommate in college very briefly, Leighton Marland.
And confirm, he does smell.
He's gonna do me that dirty. Ouch. Ouch.
Emphasis on dirty.
I'm gonna kick the machete away from you.
And together we make
Good
three
idea.
quarters, one idiot, and we're always in search of the fourth piece. And today, for the last episode of the season, it's Dumpty's friend Jimmy from the Con!
Woo!
We hope this episode is the peak of your day.
That's the worst.
Yep. That was a nice jump.
That was a ginger line. Leighton has PTSD. Or post
Traumatic Lyme disorder.
You
PTLD.
could misspell citrus. You could misspell citrus.
Oh my! Bro, slow down, please. Stop going so fast! Quit!
Yes,
It's
With the tubular
Stop!
It's 12.
Yes.
Well,
Oh my
So,
kid.
today we're playing Citation
God.
Needed.
Is this the
A story,
frickin'
and
grade?
In this case, it's a story that's tangentially train related. Submitted by a viewer of the channel.
Is that
Sits.
that grade?
Thank you, Sits, for
It
this
is the
one. This
grade.
was a great
I'm
story.
going down the grade today.
if it's tangentially related.
Can you stop speeding up so much?
Like that man! Like that
Holy! It's still speeding up!
Alright then.
Slow the frick down! Stop!
The topic for today's
Stop!
episode of Citation Needed is the Vanceboro Bridge Bombing. Germany's secret war on America.
Okay.
Any guesses right away? Any familiarity right away? Point to Leighton. This is gonna be hard.
are we in?
No, you only get 1 point despite the bell thing.
Is this beginning of World War II?
No.
Is it World
Yes.
War? It's run away from you.
This
may not work as a joke. Got it. Okay.
Ding.
No, what you're aiming it too hard.
Yes. This is not gonna work
Be
out.
very gentle.
Hey, behind the bell, we already got enough dinglings here.
Thank you.
Almost got it.
Thank you for
So,
being more testing.
yes, World War I, Germans, war on America, yes.
Doink.
So, it also involves spies, as like it says. So,
Speed up a little.
Our protagonist, in the case of the story, is a man by the name of Werner Horn. He served in the German army for 10 years until he got inactivated, went down to Guatemala.
Inactivated?
That is what the article says.
I feel like there's a lot of ways to say that, and I feel like that is the worst. That is the least accurate way to
How dare you internet sources say this?
Inactivated.
Inactivated.
Are you saying that the internet can't words good?
Well, yes, sometimes.
Can I have cheese?
Oh wait, that one's
Goes to
explosive
Germany
and
after he has
flammable.
left the military, or the military no longer needed him. Goes to Guatemala to work on and manage a Guatemalan coffee plantation.
These cars got absolutely dunked.
Learns Spanish and English while he's down there. However, in August 1914, World War I is now a rage, and he gets a telegram saying, "You need to come back and serve in the army because."
I told them I was done. They keep dragging me back into it.
They promised me all the sauerkraut I could eat.
Yes, but in a German accent, yes.
They promised me all the sauerkraut I could eat.
That was French.
Oh yeah, you guys both went French.
Oh god.
I told them I was done, but I'm still doing French. I'm trying to do like a big
You're
country.
German!
Yeah, we
I
got
told
tons
them
of
I was
German.
done, and they keep dragging me back in. Kind of.
Yeah, that's
You
close.
sound like a Hogan's
Doink.
Heroes actually.
You're not. 252 minutes.
Wow, that's wow. You wounded me, Jesus.
You wounded me! I know I did. That's the reply to that one.
Yeah, if you didn't see earlier episodes in this season of this show, Leighton got clocked by Brett the Lion, and it was glorious.
It's hard for him to maintain a stiff upper lip.
When he's res up too.
We'll do that before you go. So,
Alright.
he needs to get back to Germany.
Okay.
So, he's in Guatemala presently.
wrong
How
thing.
does he try and get back to Germany?
By train.
Naturally, yes. For at least parts of it. But I'll get your point. There you go.
I guess you can't get to Germany by train, but you know.
Whatever floats your boat.
Get him!
Right for the face again.
Bullseye,
Just
slightly off center.
Straight on the nose. That would have been a strike or a he bowling piss.
I know.
Sorry.
You only get the spare though.
We should go bowling. Nico,
We should go bowling.
Go bowling, yeah. Okay, so goes by train, yes. But where does he go to? Point to Brett. Straight to New York. So, yes, point to Brett. Okay. I'm just gonna have to get a sound file of that,
Yeah.
and then we'll just paste it in.
I think
One
so.
second. Yes, he goes by train to New York, and he can do so because the United States was still neutral at this point in the war. They had no stance on what they weren't supporting any side or another. Basically, they were neutral. Yes.
Beige alert.
Tell my wife hello.
However, what happens to him when he gets to he's having a little trouble getting to Germany. So what does he do to try and fix that?
He tries to stow away.
He goes to the German embassy.
Yes, points to Jimmy. He goes to the German
A
embassy.
logical thing to do.
And so at the German embassy is a man named Captain Franz von Papen, who was a German diplomat at the time. Can you picture the most stereotypical World War I German and paint a picture for me? Because I have a picture.
Does he have an eye patch? Fat mutton chops, pickle hole,
Helmet with a
scar.
spike.
Point to Jimmy.
That's a pickle hole. Yeah,
He's
that's a
got.
pickle.
Oh, okay. Well, then points to both of you. He's got the pith helm. It's just like that's the most German-looking dude I've ever seen.
Pith helm is Zulu. That's a
British.
piccolo.
Oh.
Yeah, pith helmet.
The British like explored. I say,
That's a pith helm.
We got to the Africans.
That's the spike. Is the pickle hole.
I have learned new things about helmets of the early days.
I'm surprised you don't have a piccolo.
He's got a scary letter open.
That you have. Do you have one and haven't shared it with the class?
Not so true, though. Not so fast can be proven in the court of law.
So,
what is my name?
Franz von Papen.
Ich bin Franz von Papen.
Yeah.
Are you alright?
Yeah.
You need a strudel. Smoking a pancake, perhaps.
5 minute clip.
He's kidding. What was it? That's
Pancakes.
Yeah.
Going.
Oh yeah, pancakes.
Well, now we're mostly
We're
long.
talking about the boofer kissers here.
Basically,
Anyway.
there already.
So,
Just gotta get there
Captain
now.
Franz von Papen gets a telegram. He is the guy at the embassy. He's the diplomat. He gets
All
a
right.
telegram. What do you think the telegram from Germany is telling him?
We actually are not going 60. That's fine.
Use this. Find somebody to do sabotage.
Yeah, you were close, but yes, that's very on the nose, Brett.
They called
And
him.
as he received his telegram, he's like, gee, sorry. Where am I going to find someone who I don't value their life and yet I can trust their allegiance to Germany to go up and blow up a train bridge? And then our friend walks in.
Yeah, the Warner walks in.
Hello, welcome.
Can you go, bro?
You want to go to Germany, but first you have to do me a favor. You must go to New Jersey.
Pretty much.
If you open the telegram, Beastie Boys starts playing. Sabotage.
Insert
Lime
No. So the telegram says, the General Staff is anxious that vigorous measures should be taken to destroy the Canadian Pacific in several places for the purposes of causing a lengthy disruption of traffic.
Vigorous measures.
Vigorous measures.
Vigorous measures.
Hey.
Your hands are not shaking enough, man. Would you like to try again?
Vigorous.
Vigorous.
You must launch the bridges.
And then
these Canadians have made me sorry. I am the crew. I think we're turning a little bit French, Belgian, Mexican.
That's fine.
Yeah.
They're all across the pond. We love you all. We're bad at these, bad at all these accents.
Yeah.
So, Vanceboro Bridge, with your avid Warner, our protagonist.
Okay.
Von Papen had a willing operative. He also had the target named Vanceboro Bridge.
Where is the Vanceboro Bridge?
I asked the questions.
Canada. Moose.
Yes, but where? More specifically, connected
Eastern
Ontario. Canadian.
That's why I said Eastern Canada.
Canada.
Okay, so yes, it's Canada, but where does it connect in the States? It's a bridge across.
Oh, is that the one connecting to Detroit?
No.
Niagara Falls.
Oh, yeah.
The Germans don't care about Detroit. No one does.
Michigan.
No. Very, very far east.
It's the Germans'
Maine.
hometown. Dum dum.
You guys are in stereo, so I'm giving you both. Yes, it's a bridge between Canada and Maine.
Oh, the bridge between Canada and Maine.
Sounds like the main line.
So it. Yes, thank you. Restore it and run it on the main. Yes.
The main line.
I just looked up. Still so many lines under the table. Good.
Extra line, too.
The
Great
main
line
line.
fight.
Bring out your lines.
So it runs from Maine to the port of St. John, which was a huge destination for the Canadians. And so the Germans had taken issue with the operation of trains over this bridge. And why?
Because they are making bullets for the British people, and we are shooting at the British people currently. We would like them to not be shooting at us.
Anyone else?
Oh, it's allowing for American goods and commerce to go to their enemy.
Yes, that's more direct because it wasn't necessarily the Brits. The Canadians were actually fighting in the war at this time. The Americans weren't.
More.
So point to Leighton, yes.
We're just down here like, well, we're neutral.
We're
We'll show you
neutral,
all the
but-
guns.
Alright, well, this switch. Highball. Go. Go.
They're
Go.
letting
Right now.
troops and guns and
Go.
everything run across this
Absolutely. Go.
railroad bridge from the States to Canada, and the Germans are pissed because
Go.
they're complaining, yeah, like literally this is violating the international neutrality law. The States being the U.S. and just saying, well, what do you think about it? Oh, we think that's stuff.
We're using throttle and going downhill. That seems safe. We can at least go 60, so I'll highball it at least 50-ish. There you go.
So,
Yeah, it's spicy.
while the Germans knew about it and thought it was important,
I'm doing a nice spicy
The Americans-
54.
just a bridge, buddy.
Correction,
Yes.
55.
Demolition or something?
No, they didn't give a crap. They didn't guard it. They didn't have people watching it. It
57.
wasn't of strategic importance to them.
They figured they just crossed that bridge and they got there.
Yes. Kill him. Blind. Later.
Wait.
So, Von Papen gets Werner Horn to agree to blowing up the bridge on one condition. What's the condition?
You will be sent with good passage back to Germany.
Don't
That would make no sense than this. No.
He doesn't have to go back to Germany if he doesn't.
He doesn't have to wear lederhosen?
Mentos gum comes in a durable, recyclable paperboard gum bottle. You're welcome, Earth.
Dance, monkey, dance!
No. On the condition that no one is hurt, blow up the bridge. So just ruin the infrastructure. Don't kill people. Don't make. So it's actually kind of really fair.
Don't kill anybody.
So he sends
Should
Horn
eyeball off of
to
this.
tiny town in Maine, Advanceboro,
Boink.
and he sends him with a bit of a kit. What do you think are some items in this kit? Bomb.
When you blow up enough crap, it looks like fireworks.
Full of explosives.
Not even
Yes.
joking.
That just counts.
In this game, if you blow up a tank car and it flies off and it's on fire and it's in the air long enough and it explodes, it literally looks like a freaking firework.
What else do we
I
have?
think Heist did that in the
Stopwatch. Actually, no, it doesn't say, but presumably.
Disguises.
No.
It was 60 still.
No. Well, presumably. And I'm gonna give Leighton a retroactive point for disguises because yes, kind of. So they
is it Canadian Army uniforms?
No.
Canadian.
No. So they send him to Maine with
60,
a schedule for the trains, a 38 caliber
70.
revolver, money, small German flags, and a suitcase full of explosives.
The small German flags. So you could play
Very
from the
specific.
This bridge, you very welcome. Horn arrives to Grand Central Station, March 31st of the year, and he buys a first class train ticket on the New York Route 8. Look,
Eyeball!
Sorry, Jersey, I just
Go!
Anyway, so, for the mission, I haven't sent him dressed up.
Last stop! Go!
He bought a first class ticket.
He's in first class ticket, yes. So, in first class on the train with all of the mining consortium people, is a man in working pants,
Let's go!
Aryan-looking German dude. And it's got a heavy
So people are in their finest mid-Atlantic accents going,
they're just going,
I don't trust this character. He might be up to something wicked.
Yes.
My Reginald, look at the riffraff they allow in here.
I say this railroad is going.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
he says that every day.
Okay, as I get ran over by the train.
He says it, but he said it then.
On my remote.
Do we just get them both at the same time?
Yes.
Yes, go. We got him right in the hat.
Not me, Aunt.
Not me yet. Not me yet. Not in my
No, man, Aunt.
So he ultimately makes it to Vansboro despite people being like,
What is this guy?
"Who's this guy here?"
Okay.
So he
That'll
arrives.
help with the police reports later.
Yes.
Okay.
Traveling down the railroad, finally at 6:40 p.m. he arrives in Vansboro. And this is an itty-bitty little kind of rural town in Maine at
You
the
ain't
time.
from around these parts, is you?
He arrives to the little town, and everyone's wondering, okay, what's this? And being the German man he is, and being worried about his mission, he chooses to hide his suitcase to make sure that people can't stumble upon it. Where does he hide it?
In an alley.
Before we do this, I feel as though if we carried the suitcase, people would be less likely to stumble.
That seems very reasonable, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? Did he hide it in the water tower? Like
No.
The
This
front
is rapidly feeling like a public villain.
Yes, I'm gonna give Jamie the preemptive point, or the post-huge point rather. He didn't hide it necessarily in an alley, but in an alley it was a pile of wood that he just tucked it in and put the back.
What kind of wood was it?
Presumably firewood.
Alright, almost done.
Two of the townsfolk
The last
watched him
area.
do that, and then watched him walk to the bridge. Like, strange, disturbing-sounding looking guy.
Has hidden a briefcase in Joe's pile of wood.
Yes, and then wandered over to a railroad bridge.
I'm imagining it's a big off bridge.
Pretty big, yes.
Yeah, at least a size.
Yes, yes. So they also noticed one other thing, other than hiding the suitcase and going over the bridge. Something very notable about his appearance they noticed. Any guesses? Winter in Maine.
Oh, he wasn't wearing winter clothes.
Points to Leighton, yes. He's very underdressed for the weather.
He was dressed for Guatemala, not for up north there, eh, bud?
One of the folks.
Alright, well, we're basically done now.
Immigration officer,
Finally.
The inspector named Car Horn.
Finally, actually, almost freaking extra, kind of, sort of, maybe, kind of.
That sounds like in a D&D campaign, where the players, like, ask some random character that you have no idea.
Car Horn?
Villager, what is your name?
Car Horn, yes. Sorry, my name is...
I was gonna say, you took my joke. What did Car Horn say about this?
Did they have a cousin named Carhart? Yes. So the man and Inspector Horn go back to the bridge, and they find Werner paying the bridge and inspecting it.
Right.
So they confront him, and Werner then says he's a Dutch farmer looking to buy land. Cover story.
Good cover, bro.
Anything. So the inspector suggests rather easily you should probably go to the local hotel and figure things out from there.
Unwittingly helping the spy by giving him some advice.
Yes. And then the inspector and several townspeople watched him retrieve his heavy suitcase from the woodpile. Okay, strange Dutch farmer looking for land and also...
This suitcase full of money.
I am from Holland, isn't that weird?
Yeah. Look at this. This is very strange. So, he ends up checking into the hotel. He spent the next day in his room.
Clear of a choo-choo.
Okay. What's he doing? Other than breaking Leighton, what's he doing? Think of the things he's been sent with.
Money.
Planting little German flags all around.
I'm an AI avatar, and over 6,000 companies use me to educate their employees.
Shut.
I claim this hotel room in the name of Jeffy.
Okay. So, we have enough braking pressure, hopefully, and we are all good now. Hopefully.
No. So
yeah, we have
got
brakes.
the railroad timetable. So you study
Alright.
the timetable to make sure that he's got it.
We are almost done.
Wait, so
You know,
what's the point of studying the timetable when it's the railroad and they don't even keep to the timetable? You know,
Ding.
not better at least.
There you go.
No, actually, better. I would call it better kept to the timetable because it was
Better
timetable
than
and train
today,
orders.
but
Well, at least the key points, but there were very much okay.
It's the middle of nowhere bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Alright.
Anyway. So.
Deliver
he was very
gasoline.
worried as
Yes.
studying about
Cho-cho.
the actual way that he needed to
Deliver
work the bridge.
shipments of
What was
something.
he really worried about?
Yes, Cho-cho.
Did he have enough explosives?
Alright. How much money?
Not what I'm looking for.
350,000
Did he have enough explosives?
Joes.
Probably thought about that. But no, this is very much more political.
Which side of the bridge to blow up?
Yes! Points of Brett's. He's very worried because if he got caught blowing up the Vanceboro Bridge on the American side, he would be faced with criminal charges. If he got caught blowing it up on the Canadian side while disguised as a Dutch farmer, then he could be hanged for espionage.
Ah.
There you go.
So
206.
Yes.
Change into that and go, yes, I'm a good
So what does he
Oh,
do
26,000.
to try to mitigate
Go.
this?
Flips it.
Maybe I should have done that Oil Well
Get the map
Central
to
run
see where the
instead of
border is?
that to the harbor.
No. He uses the German flags that were given to him and marks himself as a German. So he's got on both arms of his coat, he puts the little flags.
Well, I did a
and
thing.
He does this
This
because
man was in the military?
Yay!